The Chair wishes to make a brief statement on the matter and on the manner in which the secret ballot vote will be conducted on the designation of Bill C-352, an act to amend the Canada Shipping Act 2001 and to provide for the development of a national strategy, abandonment of vessels. In so doing, I also wish to address the point of order raised yesterday by the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Quant au déroulement du vote,
with regard to the voting process, members may obtain their ballot from the table officer seated on their side of the chamber. They will then be able to make their ballots in secret at one of the two voting stations situated in the corridor behind the Speaker's chair. Completed ballots are to be deposited in the ballot box, which will be placed at the foot of the table.
Statements by members and oral questions. Ballots will be distributed from the corridor behind the Speaker's chair, and the ballot box will also be placed there so as to not disrupt the proceedings. With regard to the manner in which the results will be revealed, I am afraid that I cannot accept the argument made by the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby that this process should be treated differently from the only other analogous practice that exists in our standing orders, that for the election of the Speaker. Dans ce cas, le paragraphe.
In that case, Standing Order 412 provides that all ballots and records of the number of preferences marked for any candidates are to be destroyed by the Clerk of the House. It also instructs the Clerk to in no way reveal the number of preferences marked for any candidates.
To depart from that now established practice. Accordingly, when the 2 days of voting have been completed, the table officers will count the ballots and provide me with the final result, not the number of members voting for or against the motion. J'annoncerai ce résultat à la Chambre.
I will then provide that result to the House at the opening of the sitting on Thursday, November 30th.
Procedure and House Affairs may wish to consider this matter, and if it deems necessary, provide further direction to the Chair with regard to the manner in which the result of the secret ballot is revealed. Conformément à l'article
Pursuant to Standing Order 92.4, I now direct that the vote on the designation of Bill C-352 commence.
The Chair, I thank honourable members for their attention. No rabbits. Do that. Let's just turn it right upside down so everybody sees it, okay? Okay? All right. There we go. There we go. Okay, so thank you, sir. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 8 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Mr. Goodale, seconded by Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a Procedure for Expunging Certain Historically Unjust Convictions and to make related amendments to other acts. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Goodale, seconded by Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Report de délégation interparlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Tabling of committee. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions.
Honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity of the week of the fight against violence against women to table yet another petition signed by people from all over the Montérégie area calling on the government to put an end to domestic violence and take measures.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I rise to table a petition regarding eating disorders, such as anorexia and bulimia. Mr. Speaker, children as young as 7 are being diagnosed and hospitalized with eating disorders. The petitioners also indicate that more than 1 million Canadians suffer from, and their families suffer. They also indicate that eating disorders sufferers have a long wait list if they want help, and limited access to mental health services and lack of trained professionals in hospital and residential care. Mr. Speaker, they call upon the Government of Canada to support motion M117 and initiate discussions with the provinces, territories, and stakeholders and those affected to look for a pan-Canadian strategy for eating disorders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour today of rising to present a petition on climate change.
In this particular batch of petitions, all from Salt Spring Island, and I want to note that within my riding of Saanich Gulf Islands, Salt Spring Island has several active groups on the climate issue. Call on this House to recognize that the current carbon price put in place by the federal government, which they welcome, is far too small to have the effect of helping us reach the target for 2030. They call on the House to take meaningful steps to reduce greenhouse gases and to have the carbon price rise incrementally to at least $150 by 2030. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, I've been asked to present 2 petitions to the House of Commons this morning. The first is from a number of people that are concerned with the payment to Omar Khadr and the apology that was issued to him. And they've asked the Government of Canada to revoke its apology issued to Mr. Khadr on July 7, 2017, and to seek to redirect any settlement payments attached to that apology to Sergeant Spears' widow and Mr. Morris for their pain and suffering caused at the hands of Mr. Khadr. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from another group of people who are concerned with the proposed amendment to the Criminal Code, which would eliminate the protection for faith leaders and malicious interference with funerals, rituals, and other assemblies of any faith. And they've asked the Government of Canada to abandon any attempt to repeal Section 176 of the Criminal Code and stand up for the rights of all Canadians to practice their religion without any fear of recrimination, violence, or a disturbance.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I bring voices from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, and Victoria into the House. They urge this Parliament, because coastal communities have been called on the government to act on the long-standing pollution risk of abandoned vessels, that I have introduced Bill C-352 into the House and that Liberals have blocked debate on C-352. They urge members of Parliament to allow this bill to be debated and voted on in the House to bring all the solutions around vessel turn-in, recycling, safe disposal, and fixing vessel registration. Thank you.
I just want to remind members that the practice in the House is that we do not walk between the Speaker and a person who is speaking at the time. Many members don't seem to realize this, so I want to remind them of that. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. Orders of the day. Oh, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Finance, that in relation to Bill C-63, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22, 2017, and other measures, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage, and one sitting day shall be allotted to the third reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration of the report stage and on the day allotted to the third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Chagger, seconded by Mr. Morneau, moves that in relation to Bill C-63, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22, 2017, and other measures, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage, and one sitting day shall be allotted to the third reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration of the report stage and on the day allotted to the third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Pursuant to Standing Order 67.1, there will now be a 30-minute question period. I
encourage the honourable members who wish to ask questions to stand so that the chair may have an idea of the number of people who may wish to take part in this debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The government is now proposing to rush through a bill moved by the Minister of Finance without adequate debate among Canadians, not only about the substance of the bill, but about the conduct of the minister in crafting it and other similar legislation. The very first financial legislation introduced in this House by that minister was a notice of Ways and Means on December 7th, 2015, that would raise the capital gains tax, effective capital gains tax, on January 1st, 2016, only about 3 weeks after the introduction of that said motion. Financial advisors told investors that they should quickly sell their shares in order to realize gains before that tax increase would take effect only days later. The result was that the stock market fell by 5% from the day before the introduction of that notice of Ways and Means until 7 days after. Morneau Shepell shares fell also by 5%, but not before somebody was able to sell their shares in Morneau Shepell and avoid those losses. Someone sold 680,000 shares worth $10.2 million 1 week before this minister introduced his motion on the floor of the House of Commons. That person was very wise and had great foreknowledge and ability to project what was to come. I'm asking if the Minister of Finance can tell us who it was that made that sale of 680,000 Morneau Shepell shares. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, what I would say to the opposition member is that if he wants to make an allegation of wrongdoing, he should do it outside this House. What I would say is that I'm focused on doing the work that Canadians asked us to do. What we're talking about today is moving forward on a bill that's going to continue our plan to make an enormous difference for Canadians. We've seen over the last couple of years that the work that we're doing is making an enormous difference. 500,000 new jobs over the last couple of years. The lowest unemployment rate over the course of a decade. So what we're talking about now is continuing that work with measures that are going to ensure tax fairness, with measures that are going to ensure that we can continue on our plan in its entirety to make a continuing difference for Canadians. That is what we're doing today. That's what we'd like to talk about.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for New Westminster. Just give me a second here.
Burnaby.
Westminster, Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
We now have a record debt load for average Canadian families, the worst in the industrialized world. And if that is something that the finance minister is proud of, then I think his priorities are all wrong. This government has brought in closure now, on average, 25% more times than the Conservative, the Harper government did. Now, Madam Speaker, we can remember how Canadians reacted to the closure and the omnibus legislation of the Harper government. Now the Liberals are 25% worse in terms of closure. Appalling. Now, the real reason this government seems to be ramming through this legislation is because it takes absolutely no action against all of these overseas tax havens that so many Canadians are concerned about. And we have the ethical, I can't talk about ethical lapses, the ethical void of the finance minister, who has been unable to answer any of the questions asked by opposition members in this House. So isn't that the real reason that this government is ramming through this legislation, invoking closure yet again? Is because of the ethical void of the finance minister and this government.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I'm very happy to talk about what we're trying to do for Canadians through this bill, to talk about the continuing high level of ethical standards that our government will continue with, and to talk about what we're actually doing for Canadians on a day-to-day basis. In this bill, we will make an enormous difference for Canadians. We will continue on the plans that we've put forward. We are going to talk about this continuation this morning. I hope we will talk about the measures actually in the bill. We'll talk about tax fairness. We'll talk about how we've improved flexible work arrangements for Canadians. We'll talk about our continuing goal of being part of the international community through our investment in the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. Of course, we'd like to talk about the changes we've made for nurse practitioners, allowing them to have a broader scope of responsibility, not only making it easier for people to get access to medical care, but making it more efficient in our healthcare system. We will, Madam Speaker, want to continue to talk about these measures in this bill, which we'd like to move forward now.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, you know, I actually was expecting that the question that my colleague posed to the minister, my colleague from Carleton, I actually thought that the minister, after having the chance to sleep on this and to kind of gather his thoughts and information, would actually answer the question. I mean, there's one of three answers. There's either, I don't know who sold the shares, there's, I didn't sell the shares, or...
excuse me, point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's important as we go through this process that, with all due respect from members opposite and the line of questioning that they might want to ask, it is important, according to our standing orders and our rules, that clearly indicate that members opposite need to be relevant to the subject at hand. And, Madam Speaker, what I would suggest to
as the Parliamentary Secretary knows, there is a bit of leeway. I think that we need to allow the member to finish her question, and I'm sure that the relevancy will be there. The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, and let me quickly say the relevancy. We have a Minister of Finance who has shown a number of ethical lapses, in fact, one that he was found guilty of and fined because he didn't disclose all of the information that he should have to the Ethics Commissioner. He's introduced legislation that
the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has another point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker. In no way character assassination is relevant to the legislation that we have before us or the procedure that we are entered into. We are talking about the budget implementation bill and having it time allocated. time in which the member opposite actually had adjourned debate on this very piece of legislation. So if they want to keep relevant, those are the two items that they should be talking about. Maybe justifying why they moved adjournment yesterday. Maybe ask questions related specifically to the budget implementation bill. That's what we're debating today.
So I just want to remind the members that, yes, the relevancy has to be there on the issue that is before the House. I would just remind the official opposition to maybe get to the question very quickly, because we are running out of time, and time doesn't stop when the points of orders are being made. So the honourable official opposition House Leader.
Well, the government has agreed with us yesterday that we should adjourn debate on the budget implementation bill because we don't have confidence in this Minister of Finance who introduced this bill, because he won't answer questions, very simple questions. He had the chance to go and look over his records and either answer, yes, he knows who sold the shares, no, he doesn't know who sold the shares, or he sold the shares. Very simple question, very simple answer, and I would ask the Minister of Finance the same question. Does he know who sold the shares, the Morneau-Shapelle shares, 680,000 shares, prior to the bill being tabled regarding the budget and the tax changes? Very simple question.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
If she would like to make an allegation of wrongdoing outside of this House, which I would be happy to answer in full force. What I can say is that today we are talking about a Budget Implementation Act. Budget Implementation Act, the second part of it, and that is in order to move forward on the work that we're doing for Canadians. Canadians know that we should be focusing on the work that will benefit them, and not talk about spurious correlations that have absolutely nothing to do with work in this House. So what I will do is continue to talk about that, Madam Speaker, to talk about why we are moving forward on things that actually will matter to Canadians. That's what we're talking about this morning. We're going to talk about how we're continue to make a difference for Canadian families, a difference that has been enormous over the last couple of years, and which we will continue to work on their behalf.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I haven't heard the Finance Minister address the issue that was raised by our House Leader, that when the Liberals were in opposition, they joined with us in condemning the practices of the then Harper government for shutting down debate in Parliament time and time again. We actually thought things couldn't get worse. It was hard to imagine how they would get worse, and somehow the Liberals have found a way to make things worse for Parliament. So my specific, if the Finance Minister wouldn't mind listening, my specific question for the Finance Minister is, he has often, as the Prime Minister has, talked about respect for Parliament, respect for the process. Well, then how does he actually demonstrate that respect? Well, he contributes to the idea that we should shut down debate more often than Stephen Harper did. That's the fact of the matter today. He wants to talk about facts. I think he should. I think he should address the fact that rather than moving through a normal process and talking about something significant, like the implementation of the budget in a proper way, as he talked about, I'm sure he does as a candidate, instead he's reverted to this other type of politics, a politics in which they say, well, we're going to use our power to force upon Parliament vote after vote after vote before the debate can be concluded. And that's how, I will remind him, mistakes get made. I would remind him that when he disclosed his assets to the National Post through John Ivison trying to clear up one ethical mess, he made another ethical mess. Maybe he was rushing too forward on that too quickly and creating the cloud himself by not placing things in a blind trust. That was nobody else's decision, that was his. The decision today is his government's to ram through another bill 25% more often than Stephen Harper did. I would like him to address that one simple fact if he could somehow find a way to do that. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, this bill, C-63, has been debated extensively in this House and at the Finance Committee. I'd like to remind the member of that. We've seen 4 days of second reading debate, during which more than 70 members have spoken. And that includes 23 members from the Conservative Party and 10 members from the New Democratic Party. The bill has also been studied at the Finance Committee for 6 hours. We've seen 8 members speaking at the report stage. So, you know, Madam Speaker, we want to move forward. This bill is clearly the next step in our continuing goal of making a difference for Canadians. I suspect the member opposite should be pleased that his constituents are feeling much better because there's a higher level of employment across this country. What we're seeing is 500,000 new jobs. I hope that the member opposite is pleased with the fact that 9 out of 10 families are seeing more money because of the Canada Child Benefit. And we, because of the positive economic results that we've seen, are able to make sure that that benefit keeps up with the costs of inflation. That's the kind of work we're doing, Madam Speaker, on behalf of Canadians. That's the kind of work we're committed to continue doing. This debate has been extensively elaborated upon, and now we'd like to move forward to do the good work that Canadians asked us to do.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And the Finance Minister can't seem to understand why we still have so many questions. So let's come at it another way. Fool Canadians once, shame on you. Shame on the Finance Minister, Madam Speaker. Fool Canadians twice, shame on us. Now, the Finance Minister, Madam Speaker, has admitted guilt by paying a fine levied by the Ethics Commissioner, as well as by surrendering millions of dollars of ill-gotten gains to charity. That's why Canadians' confidence has been shaken in the capacity of this minister, Madam Speaker. He refuses to answer questions now about major stock trades made before a ministerial announcement. He refuses to disclose information within.
A point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, again I rise on the issue of relevancy. There is an obligation on the official opposition to be relevant to the debate. Today's debate is about a time allocation motion, and it's about Bill C-63. Issues related to something that the opposition wants to create at this point in time is just not relevant to the debate that we're supposed to be having at this time, Madam Speaker.
So, again, I'll remind the member that the Parliamentary Secretary is correct in that fact, but the Parliamentary Secretary also knows that there is some latitude that is provided, and I would just ask the members to get to their questions and comments fairly quickly, within 1 minute, so that we can allow, because there's a lot of people that want to speak on this here, so that we can allow the questions and answers and comments to continue. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will come directly to my question. And that question is the relevance of this minister to present legislation in the House and his past behaviour in doing so. My question is, why won't he answer these simple questions? Why is the Prime Minister allowing him to stonewall?
Honourable Finance Minister.
Madam Speaker, I would remind the member opposite that we have a process for working in this House with the Commissioner for Ethics, and that is a process that I've followed to the letter by disclosing all of my assets. Making up fabrications in order to change the dial on what we're actually doing for Canadians is what we're clearly seeing repeated over and over and over again. What the actual actions of this government, what my actions as Finance Minister have led to, is a situation where the only thing that the opposition wants to talk about is me, because the only thing they don't want to talk about is actually what's going on for Canadians. So when growth increases in this country, significantly increases from the previous government, the anemic growth rate that we had when we came into office, they obviously don't want to talk about that. When we create 500,000 new jobs to have the lowest unemployment rate in a decade, they obviously don't want to talk about that. When families are doing better because they have more money in their pockets, they obviously don't want to talk about that. Those are the things, Madam Speaker, that we want to continue to do on behalf of Canadians.
I just want to remind the member from Westminster Burnaby that when a minister or anybody in the House has the floor, that they deserve the respect, and I would ask him not to heckle. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Hochelaga.
Honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister of Finance if he knows whether his government intends to time allocate a bill every time the Minister of Finance brings forward a bill, perhaps because they don't want us to discuss it for too long, in case we discovered further conflicts of interest on the part of the Finance Minister, the Honourable Minister of Finance. Madam Speaker, I will continue to explain that we have spent a long time debating these measures. There were 4 days to consider the measures here in the House, and there were 23 members from the Conservative caucus who spoke, 10 members from the NDP. And so, in our opinion, it is important to consider what we want to do for Canadians, and that is to continue with our policy to improve the country's economic situation. We're in a good place right now, and we know that there's still work to do, and we want to continue to improve the economy and the situation for middle-class Canadians.
Silence. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise because I'm disappointed that we're once again seeing time allocation. This is a very large bill, and there's much here that I would like to study more. As the Minister of Finance will know, I voted for the bill going to committee. I think there's much in here that is really quite encouraging and positive. But in the debates in committee, it was drawn to my attention by the member for Carleton that the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank could indeed fund potentially infrastructure investments that go against our Paris Accord commitments. And I wondered if the Minister for Finance might assure this House, as the bill is rushed through, that Canada will apply a climate lens to funds that we provide to the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I first want to acknowledge the member opposite who did not vote for shutting down the debate yesterday, while the other members on the other side from the Conservative and New Democratic Party did. What I would like to say is that to her, we of course are very pleased to be making investments in the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. What we do by making investments there is we actually get a seat at the table. And as she knows, we have a significant goal in trying to make sure that our efforts to improve the changing in climate around the world are considered in everything we do. With that seat at the table, we will certainly be talking about our government's initiatives to improve our environmental practices and be a voice for encouraging that activity in other parts of the world as well.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think what we're witnessing today is an absolutely pathetic display of contempt for this Parliament. This is a government, Madam Speaker, that ran on the fact that the voices of its members will be heard, and yet here we are again shutting down debate. But we're also seeing bully politics going on here as well. I had a conversation with some of my colleagues this morning, and we talked about how this day was going. And I said to them, as sure as the sun will go up, that the finance minister's answer to any of the questions that were similar to yesterday will be, let's take it outside. Well, it was taken outside. But more importantly, the finance minister is responsible for answering to Canadians. And he was asked a simple question, Madam Speaker, about when he sold his shares or who sold those shares. And he refused to answer. And I think here comes the bully politics again.
Point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, even the member across the way acknowledged that he was starting to get off topic, and I just wanted to remind my colleague that we are debating the budget implementation bill along with the issue of time allocation. The member was starting to deviate, and I just want to try to bring him back to those topics, Madam.
Once again, as I've mentioned, I'm asking that the members stick to the time allocation motion and as it relates to the budget, and if they could get to their point and the relevancy as quickly as possible, because all of these points of orders and these interruptions end up costing time where others want to ask questions. The Honourable Member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Well, the disruptions, Madam Speaker, are designed to, again, thwart the voices of members in this House. But I will say the relevance to Bill 63 is this. The minister has shown a propensity to not be honest with Canadians, to not be honest with this House, by not revealing and not answering questions that are specific to him. So how can we trust this minister with respect to the budget implementation bill, Bill C-63, if he won't answer those simple questions? How can we trust him to suggest that he's not benefiting from this if he's not answering those questions, Madam Speaker? That's the relevance to this.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I will continue to be absolutely transparent with the Ethics Commissioner. That is the way we work in this House. No matter how many times the members opposite talk about an approach that they think is their superimposed approach on the approach that's been used in this House for decades, for ministers today, for ministers yesterday, we will not accede to their fabrications of process that actually do not exist. What I can say is the member from Barrie Innisfil yesterday moved the motion to shut down this debate. What we're talking about today is moving forward on Bill C-63. We are moving forward because we believe that we've had some debate on this over the course of 4 days. We have had more than 70 members who've spoken on this. What we are moving forward with, Madam Speaker, is a plan that will continue to improve the lives of Canadians. We know how important it is to keep on this track because we're seeing real impact now after 2 years of hard work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Mille-Île. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have a question for my colleague, the Minister of Finance. In my riding, we are at the very north of Montreal. And the electric train is being planned and built. And I'd like to have an update on the infrastructure bank and how it could help this electric train plan in Montreal. I would ask the member to address her question to the Speaker, not to the Minister of Finance, the Honourable Minister of Finance. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know that it is very important for people to know how our plan is working for Canadians. And it is thanks to our policy that our economy is going so well. And one part of that policy is the infrastructure bank. Through this bank, we are able to find investors for the infrastructure fund so that we can then invest in Canada. That is exactly what we are doing, for example, in Montreal, in these ridings, so that we can improve their transit situation. In other words, by investing in infrastructure that will make a significant difference to those people living in Montreal or near Montreal. That is very important to us, and I hope that we will have an opportunity to invest with various institutional investors to be able to continue improving the lives of people living near Montreal. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have to admit I'm a little confused. We're debating time allocation on the budget, and I hear Liberal colleagues and the Minister of Finance talking about the budget when they don't want to talk about it and they're putting this time allocation motion on because they don't want to talk about the budget. Does the Minister of Finance want to talk about the budget or not? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Madam Speaker, we have had a lot of time to talk about our budget, and it has been very important to do so. Now is the time to consider how we can expedite this process so that we can use this budget. We think this is very important because we want to be able to continue with our plan to improve the economy of our country. We already are in a good situation, but we know that there's a lot of work that can still be done to improve our economy, and that's why we're here today. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd first like to address my comments to my colleague, my friend, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, who has made continuous interruptions and interventions during this debate, citing relevancy. Madam Speaker, I would point out to my friend and to all members in this place that we are talking about the Budget Implementation Bill. And as Finance Minister, he is the architect of that bill. So any budget-related matters is relevant for discussion and debate in this place. And Madam Speaker, the credibility of not only the government but this minister himself is at stake here because his failure to answer a basic and very simple question about the timing of the sale of 10 million Morneau Shepell shares is affecting not only his credibility but that of his government's as well. And Madam Speaker, for the life of me, I cannot understand why the Minister of Finance arguably the second most important member of this government, refuses to answer a legitimate and very simple question. Madam Speaker, this question is about the timing of a sale of shares that could have potentially benefited the Minister of Finance directly. He refuses to answer even the most basic question about that potential conflict of interest. We're simply asking, why not answer a question? Did he have any knowledge about the sale of Morneau Shepell shares 1 week prior to the introduction of the bill that he himself introduced on this floor?
Once again, I remind the members about the relevancy of the questions and comments to the actual motion that's before the House. The Honourable Finance Minister would like to answer.
Speaker, as I've said in this House, it is important that we work together with the Ethics Commissioner to make sure that we do things exactly as prescribed in this House, which is exactly what I've done. Fabrications of processes that don't exist is completely unnecessary in this House. What we're talking about today is how we can move forward on Bill C-63, making a real difference for Canadians. I fully understand why the member opposite does not want to talk about that. I fully understand that he is not interested in talking about how constituents of his, people across this country, are doing better because of our policies. We understand that. We're going to continue to move forward to make a real difference for Canadians, and we are not going to be taken off our game by fabrications.
And comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, I'm quite shocked by all of this. This is the 26th time that debate is being shut down on a mammoth bill, 369 pages. It amends about 20 pieces of legislation, and the Minister of Finance, in his own bill, is not even proposing measures to counter tax avoidance. And I can understand why. I mean, he's in his own questionable situation. However, I want to know why he wants to expedite this process when this is a major bill. Now, the holidays are coming. Perhaps he should give a gift to Canadians and bring back that money from tax havens so they can benefit the public. A brief response from the Minister of Finance. Madam Speaker, we want to continue with our plan for this country. That is why things are working well today. It's why it's important that we continue on our plan. It's clear that that plan is working. Our economy is going well. Now, obviously, there are many more people who have work, and clearly, under our policies, we have a high economic growth. We want to continue with our plan.
It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. Madame Chagger, appuyée par Monsieur
Chagger, seconded by Mr. Mormont, moves that, in regards to Bill C-63, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22, 2017, and other measures, that 1 extra day at report stage be allotted and 1 additional day at third reading be allotted.
For the expiry of the time provided, should I dispense?
The pleasure of those who adopt the motion.
Motion will please say yay. Que tous ceux qui s'y opposent veulent bien.
All those opposed will please say nay.
À mon avis, les...
In my opinion, the yeas have it.
Call in the members.
Okay. The question is the following one. Ms. Chager, seconded by Mr. Morneau, moved that in relation to Bill C-63, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22, 2017, and other measures, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at report stage of the bill. Shall I dispense? Okay. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Monsieur Lausanne Argentin, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne Argentin, la Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Ms. Cesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiting.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldig.
Mr. Aldig.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anand Desangri.
Mr. Anand Desangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruce.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dammer.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Monsieur Diacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon Lamétis Matane Metapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon Lamétis Matan Metapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May
Mr.
Cambridge.
McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon. Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Babopoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse, Les Etchemins Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney Bellechasse, Echampin Lévy.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Camels, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Campbell Thompson's Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Abotiev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lausanne Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lausanne Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Iglinsky.
Mr. Glincy.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr.
Madame
Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Rousseau.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Bulleris.
Monsieur Baudris.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Sansouci.
Madame Sansouci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Miss Benson.
Miss Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 163, 163. Nays contre 123, 123.
Declare the motion carried.
I would like to inform the House that because of the deliberations on the time allocation motion, government orders will be extended by 30 minutes.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons, resuming the adjourned debate on motions in group number 1 at the report stage of Bill C-63, the Budget Implementation Act 2017, number 2.
I encourage those members who are engaged in conversations to take their conversations into the hallways. Of course, there are members who are engaged in voting, and that, of course, will carry on. But I would remind members to try to avoid passing between the speaker and the person who is speaking. I'd ask honourable colleagues to assist me by saying shh. Thank you, colleagues. Much appreciated. Once again, I want to remind members to not try to avoid passing between the speaker and the member who is speaking. There are 5 minutes remaining in the speech from the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll continue on. I'll remind the House as well that, yes, I did move a motion to adjourn debate yesterday as we were talking about Bill 63. And the reason why I moved that motion, Mr. Speaker, I'll remind the House, is the fact that the Finance Minister refused to answer the question from the member from Carleton and others yesterday, including the member from Louis Saint Laurent. So in the context of that bill, the reason why I moved that motion is because of a lack of confidence in the Finance Minister's ability to talk about that bill. And I would say, again, Mr. Speaker, that unless and until this Finance Minister answers these tough questions, we're going to be at a stalemate here. And the Finance Minister, when time allocation was moved this morning, again tough questions from the member from Carleton, and very simple questions too, I might remind this House, suggested that the member from Carleton take it outside. Take it outside. We've heard that as a pattern from this government in the past, that somehow, if not answering the questions of this House, if they don't want to answer the questions of this House, that somehow the inference that we take it outside, this bully politic tactic. Well, I'll tell you what, Madam Speaker, if the Finance Minister wants to threaten high-priced Bay Street lawyers by threatening us to take it outside, we're not going to stand for that. Hear, hear. Because in this democracy, in this Parliament, every single one of us are sent here to represent the voices of our constituents. And every single one of us has an obligation to ask the tough questions, to ask the simple questions, yes or no questions. And the debate was adjourned yesterday because we lacked the confidence in the minister's ability to deal with Bill 63. We didn't know what agenda, and we still don't know what agenda he's had with respect to Bill 63. And you know what was funny, Madam Speaker? Every single member of the Liberal Party voted to adjourn yesterday, including the finance minister. So clearly, they don't have confidence in the finance minister's ability to deal with this issue as well. And we heard in the Hill Times yesterday, right? Their major concern is not transparency, not accountability, not openness, not the impact that Bill 63 is going to have, not the fact that the finance minister won't answer any questions, that he continues to hide in the dark. Their concern is in the next election, Madam Speaker. The fact that potentially in 2019, after 4 years, they may lose their pensions. That's what they said in the Hill Times. Well, you know what? That causes me to greatly question the motivations of Liberal backbenchers. It's all about their pensions. And how sad is that, Madam Speaker? How sad is that? And I hear them chirping on the other side, and you know what? Bring it on. Bring it on. Because until this finance minister answers those simple questions that are being asked by Her Majesty's loyal opposition, we'll continue to ask the tough questions, the very simple questions on behalf of all Canadians who sent us here, including my riding of Barrie Innisfil. You know, they don't have access to high-priced lawyers in Barrie Innisfil. It's a working-class community. And if this finance minister thinks that he's going to come in here and bully the opposition by threatening lawsuits, libel, slander suits, if we somehow take this outside and don't answer the tough questions here in this House and ask those tough questions here in this House, none of us will be intimidated, Madam Speaker, by the bully tactics of this finance minister. And we ask him to answer the questions. So on the issue of Bill 63, you know, they talk about tax fairness. They've talked about the fact that the middle class and those working hard to join it are somehow better as a result of what they've done. Well, you know what, Madam Speaker, the reality is that it's about the middle class and those working hard to stay in it. They talked about a revenue-neutral tax decrease where they were going to tax the top 1% and lower taxes on middle-class Canadians. It wasn't revenue neutral, Madam Speaker. It was $8.9 billion over 6 years that it was going to cost the Treasury, adding further to the debt and deficit of this government. Deficits as far as the eye can see, debt that's projected to be $1.5 trillion by the 2050s. You know, and I live in Ontario, and for those of us that live in Ontario, you talk about compounding the problem, Madam Speaker. We've got an Ontario government that's mired in endless debt and deficits. We've got a federal government that's moving in that direction. And I, quite frankly, Madam Speaker, am worried not just for my 4 children, but every single young person in this country who's going to have to pay for their spending, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
And I want to thank my colleague for standing up for democracy, first of all, for standing up for the hard-earned dollars that young families are contributing through their taxes. This government continues just to squander that. Madam Speaker, when we look at the deficit alone, between now and 2021, the interest costs alone on the deficit will be $33 billion per year. Madam Speaker, just think for a moment what we could be doing with those $33 billion that would actually make a positive difference in our country. But this government continues to spend money they don't have on projects we don't need, and I'm wondering if my colleague would just comment a bit about the long-term effects of this growing deficit, which adds to our national debt, that my children, grandchildren, and even great-grandchildren will need to be paying back. Thank you, Madam.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil. That's
a very good and relevant question, Madam Speaker. And if they say that imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, the honourable member from Kitchener-Conestoga doesn't have to look too far to understand the impact that high debt has. In Ontario, we're the largest sub-sovereign debtor nation in the world. Unbelievable. You know, in fact, Madam Speaker, the payments on the debt alone are third, next to health care and education. If paying for the debt was a department in Ontario, it would be the third biggest funded department in the province of Ontario at $1 billion a month just in debt payments. And so when you start compounding that, as I said at the latter part of my speech, think of the impact that that's going to have on our kids, right? And two things happen. Taxes go up, services go down. We've seen that in Ontario, and it's predictable here federally as well, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of International Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. One of the things that I've noticed in Durham Region, and Whitby, my riding of Whitby is a part of Durham Region, is right now we have the lowest unemployment that we've had in 15 years. It's at 5.3%. And I'm wondering what my honourable colleague would say to his constituents who have benefited over the work that our government has put in place, having the largest growth in the G7, a strong economy, full 500,000 new jobs created, low unemployment. What does he say to his constituents who have benefited from such a great economy that Canada is currently in?
A member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, there's been reports recently about Canadians being the most indebted nation in the OECD. We've seen this government show no limit to the amount of debt and deficit spending that they're willing to do. And employment based on debt that is funded is not sustainable in the long term. It's just not. And we've seen that in Ontario. Ontario has become a have-not province. And so again, I mean, if you want to predict the future, just look to what's happened in Ontario, Madam Speaker. Every single senior, every single person in Ontario has, under a Liberal government, that's true, but every single person is suffering as a result of the debt and indebtedness. It's not sustainable in the long term. And if the honourable member ran her house or their house the same manner in which they're running the government, they would not be able to afford it, Madam Speaker, because it's not sustainable.
For a brief question, the Honourable Member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm wondering, it is a strange moment where Liberals vote essentially a non-confidence vote against their own finance minister in a way that happened yesterday afternoon. One might understand some of their concerns and reservations with the conduct of the finance minister because of the recent number. No, that's the vote happened. I'll remind my friend from Winnipeg. But here's my concern is that right now Canadians are experiencing the highest personal debt rate of anywhere in the developed world. I'm wondering if this bill that we're debating today is going to help any Canadian out who's experiencing these record-high personal debt rates, or is it just more noise coming from the government?
Answer from the member for Barrie Innisfil.
It's more noise, Madam Speaker. Simply put, you know, when you look at the investment of $500 million in the Asian Infrastructure Bank, why are we not investing that money back into seniors in this country? Why are we not investing that money back into veterans in this country? Why are we sending that money overseas? How about prioritizing Canada? How about prioritizing the people that have contributed most to this country, Madam Speaker? Thanks so much.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
It's a pleasure to be speaking today on the Budget Implementation Act C-63, and truly speaking on the issues related to the Budget Implementation Act number 2. This is an interesting piece of legislation. Budgets are important because they impact the people on the ground, average Canadians, average people. And it's my belief that a budget is a real reflection of the will of a people. I think of the people in my riding who came to me and talked to me about, for instance, subsidies to the fossil fuel industry. They came to me in May of 2016. They spoke to me with great passion. They talked to me about their beliefs, how they wanted to make the world a better place, Madam Speaker. They said, we want to make sure that we can make room in this world so that there's room for other human beings and that we can look after each and every one of us. They believed in ideals like simplicité volontaire, or voluntary simplicity. There are people in the areas of my riding like Wolseley. And when they come to these young people and they say, what are you going to do about the environment? Are you going to fulfill your promises that you made during the election? I say, of course, I'm going to fight for you every day to fulfill those promises. Now, as an Indigenous person, I have heard from my elders. And treaty is a buzzword today that we often use. It was a buzzword 1,000 years ago as well. Waka Sejak was the very first man. When the Great Spirit created all beings, when he created the two-legged ones, the four-legged ones, those that could fly, when he created the rivers and streams and mountains and sky, he created last of all man, and that was Waka Sejak. And he said to all the animals, he gathered them together, and he said to them, who will protect this man? Because it is cold today, and he is cold. And the buffalo said, I will give him my fur so he can stay warm. And the birds said, we will give him food and sustenance. We will provide him with something to feed himself and his families. They had treaty. They had relationship with each other. It was not something to be taken lightly. When I said, Niwako makantik tanse nimiyatani awapam tikuk, it says, I honor all my relations. You have to honor all of our relations because we have treaty with everything that exists in this world. If we use something, we must honor it afterwards. If we use an animal or a being, we must honor it in a good way. To make sure that we do not waste, we do not destroy, that we continue to cherish, love, care, and protect. And those things today are sometimes very hard, but that's what I saw in the people who came to speak to me in May 27th of 2016 in my riding. Now, the world's largest economies in 2009 agreed to phase out subsidies for oil and other carbon dioxide fossil fuels in the medium term as part of efforts to combat global warming. Some $300 billion a year is spent worldwide to subsidize fuel prices, boosting demand in many nations by keeping prices artificially low and thus leading to more emissions. This agreement in 2009 was backed by all G20 countries, including Russia, India, and China. It was a victory for the United States President Barack Obama. He said, this world reform will increase our energy security and it will help us combat the threat posed by climate change. He also said all nations have a responsibility to meet this challenge, and together we have taken a substantial step forward in meeting that responsibility. It is my belief that eliminating such subsidies by 2020 will reduce greenhouse gas emissions blamed for global warming by 10% by 2050. And this was also highlighted by the International Energy Agency and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. In a statement from the G20, comprised of the major rich and emerging economies, energy and finance ministers said they would develop timeframes and strategies for implementing the subsidies phase-out and report back at the next G20 summit. Now, it was our Prime Minister back then, the Right Honourable Stephen Harper, who was the one to act on behalf of Canada at this G20 summit. In 2015, he agreed to a final communique for the G7 which said, we emphasize that deep cuts in global greenhouse gas emissions are required with a decarbonization of the global economy over the course of this century. Our Parliament also voted last June in 2017 to accept that the Paris Accord is a necessary step to fight climate change. These are all truths. But another truth is that the Liberal Party promised in our 2015 platform, and I will quote, we will fulfill Canada's G20 commitment to phase out subsidies for the fossil fuel industry. The next step will be to allow for the use of the Canadian Exploration Expense Tax deduction only in the case of unsuccessful exploration. The savings will be redirected to investments in new and clean technologies. That is an engagement on our behalf of all Canadians that we decided to fulfill in the Budget Implementation Act number 2. I will say now quote what we actually are going to be doing in the Budget Implementation Act in relation to the fossil fuel subsidies. The success rate for exploratory drilling have increased substantially since the 1990s, and in major cases, discovery wells now lead to production which makes the well an asset of enduring value. The measures contained would modify the tax treatment of successful oil and gas exploratory drilling, consistent with the usual treatment of enduring assets, expenses associated with oil and gas discovery wells, and they will be treated as Canadian development expenses unless and until they are deemed unsuccessful. This measure supports Canada's international commitments to phase out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. I had the opportunity of sitting on the Finance Committee for 2 years almost. And I remember asking the Taxpayers Federation about fossil fuel subsidies. And I asked them what they thought about them. And they said they were against corporate welfare in any form. But we also recognized on the Finance Committee that we need to take a balanced approach. That yes, there was and there still is continuing issues in Alberta related to employment. But I believe it is a balanced approach that we have tried to take. Not simply coming in and applying what we believe right away, but taking the time to listen and to consult. We have waited for Alberta to lift itself, to ensure that we have other programs which can take the place, to ensure that we have good economic development in Alberta. In my belief, we are fulfilling a promise of treaty to all our relations. We are fulfilling a promise of the Right Honourable Stephen Harper, one that we are willing to keep because it is important. We are willing to fight for the environment, fight for the beliefs of Canadians, and fulfill our promises which were contained in our 2015 platform. And I am proud that even a little bit of work asking some of those questions on the Finance Committee allowed us to ensure that today we are fulfilling that 2015 promise, fulfilling what should have been done in 2009, 2011. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Tapoyaki kitwa.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg Centre for his remarks. His introduction was very interesting. He was talking about the relationship Indigenous peoples have with animals and the earth, and really about the genesis of humanity. And there's a sacred relationship between people and the earth. In the 2015-2016 budget and in the 2017 budget, the Liberal government decided to put billions of dollars into a fund to help countries fight climate change. Now, that money isn't necessarily going to be used for that, but here's the question I want to ask. Because he's an anthropologist, can we seriously ask this current generation of Canadians to pay for the mistakes of our ancestors who polluted the planet? Is it ethical from an intergenerational point of view and from an international point of view to send billions of dollars overseas to make up for mistakes that our ancestors made? Is that ethical? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Beauport-Limoilou for his question. His question is an interesting one. Now, as an anthropologist, one knows that cultures evolve. Cultures are constantly evolving. But here is what is certain. It's important to be in the present, even if our parents have made mistakes. For example, my parents made all kinds of mistakes in my life, in the way I was raised, maybe, for example. However, I have a responsibility to correct these to the greatest extent possible for the benefit of my children. And yes, there is a balance that we have to find in our society between what we're trying to do for the environment and what we're doing for the economy, but I do think it's possible. And even if subsidies are provided to poorer countries, it's still important to make sure that we ourselves are progressing and that we're all progressing together, because we don't want to be an island, even if North America is Turtle Island. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague spoke about the protection of the environment, and so my question is this. It's related to the environment, but it's also related to housing. I'm the housing critic for my party, and so I would like to know why in the budget there's absolutely nothing for eco-energetic retrofits. So if we were to include the principles of energy retrofits, not only would we help improve the environment, but we would also be helping in keeping costs low in housing and for social housing. So I think there are many benefits to doing this. Now, given my colleague's vision that is informed by his Indigenous culture, is he not somewhat disappointed that his government does not have the same vision as he does regarding the environment and housing? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre. Thank you very much for the question. Last Friday, I had an opportunity to make an announcement on housing in Winnipeg. It was announced at a homeless mission, and we had an opportunity to talk about how that policy would unfold for Canadians. In the announcement, I said that the environment is important for me and that it will play an important role. We have to build homes that can be as energy neutral as possible for the environment in terms of emissions. And at the time I said that, I read it out, and I think that's something that we do have to work on. We also have to listen to local communities. Yesterday, I had an opportunity to speak with people who are trying to build foundations for homes in the north so that these homes won't move once they're built, so that they'll be more stable and so that cracks won't appear in their homes. So this is dependent on design. Design is very important. It's very important to ensure that we build homes that will last longer. But we have to convince local communities of the importance of building these kinds of homes. It's not something that we can impose. There are many Indigenous communities, for example, where people decide to come in and experiment with new things. And these communities start getting a little fed up. They want people to try their experiments elsewhere as well. So it's important to be able to convince people so that they do this on their own will. The time is almost expired, but we do have time for a brief reminder to the members. If members want to be recognized by the Speaker, they have to be sitting in their seat. So I just wanted to remind you for that. Resuming debate now, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As usual, I'd like to acknowledge all the members for Beauport-Limoilou who are listening to us right now. They're, I am sure, asking themselves a very serious question, given all the speeches they've heard, all the questions they've heard in question period, given the news that they're hearing and that they're reading. They probably have the same question as all other Canadians. Can we trust the Minister of Finance? At this very moment, when we're debating the 2017 budget, there will also be estimates, there will be supplementary budgets, and at this very moment, Canadians are watching the Minister of Finance, and they're wondering, can we trust him? Why are they wondering that, Mr. Speaker? Well, you know perfectly well that for the past 3 months, there have been a certain number of things that have been done, things that have been reported on by Canadians, the media, the NDP, and others. And through all this, we have discovered there have been some serious lapses on the part of the Minister of Finance. And ironically, sadly, we see the members opposite in the Liberal Party continue to smile, laugh, treat it all very lightly. And again today, when my colleague from Barrie Innisfield talked about yesterday's motion, it was happening again. This was a motion that dealt with time allocation on the budget debate. When my colleague finished his remarks, we saw Liberal members just laughing, smiling, just treating it all very lightly, and just treating it as the opposition getting up to its old tricks and just playing negative politics. But that's not the case at all. From the month of July, as early as the month of July, we saw this Minister of Finance claiming to be the defender of taxpayers and claiming that he would be fixing flaws. And so he brought in tax reforms. He brought in a tax hike for small businesses, and small businesses create jobs for the middle class. Anyway, we should be talking about Canadians, not classes. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, while he was doing all this, what was he also doing at the same time? Well, he was hiding things from the Ethics Commissioner. He was hiding the fact that he had a company in France that owned a villa that he had not declared to the Ethics Commissioner. And so he was fined. He was given a $200 fine. And this is barely a month ago. As well, while he was dealing with small businesses, attacking small businesses, well, he was making millions and millions of dollars because of his shares that he held recently in his family Morneau Shepell company, worth $20 million. And rather than having put those shares in a blind trust, he had hidden them. Yes, Mr. Speaker, he had hidden them in a numbered company in Alberta. So while he was attacking small and medium-sized businesses that create jobs in Canada, he was hiding his own assets from the Ethics Commissioner, Mr. Speaker. Not only in France and in Alberta, but he also developed, set up, brought in a bill to amend pension plans that would benefit a number of companies in Canada, including, imagine that, dear Canadians listening to us, that included Morneau Shepell. So the Minister of Finance continues to avoid answering. When we ask him if we can trust him, following the revelations of these journalists, revelations on the part of the official opposition, and yesterday, including yesterday, our finance critics' revelations, the member for Carleton, and revelations on the part of many other members. Mr. Speaker, you know, just to say, by the way, it takes a lot to discourage me. However, the member for Carleton asked this. He said to the Minister of Finance that he had tabled a bill in 2015 that proposed tax changes. Tax changes that, according to them, would increase taxes on the wealthy. That's not necessarily what happened, and one can see that based on several university studies and documents. In fact, the wealthy pay a lot less taxes. In any case, after that announcement that had an effect on the market, someone, the Minister of Finance or someone, 2 weeks before that announcement, sold about $500,000 worth of shares in Morneau Shepell. Rather, they sold millions of shares in Morneau and Shepell. And what that meant was that about $500,000 was made and saved. So if it wasn't the Minister of Finance, why doesn't he tell us who he was? He refused to answer throughout all of question period yesterday. So this has been going on for 3 months. It's pretty serious. We have the villa in France. We have the Morneau Shepell shares. We have money hidden in Alberta. We have a bill benefiting Morneau Shepell. And now it turns out that someone sold shares in order to not have to suffer the consequences of that increase in taxes that had been proposed.
The Minister of Finance must stop himself playing partisan politics, and to seriously take what we say, because we represent Canadians, to ensure that the government is being held to account. It's really the time for all Liberal members who are listening to us to stop brushing aside our concerns. Your Minister of Finance has seriously impeded the ethics problems, and we continue to hear all kinds of excuses day after day and not get any answers here. So I do have a few opportunities to talk about the 2017 budget, a completely ridiculous budget that they call a feminist budget. How ridiculous. We need a budget for all Canadians, not just one group of Canadians, but that's how they do things, the Liberals. They focus on some groups at a time instead of everybody. It is a very red budget that shows that there have been so many broken promises because, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, that is what has been distinguishing the Liberals' work over the past 2 years, that it's broken promises, electoral reform. I mean, I would say it's a good thing that they broke that promise, because reforming or providing an electoral reform that would lead nowhere is no good. We have to keep our current system. They kept the same targets that we set in terms of GHG emission reductions. They broke further promises with their environmental voters, and worse, they said that they would run up modest deficits of $10 billion a year. I mean, it's relative, but they said for the 2 first years. But the first year, they actually ran a $30 billion budget, and now in 2017, 2018, we're looking at a $19 billion deficit. And what is more troubling and surprising is that they broke their promise to balance the budget by 2019-2020. They broke that promise while we are in an economic crisis. They're the ones saying that the economy is doing well. But you have to remember that when in 2008, 2009, when the Conservatives ran a deficit, it was during the worst economic crisis since the 1929-1930 crisis. There's no reason to be running deficits at this point. There's an article in the Financial Post that was published recently stating that according to OECD, the household debt has never been quite so high. Canadians' private debt, whether it is their mortgage, their car payments, has never been so high. And it is the highest proportion of debt per GDP in the OECD countries, and there will be an impact on the country's economy. And I'll finish on this point, Mr. Speaker. They're saying that the economy is doing great. They're sending all kinds of checks to Canadians, thousands of dollars per year in the child benefit. But households are sinking more and more into debt, so things aren't working. But how can Canadians do otherwise when the example being set by the Minister of Finance is what we see? And I really will finish on this point. It's somebody we can't trust because they are spending and spending. That's a problem. Time will control their actions. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his intervention today. And I know that he spent the majority of his time trying to personally attack the Minister of Finance, and what we're actually debating here today is the Budget Implementation Act, and he did spend a little bit of time on that, at which point he referred to the budget as completely ridiculous. This is a budget that invests in people, it invests in skills training, it invests in making sure that we continue to empower people to help build our economy and to build the middle class so that the economy can continue to flourish. And we're seeing that. You know, he continually said we're just stating that the economy is doing great. Well, in fact, the economy is the best of the G7 countries. The growth is the best of the G7 countries. What this government is doing is making investments into the economy that are actually making a difference, which unfortunately is not what we had seen with the previous government. So I'm asking the member to further explain how he can call this budget ridiculous when it attempts and is being shown to have such a huge impact in the lives of so many Canadians.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Our kids will pay for all the mess that they have brought forward. And Mr. Speaker, to the honourable member across the aisle, I did not say that the content of the budget was ridiculous. I said the way they presented the budget, the way they titled the budget, a feminist budget. Is this possible in this country, in this the parliamentary democracy that we call a budget for a particular group or a particular sex? It's unbelievable, unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. The budget should be made for all Canadians, not only in the content of it, but the way we present it also. And let me tell to the honourable member also, Financial Post, the journalist, Mr. Watson, says that it turned out the Harper government was actually terrific for wage growth. In the last 2 years of his government under Mr. Harper, we saw wage growth as we never seen in Canada. We created 1.2 million jobs in the last decade, and all of the fruits that this government is recollecting, grasping right now in the last 2 years are because of the work of the Conservative government from 2006 to 2015, and even more, we left to them a surplus of $3 billion. That's the reality. Stop playing politics and work for all Canadians.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Salaberry. So, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for all his passion. Now, in this bill from the Liberals, there are no investments for Indigenous children. We often talked about the Jordan Principle, the well-being of Indigenous children, that they should not be dragged before the courts. But in this bill, which is 330 some odd pages, one that we have just been muzzled on because the Liberals want to rush through this and want to pass a bill that we haven't even had time to debate. Well, there are no measures to ensure that Indigenous children will be provided with more and better services, and that to ensure that these services can be provided to them. How come in 2017, in a budget, in a country where we say that nation-to-nation relationships are the most important, that we want to implement the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's report, that there are no mentions of these investments for Indigenous children? The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Very good question. I'm quite pleased to be able to speak about this, because when I hear the government say that the most important relationship is the relationship with the Indigenous peoples, what's the problem? The relationship that is the most important is the relationship with all Canadians. Indigenous people are Canadians. We're all Canadians. That's really problematic. This is a very complex issue. To think that there's still reserves where there's no running water, I mean, I just don't understand. That being said, what I find most problematic is that one of the first laws this government passed was to stop transparency on the reserves. That's something that's very important, because what one of the main problems are on the reserves is that the elite are lining their pockets without helping their peoples. We had put in place a bill law that was very much appreciated by Indigenous peoples that encouraged transparency so that they could hold their chiefs accountable. But again, this government is working for interest groups and not for Canadians and not Indigenous peoples, aside from excuses, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise this afternoon to speak to Bill C-63 on budget implementation and all the great investments that Budget 2017 has made in people, in communities and in industries from coast to coast to coast. Bill C-63 is just another step forward in meeting the commitments we made to Canadians back in 2015, strengthening and protecting our middle class, growing our economy and helping those Canadians who need it most. Since the campaign, we have held strong to those values, and we saw in the fall economic update, Mr. Speaker, it is working. Since 2015, we've created over 5,000 jobs in Canada, most of which are full-time jobs. Unemployment in Canada is down to 6.3%, which is the lowest this country has seen in many years. Mr. Speaker, Canada is now the fastest-growing economy in the G7, and it's because our government is investing in the Canadian people and our communities. It is because of this positive approach that we as a government are able to continue investing in middle-class families, in hard-working Canadians and in small businesses. The Finance Minister announced in October that because of this growth, our government is going to reinvest in our Canada Child Benefit 2 years ahead of schedule by making annual cost of living increases to the CCB starting in July next year. For all the families in my riding of Avalon, the Canada Child Benefit gives them extra money they need to ensure that their raising children is a little easier. For these families, knowing that they will receive an increase in their monthly benefit will mean that they will have the comfort they need to grow and thrive. As of July 2017, Canada Child Benefit monthly payments in my riding have totaled over $3.8 million, helping over 13,000 kids and their families. Mr. Speaker, this is the type of investment that truly matters to Canadians, especially to the constituents in my riding of Avalon. Along with strengthening the CCB, we are also enhancing the working income tax benefit by investing an additional $500 million per year starting in 2019 and cutting the small business tax down to 9%. We know that by helping our small businesses and hard-working Canadians, that our communities and their associated industries will continue to thrive and push our economy in the right direction. The actions that our government has taken this year to support regions like mine and the people within them have been well received by my constituents. In Budget 2017, our government committed to strengthening the employment insurance program by extending the program to caregivers, giving them now up to 15 weeks of benefits when they need to take time off to care for loved ones. Invested $92 million to meet the increased demands in claim processing. We've given more flexibility for parents who use the program for maternity leave. We've reduced waiting periods of EI benefits from 2 weeks to 1 week. In my region, seasonal workers, fishermen, processors, and many more depend on this program when the work isn't available. I am pleased that our government is continuing to recognise the important role this program plays in keeping our small communities alive and in giving workers the security they need when times are tough. Mr. Speaker, our most recent budget is proof that our government knows what matters to Canadians, not just in my region, but across the entire country. Back home in my province of Newfoundland and Labrador, I see people every day who benefit from these strategic and important investments in local infrastructure, in social programs, and in growth. Thanks to ACOA and the Atlantic Canada Opportunity Agency, all levels of government in Newfoundland and Labrador have been able to come together to support communities so that they can grow well into the future. ACOA has been a huge driver in my riding, Aurora riding, with small, vibrant towns who benefit greatly from the funding that ACOA allows to flow into their municipalities. It's companies like Harbour Grace Ocean Enterprises, whose pride in their community and confidence in its people make them a local economic driver. With funding from ACOA, this company can employ local people, keeping jobs in Harbour Grace, all while stimulating the local rural economy. Our government knows that regional specific programs and investments work. It is why programs like ACOA address the regional challenges that we have and work with proponents to use them to our advantage. This leads me to the incredible investments that our government, specifically our Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, has made into the Atlantic Fisheries Fund and the Oceans Protection Plan. In my region, investing in our oceans, in our fisheries, and in our coastal communities is crucial. They are the backbone of our towns and an integral part of our history. I am proud to be part of a government who recognises the importance of preserving our resources and our coastlines, while investing in smart, clean and sustainable technology and practices so that our people can continue to do what they love while preserving our resources and coastlines for future generations to come. It's no surprise that in a province like mine, fisheries still hold strong as economic drivers in many coastal communities. Since being elected, I, and I'm sure many of my Newfoundland and Labrador colleagues, have seen how important small craft and harbours are in communities across our province. That's why an investment of $5 million in small craft and harbours in Budget 2017, combined with the $149 million investment in Budget 2016, has helped ensure that our facilities in Avalon are safe and accessible. This is just another way our government is recognising our regional needs and supporting the fishing industry in Newfoundland and Labrador. Mr. Speaker, we are now 2 years into our mandate, and the change I have seen in my riding is astounding. Record numbers of investments, infrastructure funding, funding for social programs, for tourism, and investing in growing businesses, just to name a few. We are spending strategically and smartly. We are listening to Canadians when they tell us what they need and what will make their lives better. And Canadians, they are recognising that as well. Mr. Speaker, our government, since 2015, committed to taking a new approach. We committed to doing what was best for everyday middle-class Canadians. We also made a commitment to better relationships with our provincial and territorial governments to really do what was best for all our people. We committed to growing the economy while supporting the middle class, and it is because of these investments that today we see the incredible economic and social prosperity in this country. It is because of these commitments that we can continue to invest in all of the great programs and services that I have outlined today. It is my pleasure to stand and support Bill C-63, and I, along with my colleagues on this side of the House, look forward to continuing to invest and do what is best for our people and our communities well into the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. La députée.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Well, listen, we were just missing unicorns, rainbows, and, everything's just wonderful, according to him. But I was particularly interested by what he said regarding employment insurance. Of course, the waiting period has been reduced to 1 week. We're not against that, of course. Also, caregivers can now have access to the system. We're not against that. However, at this very moment, in terms of the eligibility to the system, nothing has changed. It's always it's still fewer than 4 workers out of 10 who can obtain benefits when they need them. Having 1 week less to wait in the waiting period when you don't have access to the benefits at all doesn't change anything in your life. How come the Liberal government is not ensuring that more people are eligible?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. I will say if he's waiting to hear about unicorns, he'll have to go to sleep and start dreaming. But when it comes to the unemployment insurance changes that we made, Mr. Speaker, we've done great things with the unemployment insurance system. As he's mentioned, we've lowered it to 1 week waiting period. People who are not qualifying, there are a minimum number of hours that are required, but I think that minimum number of hours, Mr. Speaker, changes from economic region to economic region, and it also changes the number of qualifying weeks. I don't see a lot of problems with the EI system. Would I like to see it enhanced even further? Yes, I would, and I would work with this government to make sure that people are looked after when it comes to unemployment insurance.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his remarks. But I'd like to come back to some of the discussion in this House earlier today when the opposition, the official opposition, the NDP, were raising questions about the Finance Minister's unwillingness to answer questions that have been created and raised by his being found in violation of the Conflict of Interest Act, his willingness to accept guilt by paying a fine that the Ethics Commissioner levied, and in returning to charity some of the ill-gotten gains that he received from trades during the past 2 years. What I'd like to ask him is, do his constituents have confidence in the ethical behaviour, the performance of the minister, and his ability to continue in the presentation of bills such as C-63, which involves so critically the finances of the country and the very hard-earned tax dollars returned to the government every year by hard-working Canadians.
Honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member from Thornhill for his question. With regards to the Finance Minister and a fine that was levied, I think the record will show that the fine was levied because of an administrative error. I know the opposition keeps trying to personally attack the Finance Minister and ask who owns what shares and what numbered company, the money he made on shares in Murno Chappelle, and they keep going to not being in a blind trust. Whether those shares were in a blind trust or not, if they were in a blind trust, those profits still would be made. Now, the Minister has said and stated that he will dispose of his shares, and I guess it's his decision to donate any gains that he made since becoming Minister of Finance to charity, which I think is probably amount to a good help to a lot of charities across this country. But he operated under the same system that everybody in this House operates under. He met with the Ethics Commissioner, he divulged all his assets, what he owned, what he didn't own, and the Ethics Commissioner agreed with this so-called, I think, a shield or something that was put in place, and members opposite, when they were in government, used the same system, Mr. Speaker. I have every confidence in the Finance Minister, and I believe the constituents of Avalon Riding have the same confidence. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to again engage in the debate on the Budget Implementation Act. Now, as you know, the Budget Implementation Act comes out of the budget process. Every year, the government tables a budget, and that budget tells Canadians where the government wants to go, where it wants to land, the money that it's going to spend, taxpayers' money, where is that money going to be spent, and how will it be spent? The Budget Implementation Act, of course, is effectively the master plan going forward. It's the plan that the government has to implement the budget. And I'd like to focus my remarks on one of the most important drivers of economic prosperity in the country. That is trade. You will have noticed that in the Budget Implementation Act, the government proposes to spend $10.1 billion in trade and transportation projects. So this government believes that there's $10 billion worth of taxpayers' money that should be spent on promoting Canada's trade interests and transportation interests at home and around the world. But I believe Canadians have the right to ask the question, can we trust this Liberal government to actually negotiate trade agreements that are in Canada's best interests? And does this government have the capacity and the ability, the competence, to get these agreements right? And so I'm going to digress, talk about 3 different trade negotiations that are presently ongoing that should give Canadians great concern in terms of the ability of the Prime Minister to negotiate agreements that serve Canada's interests. First is the softwood lumber agreement. As you know, Mr. Speaker, back in 2006, the softwood lumber dispute had escalated to a point where there was tremendous fear within our softwood lumber industry that we were going to lose companies, we were going to lose opportunities to drive economic growth, and that we were going to lose hundreds and hundreds of jobs across Canada because the government of the day, the Chrétien government, just could not resolve that dispute with the United States. And it was at that time that our Conservative government, under Stephen Harper, appointed David Emerson to be the Trade Minister. And his number one responsibility was to negotiate an end to the softwood lumber dispute. And guess what? Mr. Emerson got the job done. He negotiated an agreement that served Canadian interests well and returned to Canada billions and billions of dollars that the Americans had levied against our softwood lumber exports. Now, the agreement that we entered into with the United States under the leadership of David Emerson and Stephen Harper was a 7-year agreement. 7 years of peace in our woods. And again, it served Canadians well. And of course, when that 7-year period expired, there's a provision in there for another 2-year renewal. Now, it required the consent of both the United States and Canada. And guess what? We had a great relationship with the American government. We were able to persuade them that a 2-year extension was in their interest and was in our interest. And so that's what happened. The agreement was renewed. So now we had a total of 9 years of peace in the woods. And it just so happens that approximately on the date that this new Liberal government was elected, back in 2015, the standstill agreement, the softwood lumber agreement, expired. And Canadian forestry companies were left with a situation where there were impending duties, which have now been imposed by the Americans. And wouldn't you know it, we've got a new trade minister, we have a new foreign affairs minister as of 2015, and they set to work there. We're going to get this agreement resolved and put to bed. In fact, there was this meeting in the Rose Garden of the White House in Washington, D.C., where our Prime Minister and President Obama got together and they said, we have established a framework for resolving the softwood lumber dispute. Within 90 days, we want to get that framework in place and resolve it. Well, here we are. 2 years later, there is no resolution to the softwood lumber dispute in sight. Whether it's incompetence or a failure to understand the softwood lumber agreement, we know that this Liberal government has failed on that front. And the second is the North American Free Trade Agreement. I know the media has been paying a lot of attention to the renegotiation of that agreement. That agreement was subject to renegotiation because our Prime Minister, when asked the question by the Americans that, well, we'd like you to renegotiate, our Prime Minister simply said, yeah, we'd gladly renegotiate. And yet the issues that Donald Trump, the President of the United States, had were with Mexico, not with Canada. And the Prime Minister has made the fateful decision of aligning Canada's interests with Mexico's, when in fact those interests are not aligned at all. In fact, you may recall, Mr. Speaker, that the first comprehensive trade agreement in the world was actually between Canada and the United States, and Mexico was added in years later. And today, the United States and Canada have a virtually perfectly balanced trade relationship. We export as much into the United States as they do into Canada. So the President of the United States, if the truth be known, doesn't have a big beef with Canada on trade. Certainly with Mexico, he does. But to take our interests and entwine them with those of Mexico's, I believe, is a strategic mistake. Now, Mr. Speaker, when we see things like that happening, the fact that the NAFTA negotiations are going nowhere. In fact, most pundits out there are looking at what's happened in the last few rounds where the Americans have put on the table demands that are completely unacceptable to us as Canadians, somehow expecting us to surrender and cave in these negotiations and give the United States everything it wants. Well, you know why they get away with that? Because they have a government in place that doesn't have the spine to stand up and say, absolutely not. We've got a government in place that embarks upon trade negotiations in a manner that does not serve Canada's interests. And the last trade negotiation I want to deal with is the Trans-Pacific Partnership. That was a negotiation commenced under our Conservative government. It was completed in Atlanta in November of 2015. Then the United States left the TPP. Now the remaining 11 partners are trying to negotiate a deal amongst themselves. And one of those partners happens to be Japan, one of the largest economies in the world, that we would have a trade agreement with if the TPP actually comes into force. So what happens in Vietnam when the Prime Minister was there at the APEC summit? All the parties to the TPP 11 had all agreed that the basic essentials of that agreement were now in place. And they all gathered in a room where they were going to make this announcement. Well, where was Canada? Missing in action. The Prime Minister and the trade agreement were nowhere to be seen. An embarrassment, and a national embarrassment on the international stage. This is what we get from this Liberal government. No understanding what it means to build trusted relationships with some of our most trusted trade allies, like Australia, like New Zealand, like Japan, and to stand them up and not show up at a meeting when it was agreed ahead of time that there had been consensus on the basic elements of a trade agreement is unconscionable. That is not good trade negotiation. And so, Mr. Speaker, Canadians have a right to ask, can this Liberal government be trusted to negotiate trade agreements in Canada's best interests as an economic driver for prosperity in Canada? The resounding answer has to be no. And there's many Canadians across Canada, when they hear that our Prime Minister now wants to run pell-mell into China to negotiate a trade agreement with that country. And they're going, my goodness, this guy isn't getting any of the other deals done. He's juggling them, and he can't put them to bed. How is he ever going to negotiate an agreement with what he called the basic dictatorship that is China? So, in summary, Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government, when it comes to promoting our economic prosperity, economic growth in Canada through trade, so far has been an absolute disaster.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Abbotsford for his intervention today. We have a great relationship. We sit on the Environment Committee together, and I have a great amount of respect for him. However, I am troubled over the last 10 minutes and his discussion regarding the trade relationships and the agreements that we're out there building. Being somebody who was in that portfolio not that long ago, I know that he is aware of how complex those trade agreements can be and how you really just can't negotiate them in public. But what we have seen is this government successfully complete the CETA agreement. In fact, if I remember correctly, Mr. Speaker, the member from Abbotsford got out of his seat after we ratified that, crossed the aisle, and embraced the then Minister of Trade as a sign of congratulations and good work that was well done between both parties, because it did start with the Conservative Party. Does he not at least accept that as a sign that the minister responsible at the time and this government does know a little bit about trade and what they're doing, and that they have been successful and can continue to be successful into the future?
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that is a very good question. CETA is a free trade agreement between Canada and the European Union. It was an agreement that was negotiated under our former Conservative government. When the Liberals got their hands on that agreement, they made a big error in judgment. They agreed with the EU to reopen the agreement. And once they did that, there was a big, big problem when some of the European states themselves started to say, hey, we now want to renegotiate the agreement that the previous Conservative government had negotiated. So again, getting back to the spine, the backbone, when you're negotiating trade agreements, you have to be tough. This Liberal government is not tough. In fact, I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that the member is actually wrong. When CETA was actually signed, it was the Foreign Affairs Minister, Trade Minister, who walked across the floor to me, to hug me, to embrace me for the work that our Conservative government had done. So that's a correction on the record, and I think you would agree that's actually what happened.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
I'm gonna have to check the tape on that one. Who initiated the embrace? Was the embrace reciprocal? Was it a caring embrace? But more important, I think, while trade relations certainly affect the economy, I think what also affects the economy and how Canadians feel about it is the confidence they do or don't have in their government, is the trust they do or don't have in the finance minister, who plays an incredibly powerful role. I would argue, outside of the Prime Minister, the most powerful role in the country's finances. Not only the decision over a massive federal budget, but also decisions about the rules that govern the economy. Not interest rates, certainly, but just about everything else outside of that policy. My question is to him that we saw an interaction with the finance minister earlier today about this government moving to close down debate on certain issues. And we tried to express his opposition that there have been concerns raised about how much trust you can have in the finance minister, not only in him previously stating that his affairs have been put into a blind trust, which would have avoided the current controversy, ironically enough, but about his current decisions being affected by the fact that he still has 4 or 5 numbered companies of which the contents we know nothing about. We don't know if he's in a conflict of interest. We don't know what decisions he's making and how his personal affairs are affecting those decisions rather than serving the public. I'm wondering if my friend, having served in Cabinet, can reflect upon the need for trust and confidence in somebody who's holding such a vital role and that impact that it can have on the lives of Canadians.
Honourable member for Abbotsford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is a great question. I thank the member for that question because although he and I occasionally will disagree on trade policy, one thing we do agree on is that Canadians have lost trust and confidence in this Liberal government, and more particularly in the finance minister, who has the most senior role in this Liberal government, a finance minister that just will not come clean on whether he put his assets into a blind trust the way he said he was going to do. And then it turns out he didn't. A finance minister that gets fined by the Ethics Commissioner $200 for not disclosing a company that owns a villa in France. Can you imagine? Canadians are watching this and saying, hold, this guy is the senior minister in the government, and we can't trust what he says. Now there's some speculation about stock trades that took place. We don't know yet if they were made by him. He won't tell us. He was asked 21 times yesterday in question period, were you the person that undertook this trade on the Toronto Stock Exchange? And 21 times he would not say yes or no. That should be embarrassing, and that is why this Liberal government has struck fear in the hearts of Canadians, because they don't trust this government anymore, and certainly not on trade policy.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if you sometimes watch French language television. If you do, you've maybe seen this ad for the 649 where there are absolutely extravagant things happen. And people go and buy a ticket hoping today's going to be their big day. And I have a feeling that today is like that. I mean, now I just got an opportunity to speak to Bill 63, but I'm one of those rare people who won't have their debate time shut down by the Liberals. And this is absolutely absurd that in the House of Commons, where we have 338 members to express the opinions, the visions, the perspective of the people they're representing, shuts down debate so frequently, and once again today. It looks like, actually, there's going to be a record number soon, because after 2 years in power, the Liberals are 25% ahead of the Conservatives in terms of gagging debate. Now, I only have 10 minutes, and I probably only have 9 left, and I have so many things I want to talk about, so I'm going to do that now. I was looking for a quote, actually, that could sort of sum up what I'm trying to say. And this one comes from David MacDonald from the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives. He says that economic growth does not mean anything if only a few lucky ones benefit from it. Today's budget does very little to resolve the major issues Canadians are facing today. End of quote. Now, I have to say I added in there Quebecers, so I put Canadians and Quebecers. So it wasn't an exact quote, but I'm going to give you a few numbers to illustrate this situation. That is to say, where we have this economic growth that seems to be benefiting the most fortunate and not the middle class that has been spoken about so extensively, without the Liberals having defined middle class, actually. It's just been done indirectly. I mean, they say they decrease taxes for the middle class. However, to have access to those decreases, you have to earn at least $45,000 a year, whereas the average salary in a riding like mine is more like $31,000. So as you can see, either the Liberals have a completely different idea of what the middle class is, or, once again, this is just a smokescreen, which would be perfectly consistent with this government. Now, over the past 30 years, workers contributed to growing our economy by more than 50%. Despite that, salaries have stagnated, or increases are very, very little, so they don't reflect the increase in the cost of living. And pensions of these very same workers are less and less assured. I mean, we just have to look at the case of Sears that closed its doors. Once again, the workers who devoted so many years of their life to this business were the ones who lost their jobs or retired and did not have an opportunity to obtain their pensions. Now, Liberals want to move pension plans from defined contributions, whereby workers are the ones who benefit, and whereby they have the best possible options available. They want to move this kind of pension plan to targeted pension plans. And Upper Finance tells us, well, we'll see what we can do in terms of your pension plan. We'll see what we can do in terms of investing the money for your pension plan. Now, here's another interesting statistic. The gap between the rich and the majority is increasing faster in Canada than in other developed countries. And just to attach a number to that, let's say we have the 100 wealthiest Canadians. Their revenue is about 10 million, is worth the same as about 10 million less fortunate Canadians. So that's the equivalent. And that illustrates the gap between the wealthy and the less fortunate. And it's only increasing because of what the Liberal government is doing. The Liberal government's measures are not reducing that gap. Earlier, I raised this other issue, which is that of employment insurance benefits. We had 9 years under the Conservatives, 2 under the Liberals, and less than 4 workers out of 10 contributing to employment insurance get to benefit from it. And just so you know, it's the workers who contribute to employment insurance. So less than 4 workers out of 10 succeed in obtaining that employment insurance when they lose their job. That's a catastrophe. The Liberal government did bring forward certain measures, yes. They reduced, for example, time periods. They allowed caregivers to have access to employment insurance. So we're not against that. However, the problem is access. Why is it that the government has not taken any steps to broaden the access to this regime? Because it's the workers and employers who are paying into it. So what they're being told is, we're going to take money off your checks to finance an employment insurance program, but the money actually is going to go back into the Consolidated Revenue Fund rather than into the pockets of workers. That is unacceptable, and we have to fight that. Now, I've given you these statistics. And given those statistics, how can we see Bill C-63 positively? How can we make sense of Liberal promises? For instance, they said they would cap stock options for CEOs. They were going to close that loophole that allowed the wealthiest to become even wealthier. But they said that, and yet in the same breath, they did nothing on the other side. We have workers working at minimum wage, and all we want is for them to have a decent salary. We want them to move from a minimum wage to $15 an hour. And once again, we see the Liberals bringing forward steps that don't necessarily benefit the middle class. It benefits the wealthiest. I see I have 2 minutes left. This is nuts, but I'll do my best. So what about tax havens? You know, it's not true to say tax havens is such a complex issue that Canada can't do anything. We can't simply say, well, we just have to be part of an international initiative. No, there are simple steps that we can take right here, right now. Now, it's true that an international coalition would help us go further, but why wouldn't we be the leaders in that movement? Why would we just wait for there to be an international movement? So, there were certain measures in the motion that was brought forward. For example, tackling tax havens, tightening up tax rules for shell companies. What happened? Well, it was the small businesses that were attacked. They wanted to reach tax agreements that would allow for bringing back in revenue that hadn't been taxed. And rather than do that, well, under the Liberals, there were simply more tax havens created. They were also going to bring in penalties. Well, these are simple measures that we could have done. Now, it wouldn't necessarily have resolved the issue overnight, but it would have brought money back into the coffers to be able to support this middle class that we're talking about all the time without defining. Now, there are all kinds of other measures that are simply window dressing. For example, leave. How can you give unpaid leave to someone who's been the victim of domestic abuse? How can you make that unpaid leave if this person can't afford to take unpaid leave? How can you do that when that victim is in a very, very difficult situation? So it's all very well to say that you're going to help people, but that isn't a real solution. And the same could be said in terms of the environment. Well, great to have this geothermal tax credit. But the average middle-class person who owns a home doesn't necessarily have the means to invest in geothermal energy. Maybe they do, though, have the means to change their windows, for example, improve their insulation. But steps like that to help homeowners make those changes to their homes weren't included. Now, I see, Mr. Speaker, that you're looking at me. I know you're not looking at me critically, but I know you're trying to send me the message that my time is up, and so I will take questions. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader.
And, you know, the member across the way makes reference to the whole issue of tax evasion. And it's something about the NDP, they have a tough time recognizing when the government has actually done things good. And it's done so many good things. And I don't have the time to go through the list. But I want to focus on the issue of tax evasion. The Government of Canada, in its first budget and its second budget, over those two budgets, has allocated literally hundreds of millions of dollars to go and deal with that issue. It's close to $1 billion in total, Mr. Speaker. My question to the member across the way, what would the NDP do differently than the almost $1 billion to hire the accountants to do all the work, and we're seeing results? We are seeing activity where there's a commitment or we're working towards in excess of billions of dollars coming back to revenue here in Canada. What would the NDP have done differently?
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I almost wanted to have a timer in my hand to see if we could time how quickly those billions of dollars would come back. But here we have in this motion that the Liberals themselves supported. Let's talk about things like the KPMG schemes. What about all those people who use those schemes to get out of this without a single scratch or penalty? There could have been a simple step that Quebecers and Canadians were expecting. Why is it that the big corporations that are defrauding the system can get away without a single fine, whereas your regular citizen, who may unfortunately make a mistake in their tax return, ends up getting caught and fined? Now, they have to pay, yes, what they owe, but they also end up with having to pay those interest. Why are these two ways of applying the law? One with the corporations, another with your average taxpayer.
Deputy de Thornhill.
Merci.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill. Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks today. I'd like to congratulate him for his remarks on Bill C-63 and C-49.
I'm sure my colleague hears just as clearly as we in the official opposition the Liberal claims of all the wonderful things they're doing for the Canadian economy and for the middle class. But at the same time, they're taking money away from diabetics. They're taking money away from people with autism. Taxes have actually gone up on 81% of the Canadian middle class, while at the same time, Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government is exporting $500 million to the Asian Infrastructure Bank to build infrastructure in Asia, while post-dating the checks for Canadian infrastructure and having to reprofile fully $2 billion of infrastructure commitments because they can't get the money out the door. So I wonder if my colleague could speak to the confused, dysfunctional priorities of this Liberal government in spending Canadians' hard-earned tax dollars.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and I congratulate him on the quality of his French. I encourage him to speak it more frequently in the House of Commons. Now, that being said, I'm going to talk about this investment in, for example, an Asian bank. The previous week, there had been this big announcement about a national strategy on housing. And $40 billion was going to be invested. $20 billion that they didn't have, maybe 20 that would come from the federal government after 2019, because right now we just have deficits, we don't have cash. And it was also, the announcement was also made in the hopes that the provinces and the private sector would also add money. The Liberal government really is just about window dressing. Now, let's talk about the Asian Bank. Well, they go even further on this one in their absurd announcements. They say that what we're going to invest in that Asian Bank will also be accounted for as our international assistance, our international aid. So now I'm really having trouble understanding. How can that be explained? What is the purpose of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals when we're investing in an Asian infrastructure bank? Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's with great pleasure that I am rising today on Bill C-63 and on the agri-food industry. The agri-food industry is very diverse, and it is an important economic driver. It's responsible for more than $100 billion. That is a very high share of the GDP. And agriculture has shaped our nation and has contributed to Canadians' health and their economy. This is a very important job creator, a driver of economic growth and trade in the country. The sector has evolved and has become very specialized and very efficient. It has made significant progress in terms of yields and diversification in crops. We know that producers play an essential role in our economy, and that is why we want to make sure we take appropriate steps to assess this sector, especially in terms of the new generation of producers and entrepreneurs. That is why, under this bill, the government will not be changing those tax measures that help agricultural families grow and innovate. The Government of Canada is determined to support Canadian producers by investing in the growth of the agri-food sector and investing in agricultural innovation. The Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food announced on the 6th of November 2017 on behalf of the Minister of Finance that there would be tax relief in order to help producers. This tax relief would help producers who had received, for example, compensation when they had to destroy their cattle when there was an outbreak in Saskatchewan and Alberta in 2016. And they also included areas that had been affected by flooding or drought in 2017. So these measures will help producers renew their herds, and it will help them recover what they lost in terms of sales. Mr. Speaker, the government also announced that it would maintain tax treatment in the grain sector. We want agricultural families to succeed, and therefore we want to be able to maintain the ability for all producers to be able to hand down the results of their hard work to the next generation. And so under this bill, the Liberals will be reducing the tax from 10.5 to 9% by January 2019. During our consultations, agricultural producers told us about unintended consequences. And so the government will not implement the initial capital gains measures. So producers will be able to continue to benefit from those measures up to $1 million. And the government will continue to raise awareness about its proposals, and that will help intergenerational transfers of farms and businesses while ensuring that the tax system is fair.
We are taking into account the comments we got during the feedback regarding income splitting. We were told that the proposed measures for the cumulative exemptions for capital gains could have unintended consequences, for example, by preventing business owners from transferring their businesses to their children. The revised measures, therefore, on the new measures which will be provided later this fall will not touch these measures. The government will also follow up on the proposals on passive investments and will also ensure that farms and business owners will have greater flexibility for personal and professional growth, for example, for their retirement. We know that one of the best ways to optimize gains is to ensure that the next generation can continue with the family business and the family farm. We will need more and more young and educated people with talent to take on these farms. To help this new generation get well-paying jobs, we'll provide the support needed, and that is including in the agricultural sector. The future looks bright thanks to the growth in our middle class, which is looking for the great quality products that our sector can provide. However, to be able to continue to grow, young farmers must be attracted to the sector. Many young people must face many and overcome many significant challenges to be able to take on family farms and businesses. That's why the government, through funding Canadian Farms, has improved and increased its support to young farmers by doubling the amount of credits provided from $500,000 to $1 million. Also, we have decreased the down payment to 20% of the loan to ensure a better transition of the lands and other assets. These are measures that will help farmers meet their considerable financial commitments in order to be able to pass down and take on the family farms. Under the 2016 program, we created an internship in the agri-food sector. It was a $5.2 million investment, helping to create thousands of jobs in this sector. Young farmers also play an important role in the Canadian Partnership on Agriculture, a federal provincial territorial agreement to invest $3 billion into improving our sector over the next 5 years. This partnership will be concentrated on the main priorities to optimize growth in the sector and research, innovation, competitiveness, and trade. The partnership will constitute a solid foundation for the future of our agricultural sector. It will be based on a strong agricultural program. This program will include investments announced in the 2017 budget, investments in science and innovation, trade, environment, transportation, and value-added industries. To continue to grow our agri-food sector, the budget is aiming for $75 million and more of exports over the next several years. The government has a very good understanding of the fact that it is in Canada's interest to encourage young people to go into agriculture. The tax changes that we are proposing will not increase taxes on farms. They will have no impact on their ability or for the ability of farmers to incorporate themselves, to invest into their businesses, and to provide salaries for family members working on their farms. The objective of the government is to ensure that the next generation of farmers has the tools, the resources, and the support it needs to be successful. Mr. Speaker, the government knows that farmers play an essential role in our economy, and we want to ensure that they are prosperous. We are determined to ensure that our Canadian agricultural and agri-food sector will be successful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Montmagny, Lillec-Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to remind him that in the tax reforms that were proposed by the government in July, well, in fact, they launched the consultations in July. When farmers are out in the fields, they're not sitting at home. They're in the fields working. And they had until October 2nd to provide feedback. Thankfully, the opposition's work ensured that the government stepped back from its initial proposals. If the tax reform had been applied the way they had proposed it, young farmers would never have been able to take over the family farm because it would have been less costly and it would have been better for the business to sell to bigger companies or companies from overseas than to hand it down in the family. We worked very hard to take out about 80% of the measures that were proposed. They put in place, they say, $250 million as a fund. Now, our government, our Conservative government, had put in place $4 billion in a compensation fund to help out farmers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, the consultations began in the summer, and we also had the opportunity to hear from farmers, and the associations representing these people came to represent them. And that's what we wanted to do, was to listen and see how we could help them. We're continuing with the consultations with owners, farm owners, who want to be able to pass down their farms. Now, regarding the $250 million fund, I'd like to remind my colleague that when they announced their $4-point-something billion, it was for two agreements regarding the TPP and CETA, the agreement with Europe. The TPP was going to provide the dairy sector and also the poultry industry with access. This agreement did not come to fruition. That's the case at this point. So the $250 million is still relevant. Thank you. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting to hear the parliamentary secretary talk about how the federal government is currently encouraging young people to join the agricultural sector when they themselves voted against my colleague's bill, my current leader's bill, Bill 274, that would allow for the transfer of family farms and also fishing operations that would have allowed farmers to transfer their lands to their children and have that be more advantageous to them rather than selling their farms to people from overseas or outside the country. They voted against that. Now, in terms of the dairy producers, with regard to the free trade agreement with the European Union, they provided that $250 million in 1 week. It was during the summer, and the funds were provided on a first-come, first-serve basis. How many farmers do you think and dairy producers came to the Hill to tell us that that was unfair and that it did not provide compensation for all dairy farmers, that the way the government had rolled this out had been improvised, was unfair? How can the member across the way tell us that after voting Bill C-274 and using a first-come, first-serve basis for providing the funds, so few funds also, how can that encourage young people to join the sector? Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Yes, I'd like to thank, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her two questions regarding C-274. Yes, we knew that there would be consultations on the ground before putting in place our policy for farm transfer. We are continuing with these consultations. We are still listening to people to see how we can help them as much as possible. Regarding the $250 million, we implemented a first phase to allow people to put in requests. We received about 3,000 requests. There will be a second phase to this process. The $250 million has not been completely distributed yet, so there is more to come on this issue for the rest of the $250 million. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, it is a pleasure to stand in this place and to speak today on Bill C-63, the Liberal government's Budget Implementation Act. And of course, the genesis of this today is that yesterday we were debating this, and the opposition moved to close down debate because the finance minister was refusing to answer questions during question period. 21 questions asked about his stocks and about making certain that he is above reproach, and he smugly refused to answer the question. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's regrettable. There are a number of times that Canadians, as well as this place, can understand the direction that governments go. We understand it when they give us the throne speech. We know what they lay out over their tenure as the government and what they will want to accomplish. We know the same when it comes to a fiscal update or when it comes to a budget. And, Mr. Speaker, regrettably, Bill C-63, the Budget Implementation Act, continues to attack future prospects and amass more debt for future taxpayers to pay off. After this bill passes, and Mr. Speaker, will pass, the government will push it through, Canadians will see what the Liberals have actually done. Just like in the past election, the Liberals told Canadians one thing at election time, and then they do something completely different when they come to their throne speech in their first budget. The Liberals promised that there would be a very small deficit of up to $10 billion a year, and we now know that that simply was not true. In fact, I very much question whether they had any intention of living up ever to that promise. Not only that, but the 2017 budget we are debating has no answer to the question of when Canadians can expect that this government will balance their budget. Liberals continue to refuse to tell Canadians when their big spending will stop and when debt reduction will begin. Now, in the last election, Canadians did vote for the Liberal Party. They voted for those small deficits, and they believed some investment to that degree was all right. But, Mr. Speaker, Canadians in my constituency and across this country are massively concerned when they see a spend government with absolutely no indication when this is going to stop. The debt is continuing to grow. Families, small businesses, the middle class and those struggling to join it cannot perpetually operate their households in the red. They cannot perpetually, year after year after year, continue to spend more than they have. Now, Mr. Speaker, millionaires and billionaires, they spend, they go into debt. They have no problem sometimes accumulating debt if they see where there's going to pay off in the end. They are typically borrowing in which they know they will have to pay off. We have a millionaire Prime Minister and Finance Minister who's having more fun now because they are actually borrowing, and our future generations are going to be having to pay this off. Families cannot operate this way. When annual economic growth is moderate or high, families know that they want to save for a rainy day, not the Liberals. They borrow money during the prosperous times, and why not? It's not their money. They're borrowing money that other people will have to pay back, including my grandchildren. Mr. Speaker, families scrimp and save because they know that things can happen that cost money. If the furnace breaks in this climate, in this country, a new one must be purchased. That's when a family tries to find savings in order to pay off their furnace. Families don't just go out and buy a new furnace and borrow the money with no intention of ever paying it back. Yet we have a Liberal government that has no plan to pay it back, no plan to get out of debt, no plan to stop overspending, no plan to balance the books, no plan to start paying down the accumulated national debt. This Liberal government only continues to pay interest on massive amounts of money they have borrowed. And again, Mr. Speaker, is speaking to one the other day, they said, well, interest rates are low, why worry about it? Well, Mr. Speaker, interest rates are low. It's still, fiscal responsibility is what we expect from a government. And if our mindset is that interest rates are low, why worry about it? What happens when interest rates start to turn around? Then is it a panic all of a sudden? Mr. Speaker, this government here on that side won't panic because it's not them that has to pay for it. The Liberals' so-called new tax bracket, they came with a new tax bracket to tax the top 1% of income earners, and we know now that it didn't work. In fact, less money came in than what was revenues flowing before. After the Liberals hiked taxes on the rich, we find out that the rich, or the top 1% of income earners, many of whom are job creators, by the way, are actually paying $1 billion less in taxes per year than before the Liberals decided to raise their taxes. The middle class did not receive any of the revenues from the top 1% of income earners because there were not enough revenues raised by hiking those taxes to pay for the programs and the services that the Prime Minister said that he was going to implement. Since 2015, the Liberals have cancelled tax credits, raised CPP, raised EI premiums, and the price of everything else continues to rise. Transportation, fuel, groceries, rent, everything for the average Canadian. And very soon all Canadians will be suffering under a new carbon tax on everything. We've seen that in a throne speech. We've seen that in budgets. That carbon tax will not be used to reduce carbon emissions. Rather, it will be spent by the Liberals in Ottawa on their friends and pet projects. So what about jobs? Former government understood that we needed trade agreements, we needed low taxes, and when we lowered taxes, jobs were created. So what the Liberals talk about their job creation achievements. Let's look at their record. 11 out of 12 jobs that were created are not in the private sector, Mr. Speaker. They're in the public sector. More people work for the government. It's unsustainable. Both federal government and provincial government. This is where, in Alberta, this is where a lot of the new jobs came upon, in the public sector. Revenues from the private sector pay for jobs in the public sector. Revenues from public sector jobs don't just create more jobs, Mr. Speaker. Still, the Liberals say that there has been a 2/3 reduction this year in the unemployment numbers. Shameful. The Liberals don't talk about the fact that fewer people out there have given up and are looking for work. Statistics show that 2/3 of the unemployed in Canada have given up looking for a new job. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are putting Canada second in the long-term goals of what our country should look at. The Liberals are putting Canada in investing in wrong places. And I want to use as an example for this the decision by the Liberal government to invest in the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. This system makes sure that taxpayers' money and the taxpayers take all the risk when it comes to building infrastructure in Canada. The millionaire owners of the construction firms building the infrastructure will escape losing money if a bridge fails to generate revenues because the taxpayer will be on the hook. What is worse is that the Liberal plan includes creating well-paying, middle-class jobs, but get this, in foreign countries. That's the shameful part. It's not money invested here in Canada for jobs, it's money invested in China and Pakistan and other nations in this infrastructure bank. That's where the jobs will be found, that's where the benefits will be created. The goal of this bank is not to create jobs here in Canada for middle-class Canadians. It's easy to sign a check. This government believes, this Prime Minister believes, and he loves the signing, A for announcement. But if job creation is one of their goals, they get a D for delivery, because although they make the announcement, jobs are not happening here in this country. And Mr. Speaker, this is where it will come back to bite us. In Alberta, the Liberals have managed to complete a number, 20-some out of 174 announced infrastructure projects. This is from a government that campaigned on infrastructure, and that's shameful. Mr. Speaker, I see that I'm out of time. I would have encouraged this government to say we need more trade, we need lower taxes, we need to create jobs, we need to make certain that we live within our means. That has not happened with this Liberal government.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting to note the Parliamentary Budget Office released a report in October, the Fiscal Sustainability Report, and noted that federal finances are actually sustainable in the long term, contrary to what the members indicated. But the member mentioned our carbon tax coming into force, and it is revenue neutral at the federal level, and provinces will do with what they will with the funds. BC will do something different from what Manitoba will do. Will do something different from what Nova Scotia will do, perhaps. But does the member not believe in market mechanisms such as a carbon tax? Does he not believe in climate change? And if he does believe in climate change, what does he propose as an alternative?
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I do not believe in carbon tax. I do not believe that by taxing the average Canadian that we are going to see much less emissions. And Mr. Speaker, as far as the climate change, I know that man-made climate change here in our country accounts for about 1.6% of emissions. And the question isn't, do you believe in climate change? The question really should be, how much revenue, how much money are we going to throw at a 1.6% man-created emissions in our country? So yes, I agree. We need to do what we can to make certain we have a clean environment, to lower emissions. But Mr. Speaker, it's not a carbon tax. I have seniors on fixed incomes walking into my office saying, which bills don't I pay? Now we've seen the carbon tax, how it's affected our gas prices in Alberta. We live in a large, vast country where we must move goods and services across our country. And fuel, heating oil, is an absolute in this country. And Mr. Speaker, this government is attacking the very people that need it the most and that don't have it. They're the ones who will feel a disproportionate hurt on their lifestyle because of what this government has done with their big tax plan.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. Ultimately, budgets are about choices, and he alluded to in his speech about the decision to send nearly $500 million to the Asian Infrastructure Bank. But there's more. We have a decision right outside these Parliament buildings to spend more than $5 million on a temporary ice rink. There was a decision made to cover the Canada Post headquarters in a $500,000 building wrap, and they also judged it necessary to spend over $200,000 on the budget cover. Now, I look at the situation that exists in my home province of British Columbia, where 1 in 5 children are growing up in households mired in poverty. And I think about what the missed opportunities were when the government's prepared to spend that kind of money on some of these frivolous projects. I wonder if the member can elaborate on what that says about the Liberal government's true intentions and about the missed opportunities to really help Canadians who desperately need it.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleague for a very good question. He spoke about a couple of areas that he believed were massive wastes of money, and certainly I would agree. I I have individuals in my constituency coming up to me and say, Kevin, tell me it isn't so. $5.9 million on a hockey rink on the front lawn of our Parliament building. Tell me it isn't so. How long is the rink going to be up? Well, it's going to be up 3 or 4 weeks. How long did it take to build? Months. How many are going to skate on this? Like my riding, my constituency is predominantly a rural riding. $1 million is a lot of money to help some smaller community with a rink that's going to be here for decades and decades and decades. Again, we have a government that loves the photo op, that loves the idea of something new and innovative, a rink on Parliament Hill. $200,000 budget cover, smiley, glossy budget cover. It doesn't dress up. You can't, dress up something this ugly. I mean, the budget was so bad, $200,000 could be argued, did it do its job? The answer is no. Mr. Speaker, the OECD came out this past few weeks warning the developed world of high household debt. And I think this goes back to expectations of our government. Canada at the top of the list, above United States, above China, above Korea, United Kingdom, Malaysia, Thailand, Hong Kong, Japan, Singapore, France, Germany, the whole list. The household debt of Canadians. This is scary. There is nothing that addresses this issue in our budget. This has always been a fear in Canada. And it's time this government awaken to the true threats in our economy. It's time they wake up, and they just keep hitting the snooze button.
I can see abundant interest in participating in questions and comments. I'll do our best to fit everybody in, but of course it depends on how long members take for their interventions. But we'll do our best to keep those to a minimum. We're resuming debate, and the honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and hard to follow. A seasoned parliamentarian and who was actually the second in command to the Minister of Finance here when actually as a Conservative government, through the worst recession, paid down $40 billion. This is during a recession just prior to it, and then came back out of it faster than any other nation, and not by coincidence, but by management, actually gave this government across the road here a surplus. Now that's quite amazing, but we can't forget the elections, folks. Listen, the group across the road, they ran to say they were going to give this little wee $10 million. That's how they described it. This little wee $10 billion deficit, and Canadians bought into it. And that's democracy, folks. But what happened is that actually that $10 billion has now gone to over 20. I mentioned that to folks in my riding of Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, and we don't deal a lot in billions of dollars in my rural riding. So let me use the example about this government's irresponsible, it is disrespectful, and it's actually incompetent. So I'm a small business guy. I have a project, and I want to increase my business. And I go to the bank with my business plan. I need $1 million. And so at the end, I make my plea. My lender comes to me and says, you've got your money for your project. 8 weeks later, I go back to the bank and said, you know what? We're now in the process. We're going to start this building. We've got everything in order. I actually now need $2 million. And the bank said, so, let's talk about what the changes are. Oh, well, actually, there aren't any changes. It's just that I didn't know what I was talking about in the first place, but now I'm going to readjust that so I can go up 100% of what I asked for in the first place. Mr. Speaker, in the real world, it doesn't happen. And so what happens to me when I walk out the door is the door hits me in the back. What happens here when this Liberal government comes in with a budget that is incompetent in terms of its projection, irresponsible in terms of what it has done to the taxpayers? Well, that banker is now every taxpayer in Canada. And what we have found, Mr. Speaker, is that actually is only sort of the tip of the iceberg that is happening. We now have a Minister of Finance and a Prime Minister that are in this elite group. I actually kind of get a kick out of it. The other part, remember I said they were going to, the other little wee bit? That other little wee bit was, well, we're going to take this from the 1% at the top, and we're going to spread it amongst the working class. I think they call it the middle class. At our place, we actually kind of work. And so we're going to take that, and it's going to save you, the taxpayer, $2 billion. Well, that worked out well. They took that off the top. They didn't get the revenues they wanted, and actually they shafted the taxpayers for about $3 billion. That, again, folks, is the irresponsibility, the incompetence of a Liberal government, of say one thing and actually not know what you're going to do in the next part that comes up. And my colleague earlier had mentioned another great investment, the Asia, what do they call that? Asia Infrastructure Bank, where we're going to spend, well, we aren't sure, $480 billion, million dollars maybe. But we're going to send it not here, we're going to put it over in Asia. Now, they've got this love affair with China, so I'm assuming it's going to go somewhere around Beijing, where they can actually do their infrastructure on Canadian tax dollars.
Good deal for China.
Now, I know the folks across the road met last week with our members and the municipal governments from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, as I did. I come from rural areas, rural infrastructure. Now, that's something that's important. With our vast amount of roads, bridges, rail, that we need to be looked after. What we're finding out, I don't know what the number is, but it's amazing. Not the amount of money that's gone out. What's amazing is the amount of money that hasn't gone out. Right. But boy, we talk a lot about it. But we talk about this infrastructure and this new infrastructure plan. It's a bit like the new housing structure. When is this going to take effect? Right. Well, the housing, by golly, this is a really important. We hear this we've got desperation in our assisted housing. And we need to deal with it quickly. That's what they talk about. That's what our municipalities talk about. So 2020 to 2021. Right. That meets the urgency panic button. This is 2017, folks. That's 4 years down the road. Oh, by the way, it'll make a good platform, though, in the next election when they come up in the fall of 2019 about how much we're going to do on the housing, I suspect. Similarly with the infrastructure, Mr. Chair. Most of that's now has moved on past 2019 into 2020. Oh, that happens to be after the election, so it'll make another good platform, I guess. But what is happening in our rural municipalities across this country and in Lambton, Kent, Middlesex is a lack of actual dollars to partner with our municipalities who need a partner. In Ontario, our third partner sort of disappeared in the red tape of Ontario, like this government's taken our Canada in the same area. So now we're worried about where are we going to get the money for the infrastructure because it's not flowing. I think that's because they talk about it, but when you talk about something, go back to my earlier discussion about the business going to the bank, you actually got to manage it. You need to have a plan, you need to have a business plan, and how you're going to put it out. And so when we go to, in my writing also then, is Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, agriculture, main industry. It is the driver of the economy in Ontario, and I might say the driver of the economy, quite honestly, in this great country of Canada. Well, they came out with what we call the new going forward too, which is the Canada program, agriculture program. Added a couple of things to it. Public trust and money to actually help and design for processors, because we need to vertically integrate this great industry of agriculture from top to bottom, and in this case from bottom up. And I agree with those. We need to make sure for a country in agriculture that grows the safest and the best product. Just ask an international trade about our agriculture products. You always provide quality. We need to make sure that we have the public trust on our side so that they understand what great products that we produce in Canada. Because we are great producers, we export a lot. And also, if we're going to do that, much of the product that we have, we also process. And if you're going to process it, we need to make sure that they're part of this. But the issue becomes, where does the money go to help do this? Well, when we ask the question, you've added 2 or 3 now components to the Canada Agriculture Program. Where's the money for it? Well, we'll have to shift some around, which means everybody's going to get less, or, Mr. Speaker, it'll be just like the infrastructure, it'll be like the spending at the earlier part, and maybe even the housing, is that, well, we're just going to talk about it, but actually we aren't going to put any money in it. But maybe we'll move that, because this comes due in every 5 years. So maybe we'll talk about the money going into it in 5 years, in which by then Canadians will be hopeful that they're actually not in the government, and actually, as Conservatives, we'll be able to do it. My time is running out, Mr. Speaker. All as I can say is that from folks in Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, and across this great country, Bill C-63 is a disaster, and I guess simply saying I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? I guess they come on time. The honourable member for Central Nova.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by correcting the record on a few fronts. The honourable member opposite, and though I enjoyed his opinions, weren't necessarily based on facts. I note that as part of the National Housing Strategy, there is money actually being spent today that was allocated in Budget 2016 that's going to things like the Antigonish Affordable Housing Society in my riding. With respect to infrastructure, projects are being built today at home in my communities, putting people to work. The accounting issue, he mentioned the gap of $2 billion is merely how funds are allocated because they're paid out when funds come in. But he also indicated that during the last government, they managed their way out of a recession, and he said they were best in the G7. We were the only G7 country going into the last election in 2015 that was facing a recession again. Was it the $55 billion deficit he ran in 08-09? Was it the $150 billion over 10 years? If he's going to use those facts, will he at least acknowledge the deficits being run under this government are leading to unprecedented growth and job creation that we have not seen in a decade?
The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
So, thank you. Actually, it's interesting. 94% of announced infrastructure projects have failed to start.
94%.
I mean, that's really moving forward.
Who said that?
And I think as let's talk about jobs. We actually talked about jobs in committee this morning. We talked about a number of things, one of them being Phoenix, the shipbuilding procurement program. So 1 job in 11. Like I said in my riding, Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, what's the driving indicator? Well, it is small, medium-sized businesses. Isn't that interesting? 1 job in 11. 11 jobs out of 12 are not private. They're in the government. Who drives the industry? You're across the road. You guys always talk about how important small businesses are and job creation. And so you give 1 of those out of 11 the credit for creating the jobs for the other 11 that don't. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And I just wanted to know if he would comment on what this bill does, what this budget does, in terms of helping those trying to join the middle class, those in the middle class, as the government side opposite is always talking, when the income tax provisions that are in the budget don't give any breaks at all to the people who are really in the middle class, those that are making $45,000 a year or under, and do nothing to get after the really big fish, the people who are putting their money offshore that we heard about in the Paradise Papers, those tax havens, in Barbados and the Cook Islands. I just wondered if you could comment on that complete lack of priority from the government.
Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you. Thank you for the great question. Actually, Mr. Speaker, interesting. I don't know, you might remember the tax reform that came out in the middle of the summer and ended just before when we came back in the fall. And that was, it was small business tax reform. It should have been called Shaft the small business people.
That's right.
Because actually that's what it was all about. Right. But those of us in the small business, they did make some retractions after they got caught. Remember the capital gains that they were going to... But one of the great things that they did for themselves over there, especially the leaders like the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister, boy, we want to make sure that those of us right at the very top are sheltered. Right. We're sheltered. We don't need to pay anymore. In fact, what we heard is that those in the very elite top now are paying $1 billion less in tax in a year. But you know those ones, the middle class that they talk about? Actually, I call them the working individuals, are now paying $840 more than they were before the Liberal government came in power. So, folks, thank you for the question.
Questions and order. Questions and comments? We have time just for one more short question and response. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague. And coming back to the matter of trust and confidence that every Canadian must have, every Canadian taxpayer must have in the finance minister of the day, as Canadians had in the legendary Jim Flaherty, confidence that has been shaken by this finance minister, his conviction for non-disclosure, his crash divestment of shares and contribution to charity after he was caught. I'd just like to ask my colleague to explain again to these Liberals why our continuing questions are so important, particularly under the legislative guillotine of closure, of time allocation that we're seeing with this important bill brought forward by the Minister, Bill C-63.
Honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex. A short response, please.
Thank you. It's irresponsible, it's disrespectful, and quite honestly, when you have the second most powerful individual in the country who is under investigation, in fact got charged and had to pay the fine because he would not disclose the things that all of us had to do. He had, I think, an administrative oversight. I forgot to mention his villa in France. Listen, to the two people that listen, where we are, we do ourselves such disservice by not being honest and upfront. Right. And we wonder why they call politicians crooked. It's because we sometimes don't come out and be forthright about what we do and what we say. So, like Jim Flaherty, the best finance minister in the world declared, we need that back again. Thank you.
Reprise the débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering where to start when it comes to Bill 63. I don't want to repeat everything I said at second reading on this bill. Now we're at report stage. But I do have I am lucky enough, fortunate enough to be the vice chair of the Finance Committee. And so I have had an opportunity to be very involved in the bill when it was being considered in committee. So I wanted to summarize a little how things unfolded in the committee with respect to this bill, because it has taken up most of our attention over the past several weeks. And I'd like to talk about how the Liberals behave in committee, because for all intents and purposes, they really just seem to plug their ears when we hear from witnesses on this bill. Most witnesses agree on many issues. However, it's as if the Liberals haven't understood or heard anything once we've heard them. They look at their own documents, they repeat the same old lines they've been given, and they follow their orders on how to vote. Now, I do want to give them the benefit of the doubt. I know they're not deaf, Mr. Speaker. However, when the time comes to vote on amendments brought forward by the NDP or the Conservatives, they seem to have entirely forgotten what they heard from the witnesses, and I'm just going to give you a few examples. First, we brought forward some pretty important amendments for the Canada Labour Code in terms of leave, and one of the leaves we wanted to add, types of leave, was for Indigenous cultural practices leave. And I brought forward an amendment on Indigenous cultural practices leave that employers should accept. The government and council can include other practices, and it can consult Indigenous peoples. And so we tried to introduce an amendment that there would be this obligation to consult before accepting certain practices, and that was turned down. And yet it was very clear that that was a necessary step. Now, in terms of domestic violence and leave, related leave, that's a good initiative to include that in the Canada Labour Code. 10 days of unpaid leave, Mr. Speaker. Many witnesses came before the committee and said that made no sense, because when you're in a situation of domestic abuse, how can you possibly hear that, well, you simply have to leave that situation and take some unpaid leave and everything will be fine? Mr. Speaker, that makes no sense. It makes no sense to think that in these kinds of difficult circumstances, you're able, when you're vulnerable, to simply take unpaid leave to get out of those circumstances. We wanted it to be paid leave, but the Liberals turned that one down and also didn't really listen to those witnesses who said that they needed more than that. Same thing for family obligations. Family obligations are very, very important. Oftentimes, both parents are working, and there can be many reasons to need to take leave for family obligations. The government was proposing 3 days of unpaid leave, but the experts agree in saying that that makes no sense and that it would make more sense to provide paid leave. So we brought that forward as an amendment. We proposed 5 days of paid leave, and the Liberals turned that one down for reasons that they can't actually even explain. They just voted against it with no explanation whatsoever. They just figured, well, it's coming from the opposition, and then we'll turn it down. We also wanted to amend the bill so that this leave could be taken in less than chunks of 1 day, for example, because in the bill, it says that this leave has to be taken as a day at a time or more. However, sometimes things can last for 2 hours. Sometimes things can last for more. But they're saying, nope, it has to be in chunks of a day or more. We brought forward another amendment, Mr. Speaker, on 2 other parts of the bill, and that many have discussed. And it deals with the Asian Infrastructure Bank. The Conservatives brought forward an amendment to put to zero for the financial contribution to this bank, which has been completely ill-conceived on the part of the government. Now, we were trying to at least make the process more transparent. And so we asked the Liberals, based on what the experts said, these experts were mostly opposed to this bank, so given that these experts said there would be almost no return on our investment in this bank, we asked that the Minister of Finance at least be accountable to the House on the money that was being spent on the Asian Infrastructure Bank on a project-by-project basis. That way, Canadians would know where their money was being invested and exactly what project we were funding in Asia. And I think that's the minimum that the Minister of Finance should have to do, because he has to be transparent. He's being tasked with spending over $480 million in that bank. And so Canadians are actually the ones who are contributing to that bank. But they were entirely unable to give information on exactly how that money would be spent. Now, there are divergent interests in Asia. There are various questionable leaders there who will benefit from this bank, and that's why we want there to be a transparent accountability process. But unfortunately, once again, the Liberals just plugged their ears, closed their eyes, and said no to this amendment that simply made sense. We were simply asking for transparency. We weren't wanting to prevent the bank from existing. We simply wanted more transparency. So, and that's a minimum, Mr. Speaker. Now, Bill C-63 also deals with cannabis tax revenue sharing. Now, this has made headlines as well. And the provinces have challenged the Minister of Finance's approach. The Minister of Finance held consultations at one point in time, and he was told categorically by the provinces that a 50-50 share is unacceptable because the responsibilities related to legalizing cannabis will mostly be borne by the provinces. And so it only made sense from our perspective that in the bill that provides for transfers to the provinces, in the bill, the Minister of Finance should have to consult with his counterparts before being able to implement any kind of cost-sharing or tax-sharing agreement. Once again, the Liberals turned that amendment down, and that was an amendment that made sense. Because what it meant was that the Minister of Finance would not be able to simply use this top-down approach with the provinces. It wouldn't allow him to impose his vision on the provinces. And a little while ago, he once again came forward with this proposal to have a 50-50 revenue sharing. And the provinces are categorically opposed to this because they know that they are the ones who will have to bear the responsibility. They are the ones who will have to make changes in their own regulations, in their own legislation, in their own jurisdiction. And unfortunately, the federal government has just stubbornly decided to stick with it wanted to do and not side with the provinces. So, Mr. Speaker, we can see that there's a very clear footprint on the part of the Minister of Finance on this 369-page bill. And one can only question, once again, what is happening, especially given the most recent revelations on how the Minister of Finance has disposed of his assets in his company. He was still a shareholder in that company when he brought in his bill. And once again, in this bill, what it looks like is that the Liberals simply want to protect their own interests. So the Minister of Finance's hands are all over this bill, and it is only fair and reasonable to wonder whether he is working for himself or whether he is working for Canadians with Bill C-63. It's obvious that he's working for himself only. That's why I'm going to oppose it, and I hope all my colleagues will also vote against Bill C-63 at report stage. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thanks, the honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to congratulate my colleague down the way for a great speech. And obviously, he and I are thinking on the same lines as far as this budget, this fiscal. Certainly, I don't want to call it a fiscal plan because it's far from that. But obviously, we disagree. But one point, I could ask all kinds of questions on this, Mr. Speaker. But previous speaker from Crowfoot in Alberta talked about, you know, this document, the budget document. Absolutely, I think he called it a piece of crap. I would never do that. But you know, they talk about the $200,000 cover that they tried to cover up this piece of document. And, you know, back in my riding, how they would say this, you know, people spread horse manure all the time, so they fill up the spreader with horse manure. They can cover it with a tarp, but the bottom line is the spreader's still full of horse manure. So could the member comment on that?
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do like the colourful description that my colleague has just used to describe the government's bill. But this is a well-known practice. You try to camouflage as much as you can in the shape of bills. And this is happening once again with Bill C-63. So they're trying to camouflage things so that Canadians won't really understand or see the details. And the Asian Infrastructure Bank is one of those. We're putting $480 million into that bank. And that's certainly something the Liberals are trying to hide, because obviously if you were to ask Canadians if they had $480 million to spend to grow our economy, would you go and spend $480 million in Asia or in Canada? Well, I can guarantee, Mr. Speaker, that the vast majority of Canadians, if not all of them, would say that that $480 million should be spent here on our economy. Questions or comments? Honourable Member for Sackville-Prescott-Chescook. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Sherbrooke for his remarks. Now, here's what I'm wondering listening to his remarks. He hasn't said one single thing that acknowledges the benefits in this budget. So I'm very concerned for his own constituents in his riding and all those constituents in the ridings of opposition members. For example, are they aware of all the benefits? Let's take the Canada Child benefit. We have 15,700 children who are benefiting every single month from this benefit. That represents $5.2 million, Mr. Speaker. That's helping children in my riding. And that's helping my children every single month. Could he share other benefits with us? Could he tell us how many children in his riding are going to benefit from this? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Order, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm not sure to what part he's referring to in the bill when it comes to the Canada Child benefit. I don't know if he read Bill 663, but there's no mention of the Canada Child benefit in the budget. He's wondering why I didn't speak about it in my remarks. Well, he simply has to read the bill that we're discussing today, and he'll understand why I didn't actually raise it. But I'd like to thank him anyway for his question.
Déclaration de députés, statements by members. L'honorable député de Rivière.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the culture, institutions, values and traditions of Quebec are all too often ignored by Ottawa. Federal official bilingualism really means English first and French if possible. The French language is all too often a second-class official language. And the same goes for the civil system, Mr. Speaker. There are two systems of law in Canada, the common law from British tradition and the civil code from French tradition. Between now and Christmas, the Prime Minister will have to appoint a new Supreme Court justice. For the last 18 years, a justice trained in common law has been at the head of the Supreme Court. It's time we restored the civil code to the head of the highest court in the land with its traditions and its perspectives. There are two civil law systems, just as there are two official languages. We're due for a change, which is what we need if we want to maintain a balance. That's why we are insisting that the Prime Minister appoint a Francophone judge from Quebec trained in the civil code tradition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about a great Canadian success story. McDonald Detweiler Association is a multinational communications and information company in Richmond, BC, with a long-standing partnership with the Government of Canada. For over 30 years, MDA developed technologies that allowed Canada to be a world leader in space? Did you know that BC engineers mapped the globe before NASA did in the 1960s? Did you know that the Canadarm was developed at MDA? Did you know that MDA provided the initial platform for Google Maps through RadarSat 1 and 2 and the world's leading supplier of radar Earth imagery? Today, thanks to the Cassiopeia project, MDA offers world-class data dissemination and collection. And recently, MDA acquired the U.S. company DigiGlobe, a leading optical satellite imagery provider. With an impressive track record in the delivery of space technology, this would secure MDA's and Canada's dominance globally in radar remote sensing, surveillance, satellite communication.
Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, my community experienced one of the worst wildfires in British Columbia's history this past summer. Although our community came together like never before, we are now facing many challenges with cleanup and recovery. My constituents are counting on the government to help us with quick responses for those who have had their lives destroyed by fire. I have had a number of individuals who are facing capital gain taxes because they were forced to log and salvage the lumber on their property that was destroyed by the wildfire. They are looking for an interpretation from Canada Revenue Agency because they have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to repair the grounds and to repair their fences. In spite of the request that has gone into the Canada Revenue Agency many weeks ago, we are still lacking a response. They are waiting for answers. They need to know the policy. They need to know if there will be consideration given. So I would ask the government respectfully to recognize the suffering of the fire victims and respond immediately to this query. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2016, the Ontario government recognized each November as Hindu Heritage Month. All month, Hindu Canadians have been celebrating their heritage all across the province of Ontario. I would like to take a moment to reflect on the contributions that the Hindu community has made in Canada. We should be proud of their contributions to building a stronger, more diverse nation from everything from science, education, law, politics, and sports. It is worth mentioning that in my riding, in Brampton East, we have 5 Sikh Gurdwaras, 4 Hindu temples, 3 mosques, and 2 churches. Mr. Speaker, this is a clear example of how diversity is our strength and how we're achieving the Canadian dream in Brampton East. I want to acknowledge the Hindu community's rich heritage, and I hope you can join me in celebrating the multicultural fabric that makes our country the greatest country in the world. Happy Hindu Heritage Month.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Today and tomorrow, Parliament votes in a historic secret ballot vote to unblock my abandoned vessel legislation. A yes vote would mean yes to over 50 coastal communities from Tofino to Fogo Island who endorsed my bill, C-352. Yes to the 23,000 letters my supporters sent Liberal MPs this week. Yes to standing with Union of BC municipalities, Ladysmith, Victoria, Oak Bay, Seminas First Nation, many, many more local governments who built this legislation with their solutions. Yes to filling all the gaps in the Transport Minister's new bill, like dealing with the backlog of abandoned vessels. Yes to cooperation across party lines to solving long-standing oil spill problems, something all Canadians want to see. And yes to restoring the one chance I get as a Member of Parliament to bring legislation to this House. Please answer this united call for action, vote yes, and allow coastal community voices to be heard.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. About a decade ago, Mr. Dick Bristol, a small businessman in Amherst, Nova Scotia, launched Dick's Jamboree. The Jamboree has been a weekly event in Amherst featuring artists from all over the area. It's been more than entertainment. It's been truly a social event where people meet and enjoy each other and local talent. Dick and Carol have arranged special jamborees for people with disabilities and brought out some incredible talent that nobody knew was there. Dick's Jamboree never charged admission, but did accept donations. Every single cent was donated to good causes. For many artists, it was their first chance and maybe only chance to perform in front of a live audience. And every year, the Jamboree had a Christmas party and ensured that everyone attended had a meal, a gift, and a great memory. Dick has now retired the Jamboree, but to Dick, his wife Carol, his sister Betty, on behalf of Rosie and I and all the Cumberland County area, our sincere thanks for your years of incredible generosity and very hard work. Thank you, Dick and Carol.
Here to Jamboree.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the contribution of Calgarians in my riding who are bringing the community together during this festive season. You'll have floats, parade bands, and Santa Claus to delight the crowds, as well as hot chocolate and coffee for warm, frosty hands. During the outdoor fun and the indoor Christmas markets, there is something for everyone. Among the many others are the Milliken Ogden Christmas Craft Fair, the Mackenzie Lake Children's Christmas Carnival, the Auburn Bay Parade of Lights, the Auburn Bay Christmas Party, the Cranston North Pole Express and Food Drive, the Cranston Festival of Lights, the Mackenzie Town Kids Christmas Party, the New Brighton Brighton Up Your Home Contest, the New Brighton Christmas in the Clubhouse, and finally, the Copperfield Festival with Santa. Christmas is a time to give. We stand shoulder to shoulder in times of hardship, but also in times of celebration. I extend my thanks to all the volunteers and organizers. It's not quite a Macy's parade in New York City, but we're getting very close. In gratitude, I wish all of my constituents a Merry Christmas and a darn good show.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, I stand here today truly humbled and grateful. 2 years have passed since the people of Mississauga, Erin Mills placed their trust in me to represent them in this place. In these 2 years, under the leadership of our Prime Minister and our Liberal government, my team and I have served over 1,800 constituents with their issues, knocked on over 5,000 doors to hear directly from Canadians, created 800 new jobs, brought in over $5.8 million in new federal investments, met with hundreds of constituents and stakeholders, and stayed connected with residents through thousands of emails and attending over 500 community events. Mr. Speaker, I have spent the past 2 years doing what I am so passionate about, but as our Prime Minister says, better is always possible. So in the next 2 years, I vow to do better and be better for my constituents and for this beautiful democracy that is our Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, more good news. Help yourself to the best milk in the country in Gatineau. Yeah, it's true. The Laiterie de l'Outaouais is a dairy cooperative in Gatineau made up of workers and consumers whose exceptional products are known throughout the Outaouais region and even elsewhere. If you want some of this delicious milk, you can go to one of the 300 points of sale throughout the region that stock La Laiterie's products. This morning, I had the pleasure of announcing federal assistance worth $382,000 for new equipment purchases and product development under the new marketing slogan, Notre lait, our milk. Mr. Speaker, we are supporting the dairy sector and our farmers, as well as workers and communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, Christmas is a sacred time for families to come together and share love and happiness and stories. In Beauport-Limoilou, thousands of families will be gathering to celebrate Christmas. I will be pleased to be holding an event very soon, hosting hundreds of people in my office to celebrate Christmas and the New Year. On December 20th, we'll be holding the Réveillon de Noël du Député, and I invite all citizens of Beauport-Limoilou to come out to meet me and my family, and also to tell me about their concerns, be they political or other, or simply to spend some good time. The event will be held from 6 to 9 p.m., and for the young children, we will even be expecting a visit from Santa Claus himself. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to wish Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to all Canadians across the country, as well as my constituents. Thank you. The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Speaker, today the Agricultural Institute of Canada is meeting with members of Parliament from all over Canada. The AIC is Canada's voice for agricultural research and innovation and a world leader in conservation of Canada's land through science. For 97 years, first as the Canadian Society of Technical Agriculturists, later named the Agricultural Institute of Canada, this great Canadian institution has served farmers by providing credible information for the Canadian agriculture and agri-food sector.
The AIC works hard for farmers, academics, and industry stakeholders to defend and promote agricultural research. The AIC offers a range of programs having to do with farm credits, gender equality, environmental sustainability, professionalism, and ethics.
I encourage all members to attend the AIC reception later today in room 238S from 5 to 7 p.m., either before or after you attend the reception at Square Drill Hall. Merci.
Thank you.
Honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, 28 years ago, Giovanni Tabera lost his battle with depression, and after his death, his daughter Enza pledged to learn more about mental health, hoping to prevent such heartbreak for other families. Enza and Benny Karinji co-founded Hats On for Awareness. Cet organisme lutte contre le stigmatisme.
This organization fights the stigma of mental illness by raising awareness and by helping those facing mental illness and addiction issues.
To this date, this exemplary organization in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge has raised more than $625,000 through its annual Hatscarade Gala. Cette année,
This year, we'll be celebrating its 9th anniversary. Mr. Speaker, I invite you to join me in congratulating the members and devoted volunteers of Hats On for Awareness.
Hat On to raise awareness about how we can better address the mental health issues that affect us all, our loved ones, our workplaces, and our communities. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, Saturday, November 25th kicked off the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. That is why today I would like to stand and pay tribute to the London Abused Women's Centre for all the work they do in the community of London and surrounding area. The London Abused Women's Centre provides assistance for women and children over the age of 12 who have been exploited through prostitution and sex trafficking, abused by their partners, and or exposed to sexual harassment. It's not just about the centre, but truly the people who work there. Led by my incredible friend, Megan Walker, the team offers informed counselling, advocacy, support in safe, non-crisis, non-residential setting. Throughout the month of November, their campaign, Shine the Light, is in full gear to raise awareness of violence against women by turning cities, regions, and counties purple for the month of November. Purple is a symbol of courage, survival, and honor, and symbolizes the fight to end women abuse. We stand in solidarity with these young women and girls and with the London Abused Women's Centre to end gender violence. Thank you.
Honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, in 2016, the unemployment rate for recent immigrants was 11%, while Canadian-born people had an unemployment rate of just 5%. That is a significant discrepancy. If we truly want Canadians to build successful lives in Canada and join the ranks of the middle class, we must make it easier for immigrants to get their education and credentials recognized. That's why I was pleased to announce in my riding on Friday that our government is providing $573,000 to the College of Dental Technologists. This project will help internationally trained dental technologists find jobs by shrinking the licensing process by 3 months. It's a significant amount of time for a newcomer eager to join the workforce in Canada. Mr. Speaker, we know that Canada is at its best and most prosperous when all Canadians have a real and fair chance at success. I'm proud that our government is supporting newcomers by ensuring...
Honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, education is the leading determinant of health and wellness, and it's also the key to breaking the cycle of poverty. Child poverty is something that affects every riding in this country, and in my riding we have levels that double the national average. The Canada Learning Bond program helps to lift children out of poverty and give them a chance at a better life. We're inspired by the leadership of Vancouver Island University President Dr. Ralph Nilsson and his team for their work in registering children of low-income families in this important program. But we still have more work to do. I'm calling on community groups and volunteers to follow the lead of VIU, as only a fraction of eligible children have been registered for this incredible program. I urge the government to increase its funding for these local initiatives and make it easier to register children into this program so that we can create a path to health and prosperity for low-income families. One child living in poverty, Mr. Speaker, is one child too many.
Honourable Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, last year the conviction of Travis Vader on 2 counts of second-degree murder was vacated after the trial judge applied a section of the criminal code that had been found to be unconstitutional all the way back in 1990. And yet, there was the section in the criminal code 26 years later. After waiting 6 years for justice, the McCann family was obviously devastated by the vacated convictions. In March, the Minister of Justice introduced Bill C-39 to see the removal of constitutionally inoperative sections from the criminal code. Yet 8 months later, the minister has done absolutely nothing to move Bill C-39 forward and absolutely nothing to see that what happened to the McCann family never happens again. It's time for the minister to stop the delay and pass Bill C-39.
The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, in Louisville on Monday, and I'd like to recognize the member for Berthier-Massigny-Nonger, who is also there. I had the opportunity to be part of a joint announcement by our government and the government of Quebec about high-speed internet access in our rural regions. Our government is announcing $290 million to help our communities get connected. Over 100,000 families will benefit from this. This is excellent news for all of Quebec's rural regions. In the next few weeks, I will be able to announce the exact amount that will be given to Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you to Robert Desmarais, the Director General, and all of the mayors of Brome-Missisquoi for their involvement in this file. To conclude, I'd particularly like to thank Réal Pelletier, the Mayor of Saint-Rémal. Thank you for your involvement and your passion. Thank you to the President of our Rural Caucus, and thank you to the member for Austin Lennox and Laurenti Labelle, as well as our colleagues from all parties for their hard work on this high-speed internet file.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, CSIS warned the Liberal government all the way back in 2015 that returning ISIS fighters were a continuing and real threat to Canada. They warned that Canadian citizens were recruited by ISIS, quote, not because they needed more foot soldiers, but because they want to teach the Westerners to take the struggle into every neighborhood and subway back home. So ISIS specifically trained Canadian fighters to come back here and terrorize our community, and the Liberals knew about it for over 2 years. So why is the Prime Minister so focused on reintegration services and not putting these people in jail?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government, like all governments, takes extremely seriously the safety of Canadians, and that's why everything we do is focused on keeping Canadians safe. And we know that a society that is safe is one in which we are using a broad range of tools to keep Canadians safe. Yes, we have enforcement, surveillance, and national security tools that we use to a significant degree, but we also have methods of de-emphasizing or de-programming people who want to harm our society, and that's the things we have to move.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Order.
Mr. Speaker, it's this Prime Minister that's de-emphasizing Canadian security, and Canadians are tired of it. It was Conservatives who amended the criminal code to make it an offence to leave Canada to fight for ISIS. It was Conservatives who were focused on giving our law enforcement new tools to prosecute ISIS fighters. This Prime Minister is using a broad spectrum that includes poetry and podcasts and all kinds of counselling and group hug sessions, Mr. Speaker. When will the Prime Minister take the security of Canadians seriously and look for ways to put these ISIS fighters in jail?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party learnt nothing from the last election and the lessons Canadians taught them. They ran an election on snitch lines against Muslims. They ran an election on Islamophobia and division. And still, they play the same games trying to scare Canadians. The fact is, we always focus on the security of Canadians, and we always will. And they play politics of fear, and Canadians reject that.
Wednesday come early. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Order. Order.
Mr. Speaker, nobody voted in the last election to elect a government that would be so focused on the rights of ISIS terrorists, people who watch soldiers burned alive in cages, sell women and girls into slavery. When people like that come home, they don't need to spend time writing haikus. They need to spend time in jail. When will the Prime Minister take that seriously?
Right Honourable Prime Minister. Order.
Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton and others on his side will come to order. Order. When it comes to the same level or anywhere near it, I'll say so. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we can see that Stephen Harper's Conservative Party is alive and well. They are doubling down on the same approaches they had in the last election, the same approaches that Canadians rejected. I wish them luck.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, given the cloud of ethical scandals that seem to grow worse every day, a simple question for the Prime Minister: does he still have confidence in his finance minister?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the finance minister lowered taxes for the middle class and raised them on the wealthiest 1%. He delivered on a Canada Child benefit that is helping 9 out of 10 Canadian families and reducing child poverty by 40%. He strengthened the CPP for a generation with a historic agreement with provinces. He's lowered small business taxes to 9%. He continues to focus on the things that matter to Canadians, and he has our full confidence.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
So, Mr. Speaker, fined by the Ethics Commissioner for hiding offshore corporations. Under investigation by the Ethics Commissioner for introducing pension legislation that benefited himself and his family, misleading Canadians as to whether or not he actually divested himself of the shares that he owns. And now questions being raised about the sale of $10 million worth of Morneau Shepell shares just days before he introduced tax measures that would drastically affect the market. So one quick question for the Prime Minister: can we expect his finance minister to deliver the next budget?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of people in this House who are watching Question Period perhaps for the first time across the country. The fact is, it is an opportunity to talk about substantive issues of the time that affect Canadians in terms of policy. The members opposite choose to go with personal attacks. A handy way of evaluating whether those personal attacks are baseless or groundless is whether or not the members opposite are willing to repeat them outside of this House, where there is no parliamentary privilege. But Mr. Harper, Mr. President, what we see is that this is Stephen Harper's party through and through.
L'honorable député de Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. The NDP has called on the Ethics Commissioner to launch another investigation on the Minister of Finance and the suspicious sale of shares in Morneau Shepell in 2015. If the Commissioner decides to open an investigation, this will be the fourth on the current government, including 2 on the Minister of Finance and 1 on the Prime Minister. In his mandate letter to the Minister of Finance, the Prime Minister demanded of him, and I quote, "The arrangement of your private affairs should bear the closest public scrutiny." When will the Prime Minister enforce the rules that he established himself? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I feel bad for members of the opposition because what they're doing, or in fact what we're doing, is delivering for the economy. We're delivering benefits for Canadian families. They're making a huge difference. We have a national housing strategy that was applauded across the country. We aren't giving them much room for criticism, and they must move on to personal attacks, which is unfortunate for our democracy, for our government, and for the country. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, I find it odd that the Minister is citing his mandate letter and calling it a personal attack. And if we listen to what he said when he was in opposition,
He said back in 2013 that Canadians deserve to have leaders who tell them the truth. Leaders take up their responsibilities not only when things go well, but also when they don't. So why is the Prime Minister of 2017 not listening to the member for Papineau for 2013? And why is he not undertaking his responsibility to tell Canadians the truth? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government has shown a level of transparency and openness and accountability that was unknown in the past. We will continue to work with the Ethics Commissioner. We will continue to answer questions. We will continue to show that we are working hard every day to warrant the trust Canadians have placed in us.
The man who's under investigation by the Ethics Commissioner. The definition of insider trading is, quote, the use of undisclosed material information for profit. Here are the facts. The Finance Minister told the National Post he sold $10 million in Morneau Shepell shares in December 2015. 6 days later, he introduced a tax change that would have lost someone selling $10 million in shares $500,000. And just minutes ago, the Finance Minister refused to tell reporters if it was he who, in fact, had sold those shares. Given all of this, how can the Prime Minister still have confidence in his Finance Minister?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't exactly blame the NDP for not remembering the 2015 election. It was a pretty bad one for them. But we were very clear throughout the entire campaign that we were going to lower taxes for the middle class and raise them on the wealthiest 1%, and that exactly is what we did. They have some theory about undisclosed that simply doesn't apply. We have anchored ourselves in telling people what we were going to do and doing it. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? It's working. We have the strongest growth in the G7 because of our Finance Minister, because of the plan.
The Honourable Member for Stina-Bulkley Valley.
Telling people what you're going to do and actually doing it. You know what's ironic about all of this? That if the Finance Minister had actually done what he told people he was going to do and put his things in a blind trust, none of this would be an issue. The PM's instructions for the Finance Minister was, and I quote, he must avoid conflict of interest, the appearance of conflict of interest, and must avoid situations that have the potential of conflict of interest. The Finance Minister has failed to live up to that standard, and because this Prime Minister has failed to enforce the standard, we've had to once again write the Ethics Commissioner. So if all of this isn't a conflict of interest to this Prime Minister, what exactly is?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this Minister, like all members of this House, worked with the Ethics Commissioner exactly to avoid any conflicts like this. The Ethics Commissioner exists above the back and forth of Parliament to ensure that people are following the rules and that mistakes are not made. That is exactly the job that she has been fulfilling, and that is exactly where Canadians can be reassured that despite the personal attacks of the members opposite, the Ethics Commissioner is being followed.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, here are the facts. December 2015, the Minister of Finance is the owner of thousands of Morneau Shepell shares. The 30th of November, someone sells 680,000 shares worth $10 million. Shortly thereafter, the Minister introduces tax measures that caused a 5% drop in the value of those shares. And that enabled the person to avoid losing $500,000. Given the Minister of Finance still had a say in his company in 2015, can he tell us who sold those shares? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've mentioned several times for the benefit of the member opposite, the Minister of Finance has always worked with the Ethics Commissioner and followed up on recommendations. Now, if you want some facts, they had the worst growth in GDP since Mackenzie King and the second worst growth rate since the Second World War. We've got 3.7% growth over the past year, the best in the G7. 500,000 jobs have been created, 40% reduction in poverty. That is the work of this government, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, what we want, what Canadians want, are simple answers to simple questions. If the minister has nothing to hide, he should just answer the questions. A couple of weeks before tabling tax measures that would affect his own company. Someone sold 680,000 in Morneau Shepell shares, and that enabled them to avoid losing $500,000. So, since he was still in the company, can he tell us who sold those 680,000 shares in Morneau Shepell? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I think that for the benefit of my colleague opposite, that the measure that he's talking about is a 1% tax on the wealthiest Canadians and a tax drop for middle-class Canadians. It was a commitment that we made during the campaign. Those are our commitments, and we are sticking to them. Those commitments have given Canadians the money they need in their pockets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Carleton. Mr. Speaker, the member says that the tax change was a promise. So was electoral reform. So was the $10 billion deficit that suddenly became $20 billion. So was a tax on stock options that never happened. Promises mean nothing. Motions in the House of Commons move markets. And only that minister knew when he would introduce that motion and was able to predict what impact it would have on stock markets. Someone sold 680,000 shares prior to the introduction of that motion, saving $500,000. Who was it?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've said on several occasions, the Minister of Finance has followed and complied with the request of the Commissioner. The Commissioner of Ethics is taking action, and we have confidence in her integrity.
Well, Mr. Speaker, yesterday, John Iveson indicated that he had seen some documents showing that the sale of the 680,000 shares by the minister would have happened on December the 3rd. December the 3rd would be the settlement date for a sale that would have happened on November the 30th. We know that such a sale occurred by somebody, and that somebody avoided a 5% drop in Morneau Shepell shares that happened after he introduced his motion. Can the minister confirm that he was the one that sold that block of stock?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the Minister of Finance took on his role, he has complied with the Commissioner, and we are put in place a screen. And all assets were held in that way. He will continue the important work he is doing.
Back to everything was done with the Ethics Commissioner. I wonder if the minister told the Ethics Commissioner that he was going to sell $10 million of shares in stocks that would drop only a week later when he introduced a bill affecting the entire stock market. So I'll ask that question directly. Did the minister discuss the date of the sale of the shares along with the date of his motion on taxes?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having had an opportunity last night to conduct a panel with the member opposite, I saw his caution not to repeat outside of this House the remarks that he is making here. He can simply make them outside should he so desire. What I can say is that the tax measures that he is referring to are tax measures that saw an increase in taxes for on the wealthiest 1% and a decrease for other Canadians. These are commitments we made in the campaign.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member is absolutely right. We did do a panel yesterday, at which point I asked outside of the walls of this House when the Minister of Finance sold his 680,000 shares in Morneau Shepell. I also enumerated all the facts leading up to that sale. And I am absolutely confident that everything I've said out there and in here is true. Would he commit that if I go out and repeat my question in the lobby at this moment, that the Finance Minister will meet me there and answer the question?
Order. I ask members not to bang on their tables. Applause is permitted. Not banging on their desks. Members should know that on all sides.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, I think that the member didn't understand my answer, so perhaps I can reiterate it for him. I asked him was he prepared to repeat the allegations, not the questions. There's a very big difference. Now, Mr. Speaker, what I can tell you is that the Minister of Finance has always worked.
Mr. Island Powell, est-ce que le secrétaire parlementaire est fini? Okay. The member for North Island.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we learned that more than 30 local and community newspapers across the country will be shut down. The Heritage Minister has been talking the talk, but the news industry crisis. She had options yet did nothing to prevent this disaster. Now she's saying she will study the issue, but with no action, frankly, there won't be much left to study. How can she sit back and do nothing as nearly 300 people lose their jobs? What will the minister say to her colleague for Orleans and his constituents when Orleans News shuts down?
Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Like my colleague, I'm disappointed to see that Postmedia and Torstar decided to close these local media a month before Christmas, and actually all my thoughts are with the workers and their families. These are cynical business decisions that were taken by Postmedia and Torstar, and it's up to these companies to explain them. As for local news, Canadians value them, and of course, as a government, we'll continue to provide our support to the local media. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. If I were the member for Orleans, I wouldn't be very reassured by that. If we needed another signal to sound the alarm on media, well, we heard it with the announced closure of some 30 local newspapers and the loss of 300 jobs. She doesn't look surprised. Well, we've been talking about this for years, in fact. There have been many reports, and we put forth some tangible turnkey solutions for the minister. But no, the ship is sinking. The Liberal orchestra continues to play as if nothing were happening. Seems to me I saw that in a movie somewhere. Will the minister at some point adopt measures for the industry, or will she simply wait until we have no newspapers left before she wakes up? The Honourable Minister. I'm shocked, as my colleague is, to see that Postmedia and Torstar made those decisions just a month before the holiday season. My thoughts are with the workers and their families. These are cynical corporate decisions by Torstar and Postmedia, and it's up to those companies to explain them. Of course, on the government side, we will continue to support local media. 75 million per year is what we are investing, and we'll continue. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, I would urge him not to interrupt the Minister while she is speaking. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier during question period, the Prime Minister said that his government was transparent, accountable, and worthy of confidence. Those are his exact words. So here's a good opportunity for the government to show that, because what we know is that on December 7th, the Minister brought forth tax measures that had a direct impact on the stock market. There was a 5% loss in shares at his own company, Morneau Shepell. But a few days earlier, November 30th, someone sold 680,000 shares and saved $500,000. Now, in order to be accountable, to show confidence and transparency, can the Minister of Finance tell us if, in fact, the Minister of Finance is the one who sold those shares? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance has always worked with the Commissioner to preserve the integrity of this Parliament. He is following her advice and will continue to do so. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, all Canadians know that ministers sometimes forget things. Over 2 years, he forgot that he owned a villa in Provence. Now he seems to have forgotten who sold 680,000 shares worth $10 million in his own company. The Parliamentary Secretary said earlier, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, he sold all of his shares in reference to the Minister of Finance. Can the Parliamentary Secretary win, in fact, the Minister sold all of those shares? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned several times in the past, all members, all ministers work with the Ethics Commissioner to ensure that the rules guiding us are followed. That is precisely what the Minister of Finance did when he took up his role here. The Minister placed his shares in a trust. He has donated to charity. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the Finance Minister has been pretty busy lately with sorting out his ethical lapses, with raising taxes on Canadians while sheltering his own from taxes. He's had his mind pretty preoccupied, and so maybe that's why yesterday he couldn't quite remember what he did in November 2015. But 24 hours has passed, and I'm hoping the Prime Minister may have spoken with his Finance Minister. Can the Prime Minister tell us if the Finance Minister sold 680,000 shares in Morneau Shepell in November 2015? Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Minister of Finance, as I've already mentioned, has worked with the Commissioner since the start of his mandate, as she is in charge. Far be it from the partisanship in this House to do that. Integrity is being respected. The Minister of Finance has always worked with the Commissioner and will continue to do so.
House Leader.
In November 2015, someone sold a whole lot of Morneau Shepell shares and in the process saved a whole lot of money. Now, either the Finance Minister, one, doesn't know who sold them, two, knows who sold them and it wasn't him, or knows who sold them and it was him. It's one of three answers, very simple. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? No more threats from the Liberals. I don't think they're in any position to threaten us. Just answer the question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, as the member knows, the Commissioner is responsible for integrity and standards, and it's with the Commissioner that the Minister of Finance has always worked fully transparently to ensure that the rules are respected and complied with. That is what is expected of all members, all ministers, and that's what the Minister of Finance has done.
Monsieur le Président. Mr. Speaker, there were over 60 opioid overdoses in Montreal, and the crisis has reached Laval this fall, where 10 overdoses have occurred. The problem is only getting worse all over Canada. It's been a year since the NDP asked the Liberal government to deal with the opioid crisis as a national emergency to give more resources to communities that need them. While 7 people are dying every day, what is this government waiting for to declare that the opioid crisis has become a national emergency? Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is deeply concerned by the situation of the opioid crisis in Canada. Emergency interventions are taking place, federal investments are being made, and they are significant. In the future, we are going to work with provinces and territories to increase access to treatment. These innovative responses are responding to the crisis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, devastating news out of Alberta reveals a 40% increase in opioid deaths this year, and Canada will lose 3,000 lives in 2017. Families affected by this crisis are growing dismayed by the Prime Minister's glacial response. In fact, Mums Stop the Harm has started the Do Something Prime Minister campaign by sending photos of lost loved ones to the PMO. Now, the Prime Minister has ignored our calls to declare the opioid crisis a national public health emergency. How many more Canadians need to die before he finally listens?
Here. The Minister of Health.
Impact of the opioid crisis that has faced our country, and we remain committed to taking action through this compassionate, collaborative, and evidence-based approach. And I also had the opportunity to meet that group when I was in Vancouver or Edmonton last week. Formal declarations of an emergency will not provide us with any additional tools or extra measures to provide to the opioid crisis. Our government will continue to work with all partners to address this crisis and the underlying cause of problematic substance use. Thank you.
Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have tried to score political points with their so-called support for free speech at post-secondary institutions. Yet there hasn't been a word from the Leader of the Opposition after a group was prevented last week from showing a pro-choice documentary on a university campus. It seems like he's only in favour of free speech when it's an opinion he agrees with. Can the Minister of Science please tell this House what our government's position is on this important issue?
The Honourable Minister of Science.
Merci à ma collègue d'Oakville.
Thank you to my colleague for Oakville, North Burlington, for her question.
Committed to creating open spaces for Canadians to debate and express their views. We also firmly support a woman's right to choose. In a free society, we may disagree with the person's views, but we must defend their right to have them and hold them unless those views promote hate. The opposition's leader's silence suggests he will only stand up for free speech if it's politically convenient. You can't cherry pick on free speech.
Members could all show a little respect for free speech by not interrupting when someone else has the floor. The Honourable Member, l'Honorable Député de Beauce.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Morneau's office confirmed to the National Post that someone sold over 680,000 shares. It is forbidden to mention the names of members. He may continue without doing so. The office of the minister told the National Post that someone sold 680,000 shares from Mona Chapelle in November of 2015. $15 a share, which allowed that person to save $500,000. My question is simple. Is that person the Minister of Finance? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance has always worked with the Ethics Commissioner and mentioned that he has always worked in full transparency with her, revealing the full extent of his assets, and has respected the highest standards of integrity. He will always work with the Ethics Commissioner. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Beauce. My colleague says that the minister is working with the Ethics Commissioner. If that's true, did he ask for authorization from the Commissioner before making that sale of 680,000 shares from his own family's business, which allowed him to make a profit of $500,000? Shares went down by 75 cents a share afterwards. Did the minister inform the Ethics Commissioner of his intention to sell the shares of his company in November 2015, yes or no? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Finance has always worked transparently with the Ethics Commissioner and followed her recommendations. He put up a conflict of interest screen, which she considered to be the best measure. He went even further, as the member for Beauce knows, by divesting himself of the rest of his shares and putting all his holdings in a blind trust. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I tried asking the minister if he sold 680,000 shares on November 30th inside the House of Commons, and now I invited him to come and answer that question outside of the House of Commons, and I know the House will be disappointed to learn that he did not show up to answer the question. So, will the Prime Minister answer it on his behalf? Who was it that sold 680,000 Morneau Chapelle shares 1 week before tax measures were introduced on the floor of the House?
Secretary Parlementaire.
Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned, the Minister of Finance has always worked with the Ethics Commissioner and will continue to do so. I'm happy to see him talk about tax measures announced in December 2015 that respects a commitment that we took, which is to increase taxes for the 1% wealthiest. The opposition is concentrated on giving tax breaks to the wealthiest. We lowered taxes for 9 million Canadians. We introduced the Canada Child Benefit to reduce inequalities in this country, and that's a track record I'm proud of.
Well, Mr. Speaker, somebody avoided paying the higher taxes that the Finance Minister imposed by selling those 680,000 shares before those measures took place. Someone sold those shares before the new tax measures were tabled in this House of Commons. Now, it was either the minister, and he doesn't think there was anything wrong with that, or it wasn't the minister. And he can just say that. Now, we've repeated everything that was said in the House outside the House. The Liberals have refused to answer questions in the House or outside. Will the Prime Minister answer the question? Who sold those shares in December?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Order. 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 That's enough. I'm sure we'll hear about some things later on. Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to hear the question of the Leader of the Opposition, which will allow me to talk about the tax measure that was introduced. What is it? It was to increase taxes for the wealthiest 1% and lower them for 9 million Canadians. The Canada Child Benefit was the most progressive allocation. The previous allowance was taxable. Ours is not. We're giving more to Canadian families that need it most. Thank you.
Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, the Phoenix shows no signs of rising from the ashes. Problems continue. Now we learn there is no way to assess whether programs to prioritize the hiring of Canada's veterans are working. This government knew about this. They made promises, but still can't claim an increased number of veterans in the public service because they have no way of knowing if or how many veterans have been hired. When will this government show veterans and public servants the respect they've earned and fix the Phoenix problem?
For Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question. There is no question that there are many who have suffered under the Phoenix system, and veterans are certainly one of those. We are doing our level best to identify those who have been affected, and we're asking some of them to come forward. It does make it difficult because we do need a head count on these individuals, but I can tell you that these officials are working diligently on the matter, and we ask those veterans who have not come forward and who have been affected by Phoenix, please do so, and we'll do our level best to help. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, in committee this morning, the Deputy Minister responsible for resolving the Phoenix fiasco said that IBM did not make a mistake when it created and implemented the pay system. On the contrary, the company just did what it was asked to do. In other words, the entire responsibility lies with the project manager, this government. If the government didn't know what it was doing when implementing Phoenix, how can we expect it to handle this disaster? It's time to work with the real experts, officials, and unions. Honourable Minister of Public Services. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to confirm that the resolution of this situation is my absolute priority. People deserve to be paid correctly and on time. The previous government launched this project and attempted a transformation of complex payroll systems. This project was doomed to failure and included many risks. Currently, we are implementing measures that the previous government did not take.
Rocky Ridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government promised a client-focused CRA, and all we have so far are tax increases on type 1 diabetics, half-baked plans for taxes on retail employees, misinformation, and busy signals. Now there are reports the CRA are auditing single moms and telling them to get expensive separation agreements, and then telling them, oh, sorry, that's not good enough, and withholding their child benefits. When will this minister stop attacking ordinary, honest Canadians who are just trying to comply and receive the credits and benefits to which they're entitled?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. I am fully committed to making sure that Canadians get the benefits they are entitled to, especially the most vulnerable people. That is in my mandate letter. It's never the intention of the agency to cause problems for anyone. We are aware that some people cannot always be able to provide all the information in order to review a file. People who are dealing with such a situation should communicate with the agency to get assistance about their situation.
For Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Well,
Mr. Speaker, I'm assisting a single mom with 3 kids who has provided independent third-party letters and even a restraining order to prove to the Canada Revenue Agency that her ex-spouse no longer lives with her. Worse yet, CRA has said that until her ex cooperates with her, she will have her Canada Child Benefit withheld. Now, this government is being heartless, and I am hearing increasing numbers of cases of similar stories. When will this minister instruct her officials to quit making life more difficult for Canadian single moms?
The Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, I am fully committed to making sure that Canadians get the benefits they are entitled to, especially those who are most vulnerable. That is at the heart of my mandate letter. I want to reassure my colleague that the agency does not demand that taxpayers obtain a signature from their spouse to obtain the Canada Child Benefit, and I want to repeat that the agency would not ask people in such a situation to communicate with an abusive spouse. Thank you.
I urge the member for Central Okanagan and Smokeman Nicola to remember that the time for debate is when one has the floor, and there are opportunities in this House, lots of them, for debate.
Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, the committee report from the Defence Committee is unequivocal. The Royal Canadian Navy is vulnerable. It is unable to resupply at sea. Costs are increasing, delays are increasing. The Liberal government is unable to set a delivery date. What are the Liberals waiting for to immediately grant the Obelix contract to the Davie Shipyard in Lévis like they did for Asterisk? This is a matter of national security. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
The most comprehensive fleet modernization in peacetime history. As part of the national shipbuilding strategy and under new defence policy, our government is acquiring joint support ships to permanently replace the Protector-class auxiliary or replacement vessels. The project will deliver 2 vessels that will provide core replacement sea capabilities and support to operations offshore. This government is committed to building new ships for the Navy and to maintain Canada's naval capabilities over the long term. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for London North Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We need to make sure Canadians have the skill and experience needed to work in today's economy. There are many well-educated students graduating, but the common concern I hear from those in London North Centre is that they are unable to get their feet into the workforce without any work experience. This is a large gap that we must act to fill so as to ensure graduating students are successful. Can the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development please explain what he is doing to ensure that our graduates are ready for the workforce? Thank you very much.
Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from London North Centre for his question and for his support for education and students. As the member well knows, our government supports lifelong learning. We support work integrated learning. That's why we invested $221 million to create more workplace opportunities in science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and in business programs. This investment will create 10,000 paid internships for Canadian students from coast to coast to coast, Mr. Speaker. This is about creating good quality jobs for students for today and tomorrow.
Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, on the front lawn of this building is a $5.6 million example of the Liberals' outlandish abuse of taxpayers' dollars. The Prime Minister commissioned this arena, and it will be open for a very short period of time. The public is only going to have access for 45 minutes, which quite frankly is going to be a bit of a relief because according to the rules, all you're allowed to do is go around and around and around. How can the Prime Minister justify this expense that will be on the backs of our grandchildren and children?
The Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to announce last week that the Canada 150 rink will be open through the 40th anniversary of Winterlude and until the end of February. This will be a great legacy project, Mr. Speaker, at first in front of Parliament Hill, and the rink will afterwards be given to to a community in need. There will be hockey, ringuette, sledge hockey for children and adult men and women, and many other activities. Thousands of Canadians will enjoy the delights of this great rink. So I invite my colleague to really put on her skates. It will be a pleasure for me to go and skate with her. Thank you.
Order. I remind colleagues we're not in a rink here.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, despite the Liberals' commitments, hundreds of victims of pyrrhotite have not been compensated yet. Victims of the grey area, who also include hundreds of people, can't even hope for compensation because of ambiguity in the federal standard on concrete aggregate. It disqualifies them. The entire community of Trois-Rivières has been asking for years for this standard to be revised. How can the government revise the building code and refuse to review the standard on the presence of pyrrhotite in concrete? The Honourable Minister of International Trade. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. In the first budget of the Trudeau government, we invested $30 million for victims, $10 million a year. Order. I remind the minister that it is the government of Canada. I don't think that he's talking about another time period. He may not name members here. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to remind everyone that it's the Minister of Finance who invested $30 million in the federal budget to help compensate victims of pyrrhotite in Mauricie. When we talk to the victims, they know that the government has acted in their interest.
Mr. Speaker, Surrey Newton has many small and medium-sized businesses who trade with India every day. BI Pure Water, a Surrey-based business that focuses on clean tech, was part of the trade mission that was led by the Minister of International Trade in India earlier this month. Businesses like this benefit greatly from trade missions where they meet with companies to build stronger relationships. I asked the Minister to update the House on his...
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Surrey Newton for the great work he is doing in his riding. 175 participants, 85 small and medium-sized businesses, 300 meetings, 5 days, 5 cities. I was honored to lead this historic mission, the biggest Canadian trade mission in India, Mr. Speaker. During our mission, Canadian companies got to showcase their talent and expertise, various sectors like innovation and tech, while making numerous new connections. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to have an ambitious trade agenda and make trade work for people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, how many outdoor skating rinks could we have renovated throughout Canada with $5.6 million? Those rinks could have been used by children and their families for the next 25 years, instead of feeding the unlimited egocentrism of this Prime Minister. Why did the Prime Minister and the Minister of Canadian Heritage not consider putting all that money into many skating rinks instead of venturing onto thin ice with an outdoor rink that is temporary that cost $5.6 million in order to get nice pictures on December 31st? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. I announced that the 150th rink is going to be used until the end of February, and it will be part of Winterlude. This is a first to have a skating rink in front of Parliament. The skating rink will be given to a community that needs it. As my colleague mentioned, there will be hockey games, ringuette games, games for men and women, old and young. And I expect to see the member on the skating rink in front of Parliament. I hope that my colleague will join me and take advantage of the opportunity to really celebrate Canada's 150th. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher des Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, the government supported our motion that deplored the loss of 800 jobs at the Davie Shipyard, but nothing more. Quebec's Minister of Labour said that someone is going to have to wake up and make sure that the shipyard gets what it is entitled to. 40 Liberal MPs from Quebec are asleep at the switch on the other side. It's all well and good to deplore the situation, but it looks like crocodile tears. 350 jobs more are going to be lost this week. Come on now. Are they going to do anything, or do they just not care? The Honourable Minister of Public Services. We recognize the excellent work done by the employees at Davie. Over the last few weeks, our government has been in contact with the management and union of Davie. We are currently discussing things with Davie. Since 2011, the shipyard building strategy has invested significantly, including millions of dollars in Quebec.
L'honorable député de Terrebonne.
Monsieur le Président, pendant que les autres chantiers...
Honourable Member for Terrebonne. While other shipyards in Canada can't get ships out, Davie delivers. The Minister of Defence said yesterday that 2 more resupply ships had been ordered to meet the needs of the Navy. The problem is that Seaspan can't start construction before 2023. They can't deliver before 2027. It's going to take 10 years to build ships that Davie could finish by 2019. Why deny contracts to Davie when it's the only smart decision to make?
National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as the State of the Navy is currently in the midst of the most comprehensive fleet modernization in its peacetime history. The 2 joint supply ships that the Seaspan is building is the work is underway. Because of some of the delays, the interim ship was required, and we thank Davie for the tremendous work in filling this interim capability gap. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Al Hawkins, Minister of Advanced Education, Skills and Labour from the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. And the Honourable Randy Delory, Minister of Health and Wellness and Minister of Gaelic Affairs from the province of Nova Scotia. I would also like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the South Gallery of the recipients of the 2017 Governor-General's Literary Awards, Oana Avasiliki Oui, Serge Bouchard, Cherie Demeline, Véronique Drouin, Louise Dupré, Julie Flepp, Jacques Goldstein, Christian Gay-Poliquin, Richard Harrison, Hiro Kanagawa, David Alexander Robertson, Joel Thomas Hines, and Graham Wood.
Pursuant to an order made on Monday, November 20th, 2017, I invite representatives of all party leaders in the House to proceed with statements. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
One of the greatest choices a person can make in their life is the choice to serve their fellow citizens. Maybe it's in government, in the military, or in a police force. In whatever capacity one serves, dedicating your life to making Canada, and indeed the world, a better place is a calling of the highest order. Now imagine, if you will, being told that the very country you would willingly lay down your life to defend doesn't want you, doesn't accept you, sees you as defective, sees you as a threat to our national security. Not because you can't do the job or because you lack patriotism or courage. No, but because of who you are as a person, and because of who your sexual partners are. Now imagine, Mr. Speaker, being subjected to laws, policies, and hiring practices that label you as different, as less than. Imagine having to fight for the basic rights that your peers enjoy over and over again. And imagine being criminalized for who you are. This is the truth for many of the Canadians present in the gallery today, many more listening across the country. This is the devastating story of people who were branded criminals by the government, people who lost their livelihoods and, in some cases, their lives. These aren't distant practices of governments long forgotten. These happened systematically in Canada with a timeline more recent than any of us would like to admit. Mr. Speaker, today we acknowledge an often overlooked part of Canada's history. Today, we finally talk about Canada's role in the systemic oppression, criminalization, and violence against the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and two-spirit communities. And it is my hope that in talking about these injustices, in vowing to never repeat them, and acting to right these wrongs, we can begin to heal. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, today we acknowledge an often overlooked part of Canada's history. Today, we finally talk about Canada's role in the systemic oppression, criminalization, and violence against the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and two-spirit communities. It is my hope that in talking about these injustices, vowing to never repeat them, and acting to right these wrongs, we can begin to heal together. When they came to this land, European colonists brought with them their foreign standards about good and bad, about acceptable and unacceptable behavior, about appropriate and inappropriate partners. They brought with them rigid gender norms, norms that led to homophobia and transphobia. These norms led to the near destruction of LGBTQ identities and two-spirit Indigenous identities. People whose identity had once been venerated were now filled with shame because of the people that they were. They were rejected and subjected to violence.
And discrimination against LGBTQ2 communities was quickly codified in criminal offenses like buggery, gross indecency, and bawdy house provisions. Bathhouses were raided, people were entrapped by police. Our laws bolstered and emboldened those who wanted to attack non-conforming sexual desires. Our laws made private and consensual sex between same-sex partners a criminal offense, leading to the unjust arrest, conviction, and imprisonment of Canadians. This criminalization would have lasting impacts for things like employment, volunteering, and travel. Those arrested and charged were purposefully and vindictively shamed. Their names appeared in newspapers in order to humiliate them and their families. Lives were destroyed, and tragically, lives were lost. Ces pratiques n'ont pas.
These practices didn't end in 1969, when homosexual relationships were partly decriminalized. As late as 1988, A 20-year-old gay man who had a sexual relationship with another man could still be convicted for what was still considered a crime. But it wasn't just imprisonment and criminalization that LGBTQ2 people had to worry about. Other methods of oppression were used in our society and have been for generations. Homophobia at the time of the AIDS crisis led to hysteria and fear of gay men. Books and magazines were seized at the border because they supposedly violated obscenity laws and customs regulations. The content of the text and images was judged unacceptable. LGBTQ2 families had to fight their own government for the right to social benefits and the right to marry, often at a high personal cost.
Over our history, laws, policies enacted by the government led to the legitimization of much more than inequality. They legitimized hatred and violence and brought shame to those targeted. While we may view modern Canada as a forward-thinking, progressive nation, we can't forget our past. The state orchestrated a culture of stigma and fear around LGBTQ2 communities, and in doing so, destroyed people's lives. Mr. Speaker, a purge that lasted decades will forever remain a tragic act of discrimination suffered by Canadian citizens at the hands of their own government. From the 1950s to the early 1990s, the Government of Canada exercised its authority in a cruel and unjust manner, undertaking a campaign of oppression against members and suspected members of the LGBTQ2 community. The goal was to identify these workers throughout the public service, including the Foreign Service, the military, and the RCMP, and persecute them. You see, the thinking of the day was that all non-heterosexual Canadians would automatically be at increased risk of blackmail by our adversaries due to what was called character weakness. This thinking was prejudiced and flawed. And sadly, what resulted is nothing short of a witch hunt. The public service, the military, and the RCMP spied on their own people inside and outside of workplaces. During this time, the federal government even dedicated funding to an absurd device known as the Fruit Machine, a failed technology that was supposed to measure homosexual attraction. Canadians were monitored for anything that could be construed as homosexual behavior, with community groups, bars, parks, and even people's homes under constant watch. When the government felt that enough evidence had accumulated, some suspects were taken to secret locations in the dark of night to be interrogated. They were asked invasive questions about their relationships and sexual preferences. Hooked up to polygraph machines, these law-abiding public servants had the most intimate details of their lives cut open. Women and men were abused by their superiors and asked demeaning, probing questions about their sex lives. Some were sexually assaulted. Those who admitted they were gay were fired, discharged, or intimidated into resignation. They lost dignity, lost careers, and had their dreams and indeed their lives shattered. Nombreux ont été
Many were submitted to blackmail in an attempt to get them to call out their peers. They were forced to betray their friends and their colleagues. Some promised to end their relationships if they could keep their jobs. Forced to live in the shadows, they lost their partners, their friends, and their dignity. Those who did not lose their jobs were often demoted, stripped of their security clearance, and not considered for the promotions that they deserved.
Under the harsh glare of the spotlight, people were forced to make an impossible choice: their career or their identity. And the very thing Canadian officials feared, blackmail of LGBTQ2 employees, was happening. But it wasn't at the hand of our adversaries. It was at the hands of our own government. Mr. Speaker, the number one job of any government is to keep its citizens safe. And on this, we have failed LGBTQ2 communities and individuals time and time again. It is with shame and sorrow and deep regret for the things we have done that I stand here today and say, we were wrong, we apologize, I am sorry, we are sorry. For state-sponsored systemic oppression and rejection, we are sorry. For suppressing Two-Spirit Indigenous values and beliefs, we are sorry. For abusing the power of the law and making criminals of citizens, we are sorry. For la censure du gouvernement,
For the government's censure and for its repeated attempts to stop you from building your communities, for denying you your equality and forcing you to fight for that equality every day, often paying a high price to do so, for forcing you to live on the margins, for making you invisible, and for humiliating you. We are deeply sorry. We were wrong.
to all the LGBTQ2 people across this country who we have harmed in countless ways, we are sorry. To those who were left broken by a prejudiced system, and to those who took their own lives, we have failed you. For stripping you of your dignity, for robbing you of your potential, for treating you like you were dangerous, indecent, and flawed, we are sorry. To the victims of the purge who were surveilled, interrogated, and abused, who were forced to turn on their friends and colleagues, who lost wages, lost health, and lost loved ones, we betrayed you, and we are so sorry. To those who were fired, to those who resigned, to those who stayed at a great personal and professional cost, to those who wanted to serve but never got the chance because of who you are, You should have been permitted to serve your country, and you were stripped of that option. We are sorry. We were wrong. Indeed, all Canadians missed out on important contributions you could have, would have made to our society. You were not bad soldiers, sailors, airmen and women. You were not predators, and you were not criminals. You served your country with integrity and courage. You are professionals. You are patriots, and above all, you are innocent. For all your suffering, you deserve justice. You deserve peace. It is our collective shame that you were so mistreated. And it is our collective shame that this apology took so long. Many who suffered are no longer alive to hear these words, and for that, we are truly sorry. To the partners, families, and friends of the people we harmed, for upending your lives and for causing you such irreparable pain and grief, we are sorry. En présentant ces excuses pour nos erreurs,
as we apologize for these painful mistakes, we must also thank those who spoke out. To those who resisted when it was unfashionable and even dangerous to do so. To those from all across the country, from all backgrounds and political stripes, we admire your courage and we thank you.
Also thank members of the We Demand an Apology Network, our LGBTQ2 Apology Advisory Council, and the Just Society Committee for Egal, as well as the individuals who have long advocated for this overdue apology. Grâce à eux,
thanks to them, we understood that we couldn't simply turn the page on this chapter in our history. We would be doing a disservice to the community and to all Canadians by wiping out this sad story. We will work together with the academic community and stakeholders to ensure that this history is publicly known and accessible.
Remember, and we will remember. We will honor and memorialize the legacy of those who fought before us in the face of unbearable hatred and danger. Mr. Speaker, it is my hope that we will look back on today as a turning point, but there is still much more work to do ahead of us. Discrimination against LGBTQ2 communities is not a moment in time, but an ongoing, centuries-old campaign. We want to be a partner and ally to LGBTQ2 Canadians in the years going forward. There are still real struggles facing these communities, including for those who are intersex, queer, people of color, and others who suffer from intersectional discrimination. Transgender Canadians are subjected to discrimination, violence, and aggression at alarming rates. In fact, trans people didn't even have explicit protection under federal human rights legislation until this year. Les problèmes de santé mentale et les suicides.
Mental health problems and suicide are more prevalent among young people in the LGBTQ community because of the discrimination and harassment they face. The homelessness rate among these young people is staggering. Work remains to be done on giving blood, organ donations, and the criminalization of not disclosing HIV. the government must continue to work with its partners to improve policies and programs. Having said that, important, significant changes are in the works. Section 159 of the Criminal Code is on the road to being repealed in this House.
Proud to say that earlier today in this House, we tabled the Expungement of Historically Unjust Convictions Act. This will mean that Canadians previously convicted of consensual sexual activity with same-sex partners will have their criminal records permanently destroyed. Further, I am pleased to announce that over the course of the weekend, we reached an agreement in principle with those involved in the class action lawsuit for actions related to the purge. Never again will Canada's government be the source of so much pain for members of the LGBTQ2 communities. We promise to consult and work with individuals and communities to right these wrongs and begin to rebuild trust. We will ensure that there are systems in place so that these kinds of hateful practices are a thing of the past. Discrimination and oppression of LGBTQ2 Canadians will not be tolerated anymore. Grâce au dialogue.
Thanks to dialogue and better mutual understanding, we will move forward together. But we won't achieve this on our own. Changing hearts and minds requires a collective effort. We will have to work together at all levels of government with the LGBTQ community and Indigenous peoples to achieve the significant progress that LGBTQ2 Canadians deserve.
Canada's history is far from perfect, but we believe in acknowledging and righting past wrongs so that we can learn from them. For all our differences, for all our diversity, we can find love and support in our common humanity. We're Canadians, and we want the very best for each other, regardless of our sexual orientation or our gender, identity, or expression. We will support one another in our fight for equality, and Canada will stand tall on the international stage as we proudly advocate for equal rights for LGBTQ2 communities around the world. To the kids who are listening at home and who fear rejection because of their sexual orientation or their gender identity and expression, and to those who are nervous and scared but also excited about what their future might hold. We are all worthy of love and deserving of respect. And whether you discover your truth at 6, at 16, or at 60, who you are is valid. To members of the LGBTQ2 communities, young and old, here in Canada and around the world, you are loved and we support you.
Canada becomes a bit stronger each time we choose to welcome and celebrate who we are in all our diversity. We are a country of diversity. We are a richer country thanks to the lives, experiences, and contributions of gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender, queer, and two-spirit people
who have lived and struggled, and to those who have fought so hard to get us to this place, thank you for your courage, and thank you for lending your voices. I hope and I know that you look back on all you have done with pride. It is because of your courage that we are here today together, reminding ourselves and each other that we can and must do better. For the oppression of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and two-spirit communities, we apologize. On behalf of the government, Parliament, and the people of Canada, we were wrong, we are sorry, and we will never let this happen again. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to join my colleagues in this House to reflect on a terrible and unjust moment in the history of the Federal Government of Canada. It's our responsibility as parliamentarians to defend the fundamental rights and freedoms of all Canadians.
Rights is that of equal treatment before and under the law without unjust discrimination, and to be free of any cruel or unusual treatment or punishment. And we are here today because many years ago, and for too long, the Government of Canada failed in its duty to protect the basic rights of hundreds, thousands of the very Canadians who had dedicated their lives to public service. Ces femmes et ces hommes.
These men, these women, our fellow citizens, lost their jobs because they were suspected of being gay.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians can perhaps picture what losing your livelihood can do to your self-esteem, to your family, and to your own quality of life. Mais ça n'est rien.
But that's nothing compared to the fear and intimidation that many of these men and women faced with their own government, the institutions they'd served so altruistically.
In its history, the Government of Canada perpetuated this injustice. It took upon itself the mantle of judge, jury, and set the private lives of its citizens in its sights. Too often, and in too many cases around the world, we have seen the terrible consequences of overreaching governments. Nous devons avoir une
We must have an honest discussion with people who are subject to this terrible campaign designed to expose and humiliate LGBTQ2 people in the public service. In this country, we deplore and we condemn injustice towards the innocent, the oppressed, and the persecuted.
and harassment based on fear is its own injustice. And, Mr. Speaker, we must not fail to mention the toll this campaign of intimidation took on the brave women and men in uniform who found themselves the target of their superiors. Pour ceux qui défendent notre pays,
For those who defend our country, the government's accusations about their personal lives were made even more offensive by the insinuation that they were acting against the interests of the country, the same one that they were dedicating themselves to. This type of insult is difficult to imagine and impossible to measure. Men and women who dedicate themselves to the defense of Canadian men and women throughout the country and abroad were targeted by a secret process, arrests and recriminations, embarrassed before their families, their friends, and their colleagues. Lives were stopped. They were unable to earn a living. I firmly believe that we need to recognize that this country is improving.
to ensure Canada remains a champion of justice, human rights, and liberty. All of us here continually strive to be better as elected officials, as a people, and as a country. Monsieur le Président, les conservateurs croient profondément.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives firmly believe in these principles. All human beings have the same value and dignity, deserve the same respect, and men and women who have different perspectives can grant each other mutual respect as human beings.
The dignity or freedom of those citizens that seek to make Canada a better place. How you treat your fellow Canadians, how you work every single day to make this country stronger, how you give of yourself to your families, to your communities, and to your loved ones. Those are the true measures of one's love for Canada. Les excuses d'aujourd'hui doivent être une...
Today's apology must be an opportunity for all of us to recommit to defending human rights, not only here in this country, but throughout the entire world. There are too many countries who, today, are passing policies that officialize the harassment of gays and lesbians. Too often the consequences are not only being fired and public shaming, but torture and death.
Canada is better than that. We must do more to stand up for the LGBTQ2 community in places like Iran and Russia and other countries where they are the target of brutal violence. And I am personally proud of the work done by the previous government to prioritize these and other refugee groups who are particularly vulnerable. Nous avons tout le devoir ici aujourd'hui.
Today, we all have the duty to ensure that Canada is better for everyone, regardless of who you are, and for those who had to leave careers that they had invested years into building, and all those who were rejected without being able to speak up. We hope that today's apology offers a certain justice.
Not undo the wrongdoing and pain they have endured. But it is another important step toward leaving the next generation a parliament that more fully embraces its duty to protect the rights and freedoms of every person it was built to serve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neja-Témiscouata-Les-Basques.
New Democrats welcome and support today's apology. We join the government in acknowledging the harm that was done to the entire LGBTQ community, but especially the severe impacts that prejudice, discrimination, and persecution have had on individuals. We also want to honor today those many activists who resisted these campaigns and fought back against social prejudice. Today is a vindication of your struggles. Il est plus que temps de reconnaître que la
It is more than time to recognize that the careers and lives of thousands of Canadians were ruined, not only by discrimination, homophobia, and transphobia that were endemic in the past, but also by government policies and campaigns that singled out members of the LGBTQ community in order to persecute them. It could take many forms. There were many criminal prosecutions for consensual homosexual activity. Special units were set up in the Canadian Forces to identify gay and lesbian members and to push them to leave the forces, either by forcing them to resign or by offering honorable discharge for their cooperation or by imposing those who were being tracked down various forms of mentions that were less than honorable. There was even a secret committee of officials and RCMP officers set up in Ottawa that met sometimes weekly in order to lead a campaign to fire them from the public service and the RCMP.
Despite the fact that consensual same-sex activity had been legalized in 1969 with the support of both Liberals and the NDP, these government activities targeting the LGBTQ community continued well into the 90s. Anyone who doubts the relentlessness of these campaigns have only to read Gary Kinsman's book, The Canadian War on Queers, for the proof that these campaigns had devastating consequences. Careers cut short, family and social lives ruined because of the impacts of being outed as a result of the firings or arrests. But as time went on, members of the LGBTQ community began to resist. Long-serving New Democrat Member of Parliament Sven Robinson worked tirelessly for change as the first, and for many years the only, openly gay Member of Parliament in the House of Commons. Among all the issues he tackled, perhaps most significant was his success in having sexual orientation added to the hate crimes section of the Criminal Code in a private member's bill that became law in 2004. Let's also remember that James Egan and John Nesbitt fought in the courts for recognition of equal spousal pension rights and won when sexual orientation was added to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms as a prohibited ground for discrimination by the Supreme Court in 1995. Some 25 years ago in this October, a very brave member of the Canadian Forces, Michelle Douglas, challenged her dismissal from the forces in court and won a judgment outlawing dismissals from the Canadian Forces on the basis of sexual orientation. This apology, nearly 25 years after the end of the discharges from the military and firings from the public service, and 50 years after the legalization of same-sex activity, comes none too soon for those who were its victims. Even simply the idea of an apology has been on the agenda for a very long time. Longtime NDP member Libby Davies, the first openly lesbian woman in this House, tabled a motion over 3 years ago calling for a meaningful apology for those fired from the public service. Today, we should also acknowledge the work of those who helped make this apology possible, especially the Advisory Council who worked with the government to get this apology before us today, as well as the activists from We Demand an Apology Network and Egal's Just Society Committee, who not only made the case for justice, but kept up the pressure on government to act. Most of all, we should thank those survivors of the anti-LGBTQ campaigns who have come forward to tell their heart-wrenching stories yet one more time.
And yes, the apology is, in and of itself, a form of justice. New Democrats are happy that they were offered today by the Prime Minister and that they are going to be put on the House of Commons record. And yes, the New Democrats were concerned that there would be an apology today without reference to compensation. We were pleased to see that the government acted in the last few days to include measures that would start to deal with the substance of the damage for which the apology is being offered. The New Democrats commit today to working in cooperation with the government to ensure that the legislative measures are passed quickly by the House and that they be complete. We also commit to continuing to work with the LGBTQ community to ensure that legislative changes become a daily reality, because there remains much to be done when it comes to justice for the LGBTQ community. We hope that today represents a real change of pace for the government when it comes to LGBTQ issues, and that it implements a renewed climate of cooperation on these issues in Parliament.
New Democrats are also pleased to hear that the government has reached an agreement in principle with the plaintiffs in the class action lawsuit against the government. This lawsuit sought restitution for the specific harms to individuals resulting from the government's campaign of firings from the public service, the RCMP, and the Canadian Forces. While the damage suffered was never just limited to financial losses, just compensation is an important part of any effort at restorative justice. We acknowledge the openness that the Minister of Justice showed in working with the member from Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke on passing his former private member's bill as a government bill. Yet there is still much to do in order to change government policies and practices so they honor the new legislated right to be free from discrimination on the basis of gender identity or expression. Let's get to work, starting today with transgender and gender variant Canadians implementing Bill C-16.
When it comes to ending legal discrimination against the LGBTQ community, there is no doubt as to what must be done. We are pleased to see the tabling of a bill that intends to expunge the records of gay men who participated in consensual homosexual activity. But it's not as though we did not know what such a bill could look like. Philip Toon, a New Democrat from Quebec during the last Parliament, presented such measures in 2014 as a private member's bill. Similar measures were also tabled on the same day as an apology by the Australian state of Queensland in New Zealand. These measures against this injustice should have been introduced decades ago. This bill is more than symbolic. Gay men with unjust criminal records have to deal every day with bans from traveling, from volunteering, and they even face discrimination when it comes to getting a job.
Here we hope to see authorization to proceed on addressing the cases of those kicked out of the Canadian Forces with something less than fully honourable discharges. After all, more than a year ago, the National Defence Committee unanimously approved a motion from the member from Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke calling on the Minister of Defence to authorize the military ombudsman to begin revising service records of those who were driven out of the Canadian Forces based on who they loved. We understand that aspects of dismissals from the forces will be covered in the settlement of the class action lawsuit, but the revision of service records still need to happen. Les néo-démocrates accueillent favorablement.
The New Democrats welcome the promise of the government to go forward with repealing Section 159 of the Criminal Code, a section which sets out a different age of consent for anal intercourse compared to heterosexual relations. Although the government tabled a bill, it has remained blocked at first reading stage for months. And yet, such a bill had already been tabled in the House during the last Parliament in 2014 by former New Democrat MP Craig Scott.
There is, of course, one sense in which this apology risks ringing hollow. That will be if this Parliament fails to act expeditiously to end discriminatory laws and policies that continue to penalize and stigmatize the LGBTQ community. As some have said, this would be a good time to stop doing things the government might have to apologize for in the future. The discriminatory gay blood ban remains in place, despite the fact that almost every health professional agrees that no science behind the fact. This is, Mr. Speaker, a policy which not only stigmatizes gay men, but also continues to restrict the supply of blood and organs at a time when the need is so great. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, members of the LGBTQ community waited for decades for our government to recognize the systemic nature of injustices committed against their community. Today is therefore a significant day, marked by apologies presented on behalf of all Canadians and by the government's commitment to start to repair these harms. What we recognize today is that the injustices committed against gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender Canadians were both blatant and systemic from the government.
But New Democrats hope that today will mark more than simply turning the page on this regrettable part of our history. Instead, this apology should be the springboard for action both here in Parliament and in Canadian society. We must begin by removing the last vestiges of institutional discrimination against lesbian, gay, bisexual, intersex, and transgender Canadians. But we must also eradicate the prejudice that lives in our communities and affects our siblings, our children, parents, friends, and neighbors. From Sven Robinson to Libby Davies to the members from Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke, and Saskatoon West, and so many more, the NDP consistently stood with the LGBTQ community and followed their lead on these vital civil rights issues. It is our hope, Mr. Speaker, that all Canadians take today as an opportunity to move forward and continue to build the inclusive, accepting country that we all know we can be. Thank you.
Bravo.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We look back today on a dark chapter of Canada's history. This is an opportunity to remember just how far we have come in fighting discrimination based on sexual orientation. Just how far. Until 1992, discrimination against lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and two-spirited people among employees of the Canadian state was not only something that existed, not only was it tolerated, this discrimination was an official policy. Until 1992, discrimination based on sexual orientation was considered a reason of state. Canada violated human rights under the pretext of greater interests and security. They were not content with denying the rights of LGBTQ2 people. They were not content to insult them, to treat them like a threat to their country. The federal government set up investigative units to serve the purposes of discrimination. It even created a tool to help it determine the sexual orientation of individuals, a tool whose name I prefer not to mention as it is so deeply insulting. Canada hunted these individuals with the goal of dismissing them in disgrace as though they were criminals, and they are still suffering from those consequences today. This was systemic discrimination against LGBTQ2 people. They used every policy to impose these values. This didn't happen in the Middle Age, Mr. Speaker. It happened right up until 1992. The apologies made today by the government are essential, and the Bloc Québécois fully supports them. We expect that the apology will include fair and equitable compensation for the victims of this systemic discrimination.
It is absolutely essential that the Canadian government send a strong message, and that Parliament as a whole send a strong message. To the LGBTQ2 community, we say that we are proud to include you among our family, as our friends, colleagues, business owners, artists, scientists, successors, retirees, and yes, our soldiers, our public servants, and members of our society. It is essential to send a strong message, because even though there has been progress in the fight against discrimination since 1992, this progress stands on fragile ground. The fight for equality will never be fully won. When you're a woman, you know something about that, Mr. Speaker. We should never lose sight of the fact that we are not immune to setbacks. And when you're a woman, you know something about that too. It's essential to send a strong message as parliamentarians, because all around the world, there are rumblings of intolerance that we need to fight together. Facing an extreme right wing that is ever more present and ever closer to power and ever closer to home, we must present ourselves as clear allies, fighting for equality for all. Facing the growing influence of dogmatic religious movements in state affairs, we must stand clearly as allies in the fight for equality for all. Without compromise, we must fight determinedly for equality for all. If there is one principle that we are all ready to defend, it is the importance of our freedom to be, our freedom to live, our freedom to love anyone, regardless of who we are. These apologies should be an opportunity for us to reflect, and these apologies should also be a strong and determined statement that the time for discrimination against lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and two-spirited people, that the time for that discrimination is over, period.
The
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. What an excellent speech from my friend, the member for Repentigny, and all of the other party leaders here in the House today. It's an honor for me as well to speak today and to thank our Prime Minister again for the official apologies that were made. It's been a long time coming, but the day is finally here, and we've had official, sincere apologies.
Prime Minister, the Government of Canada, Member of Parliament for Edmonton Centre, Member of Parliament for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke, and all those who've gone before, like Libby Davies, like Stan Robinson, all of those in this place who've recognized that there has been a historic injustice and one that touched all aspects of the lives of our friends, brothers, sisters, parents, cousins. Throughout this society, people have suffered. The trailblazers, and we know them, those who first achieved equal marriage, the first couple, same-sex couple to marry in British Columbia, my friends Tom Graff and Anthony Porcino, my friends and constituents Robin Roberts and Diana Denny, who their fight was so deeply personal, so difficult, to be told they can't marry, raise their children together. But today's apology focuses on something in some ways even more brutal, no less personal, but to drum people out of the jobs they've earned because of their partners, because of the people they love. And in that, I want to specifically recognize, I'm so honored that two of my constituents here for this apology, Emma Smith and Mary Lou Williams, who were fine soldiers until the military discovered that they loved each other. They ended up in military prison. I mean, anyone knows how hard it is to go through that decision. How do I tell my parents? The last thing you imagine is that the military police are going to tell them for you. They are brave, and they also, as all I think many in this room recognize, we acknowledge and thank the We Demand an Apology Network, without which I don't think many of these people who have gone through years of feeling shame, of feeling isolated, of thinking it was only them, and anyone who served with Emma would tell you that she was the best soldier in that platoon. So Canada not only punished and shamed and ostracized and violated the civil rights, the human rights of Canadians, we also deprived ourselves of excellent soldiers, terrific members of the RCMP, people who would have been wonderful diplomats in our foreign service. Our stupidity and blindness and ignorance punished our society while bringing grievous injustice and long-lasting pain to people who had done nothing wrong but want to serve their country. And this apology matters. I think there are cynics among us who will say at one point that surely Canada's government has apologized enough. We apologize for residential schools. We apologize for the Komagatu Maru. We apologize, we probably will still apologize for turning the St. Louis around in Halifax Harbor. We apologize now to the LGBTQ community. And somehow, someone might think, do apologies matter? I just want to say clearly, I know they matter. They matter to the people who've suffered injustice. They matter to the families of those who've died who never got to hear this apology. They matter to all Canadians to know that we recognize that we have wronged our fellow citizens, that we will never do it again. So I thank you, my fellow friends. That's terribly kind. We've been here a while, and this is an emotional thing. But I think it needs to be said that this is a wonderful moment for all those who are oppressed, wherever you are, whatever the reason. And I do think transgendered people, boy, do they need our support now. I lost a friend just in October. Dr. Susan Roddy took her own life, a wonderful mathematics professor at University of Brandon, Manitoba, was still suffering discrimination and injustice as a trans woman. We're not there yet. We have not righted all the wrongs. We have not eliminated all the discrimination. But we stand here today, and the quote that comes to mind from a speech from Martin Luther King, "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice." Thank you.
As Speaker, as a Member of Parliament, and as a Canadian citizen, I am honoured to have been in this chamber to hear the powerful words spoken over the past hour by my honourable colleagues. To those whom we have wronged, those to whom we have caused great suffering, whether by commission or omission, do not owe us their forgiveness. Acknowledging our nation's past injustices does not wipe the slate clean. Mais j'ose espérer que la communauté...
But I would hope that the LGBTQ2 community will recognize in the words that were spoken in this House today that we are expressing sincere regret for the great wrong committed against it, and that together we will move forward to shape an ever fairer society.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Government orders, government bills, Commons, resuming debate on Motion Group 1 of Bill C-63, Budget Implementation Act 2017.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté le lundi.
Pursuant to an order adopted on Monday, November 20th, 2017, I would inform the House that because of these statements, government orders will be extended by 61 minutes.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
For Central Okanagan's Milkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and as always, it's an honor to rise in this chamber and engage in debate on substantial issues. Now, before I begin my speech today on Bill C-63, I'd like to briefly share a comment with all of you. Now, some time ago, a now retired provincial cabinet minister shared a comment with me. After a 16-year career in a provincial legislature, his advice was simple. And he said, whenever a government attempts to resolve a problem through legislation, it must be careful to avoid inadvertently creating a series of new problems in the process. Now, that sounds so very simple, and I believe all governments, including the current one, are certainly well-intended. People put their names forward to serve and to try to help build a better, stronger, and more prosperous society. But as my former and now retired provincial cabinet minister friend pointed out, it's not always that easy. I suspect over the past few months, few members on the government's bench would disagree with this sentiment. Now, I share the advice of my friend because within one of these sections contained within the bill is precisely such a measure that is likely well-intended but will certainly cause harm. Now, the specific measure I'm talking about is a new provision that is proposed to eliminate the use of billed basis accounting by designated professionals. Now, I will credit the Liberal government for resisting the temptation to call this one billing fairness for lawyers and accountants, because much like the attack on small business, this particular measure will create some serious problems. Now, allow me to explain, Madam Speaker. At the moment, we know in professions such as accounting and in law firms, until you actually get paid for your billable hours, you don't have any income. Now, this concept, I imagine, doesn't take much for anyone in this chamber to understand. However, if this measure were to go through, it means that once a lawyer, for example, has billed his or her billable hours, once billed, those hours are considered income for tax purposes. Now, to be clear, this even means, although said lawyer has yet to be paid for those hours, they will be taxed on them. Now, on the surface, it may not seem like a big deal. At committee, Finance Committee, we heard from officials, they would say after this measure is implemented fully, it's about $500,000 to the Treasury. Not a big sum for this place. However, like most things, we need to look away from the Bay Street law firms. And I mean no offense to them in saying that, but in rural parts of the country, in fact, many small to mid-sized community law firms are not so large. And I suspect many in this place know full well the reality is that not even many middle-class Canadians can even afford a lawyer anymore. Now, let alone those who are most vulnerable without legal assistance. On the same note, I suspect you will not meet a provincial bar representative anywhere who will not share with you what a crisis that legal aid funding is going throughout this great country. And we all know that the vast majority of our provincial treasuries are running deficits, and few, if any, are putting more money into things like legal aid. Now, as I mentioned, even for the upper middle class income earners, still the cost of legal representation is exorbitant. It's easy to blame lawyers for this, Madam Speaker, but as some of this place will know full well, running a law firm carries a huge amount of overhead. Bills, expenses, staff, making draws. These things need to happen weekly. Some cases, it can take years before they see a resolution. Now, I mention these things, of course, because the proposed measure in this bill will ultimately increase the costs that lawyers will have to carry. In other words, it increases the overhead. Now, in the big firms, this may or may not be a big deal. However, in smaller firms, and in particular in those rural areas, these added costs could well be crippling, and it will make the availability of legal representation that much more difficult for middle-class Canadians, let alone those scraping by. Now, this is the very same middle-class Canadians that has become a favorite talking point of this Prime Minister and his Finance Minister. But what is more frustrating about this is there's really no public benefit here. Ultimately, once a lawyer bills those hours and they finally get paid, the tax share of the tax revenue is coming to Ottawa anyways. Unless, of course, you are one of those wealthy friends of the Prime Minister who banks in the Bahamas. Now, for the most rank-and-file Canadians and their attorneys, this tax money would make its way here to Ottawa, but that's not good enough for this government. No, they don't even want to wait for that money. They want the cash up front now. Now, I don't know about the rest of you, but an estimated $500,000, which inevitably pushes smaller firms to take less marginal cases. A grandmother who's been hit, not offered proper compensation, let's say from my own province, ICBC, which is a provincially regulated monopoly, Madam Speaker. And she now won't be able to find that same representation in the rural areas because people will say, I'm sorry, I'd love to take your case, but you know what? The rules are here, we can't subsidize your case on the backs of the other ones. And unless you pay a full retainer up front, I'm not going to be able to take your case, let alone help you. And again, Madam Speaker, I'm just hoping that government members hear this and start to ask a few more questions. Now, the government will say, oh, we've consulted with the the provincial bar associations, and they're fine with this. Madam Speaker, what they've done is they said, we're going to put it in place over 5 years. So every year it'll go up 20%, 20%, 20%. But that does not negate the harm that this will be doing to those seeking representation in those marginal rural areas. Madam Speaker, it does not, this consultation, sometimes a consultation is, let's hear what you have to say, and then they make a response. In this case, they said, we did a consultation, but we're going to go ahead regardless of what you say. What kind of a consultation is that? And again, is it so really so unreasonable that this government waits for your income until you've actually been paid for a service that's been performed? And I would suspect, Madam Speaker, many people in this chamber would say that expectation is not unreasonable, and I'm hoping that members across the way agree. Now, taxing employee benefits, denying disability status for type 1 diabetes. I raised in this place earlier the case of a mother who has been withheld her Canada Child benefits simply because she has an uncooperative spouse. Madam Speaker, these are people that need those supports. And this government, whether through laws like this or whether through finding them ineligible by technical grounds on the administrative side, are harming the material life of these vulnerable people. You know, this agency, in my view, is overreaching at the behest of the government, and there will be consequences for that. And I do not simply mean political consequences. I mean those who need legal advice. It might become that much harder to reach. Also that here in Ottawa, we can have that money just a little bit sooner. Meanwhile, if you can afford a lawyer, you might be paying them to sit in court only to find out that there is no judge because this government is well behind judicial appointments. And I raised that directly with the Minister of Justice, that we saw for the first time in 35 years a section of the Family Chambers Court in Vancouver closed because there was no judges. Madam Speaker, that is a shame. And frankly, for a party that has always been so revered by so many in the legal profession, I'm surprised that it's only the opposition that are standing up for the profession in this case. Now, before I close, I will say at times this government has surprised me by changing directions. Now, that would be only a very small change in direction, but Madam Speaker, if they were to take this change and just remove this section, it could hugely help out those facing legal challenges and help the legal profession in general throughout rural Canada. And for that matter, I'm hopeful that the members opposite will give my comments some consideration and look to see this provision removed. And on that same note, I'd like to thank the members in this place, particularly the government, for listening. Madam Speaker, I appreciate everyone's time today.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for his speech. He said something I just want to clarify and get his thoughts. He said that we're work in progress. Any work in progress account is going to be subject to income tax, and the member ought to know that that's not true. That in fact, the bill basis accounting rules are the lesser value of fair market value and/or cost. And perhaps the member could explain to the Canadian public why his previous statement was incorrect and the importance of that distinction.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
So, Madam Speaker, I appreciate the member's sincerity here. And again, I asked this over and over with lawyers that were at the committee. I asked of the officials about this concern. And again, bill-based accounting, the way that the government is proceeding to do this, 20% every year, is going to cause that harm. And I had lawyers from the Provincial Bar Association of British Columbia come and talk to me about this case. Madam Speaker, this is not something that is made up by one member of Parliament. This is something that is out there and being heard. I just hope that the people on this other side, really ask those questions, because the Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Finance actually said in this place that he believed it was a challenge and that there more could be done to make this better. I sincerely hope that member goes and talks to that Parliamentary Secretary and asks his advice.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. Honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks, and I'd like to ask him if he doesn't see a strange parallel here between the constant impression that the government is not dealing with tax havens, but at the same time we see this constant sad spectacle linked to the Minister of Finance. Does he not see this as a strange dichotomy and a difference between what they're doing and what they're not doing?
Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, this is a tale as old as time. What often happens is that those that are well-connected are able to take advantage, whether it be through social connections, whether it be through work relationships, whether it be through political lobbying formally, are able to get their message heard. And I'm fearful that in this country we are starting to see a two-tier approach to taxation, where those that have very little power, very little influence, or very little political ability to get in front of the government are being disregarded, and they are being nickeled and dimed. Madam Speaker, this is the opposite of what the government says it wants to do. It says it wants to have an inclusive economy. A part of an inclusive economy means including people and thinking of them, not for them. In this case, I got to say that the government is putting the onus on these small marginal cases, these grandmothers, these family members of ours, who are hurt, who need help, who need representation, and are said no because of economic decision-making that is forced on them by this government.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his remarks. It's always a pleasure to see him drill down on a particular shortcoming in a piece of Liberal legislation. It is true that receivables are considered by accountants as assets, but the taxation before payment is yet another example of the theoretical application, the grasping that we've seen from this government, and I think my colleague was quite correct in mentioning the abortive attempt, consideration to tax benefits of retail employees. And I think this brings us back to the question that has been asked a number of times in the House. Given this government's focus on those who struggle most to perform a job, to raise families, to pay their taxes, is this a case of a finance minister, of a prime minister, who have lived such rarefied lives that they simply don't consider the impact that they're having on those who haven't?
Answer from the member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague. Again, we heard from officials who said that they liken the billable hours as to inventory, and that the fair market value, as the previous Liberal member had raised, would be representative of that, and they would be paying taxes on that per share. Now, the problem with this is that if you were a grocer and you had inventory that went bad, as in a case that you didn't win, you'd be able to write that inventory off against your income and not be taxed on that. That is not the case in this case, Madam Speaker. And again, I think it's because officials are basically giving examples that at the surface make sense, but when you start asking, would this apply to other forms of business? Can other forms of business write off inventory that spoils on the shelf? Madam Speaker, it's obvious that no one on that side are going deeper into the issue, and that's what I'm asking these members here to do. Go deeper.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It gives me great honor to stand up in this House and give my thoughts on Bill C-63 on behalf of the hardworking and amazing constituents in Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. And I have to once again note on their behalf how unfortunate it is that we are having to debate this bill under the yoke of time allocation. This bill, again, like so many others, being railroaded through this House because it seems like it's the only way this government can get its legislation through rather than having that meaningful dialogue with the opposition parties. I want to start off, Madam Speaker, by underlining some key facts and figures, and I will note they are not pretty. Over the last 30 years, workers have helped grow our economy by over 50%. But in spite of this, their salaries are stagnating and their retirements are becoming less secure. The inequality gap in Canada between the richest and the majority of Canadians is growing faster and wider than in other developed countries. The 100 richest Canadians now have the same wealth as the combined wealth of the 10 million less fortunate. Employment insurance is becoming harder to access. We now have statistics that show that less than 4 in 10 unemployed people qualify for insurance when they need it. And Madam Speaker, that statistic has not changed for some time now. In fact, none of these statistics have changed for quite some time now. Closer to home in my own riding of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, and even for my own beautiful province of British Columbia, since the House of Commons passed a resolution in 1989 that is, to eliminate child poverty in Canada, BC's child poverty rate has actually increased from 15.5% to 18.3% today. The richest 10% of BC families with children received 24% of the total income, while the poorest half of families shared 27%. I look at my own hometown of Duncan with the extremely alarming child poverty rates, especially severe in the city of Duncan, where we have almost 3 in 10 children living in poverty. And like I said, Madam Speaker, these are not new statistics. These are stats that continuous Liberal and Conservative governments have been aware of. And we're now 2 years into this government's mandate, and we still have some of the most disadvantaged families in this country waiting for meaningful action to tackle so many of these dreadful statistics. Now, a lot of it has been made in this House of the Minister of Finance of late, and I think it is again worthwhile to talk about the Minister of Finance because he is the sponsor of this bill. And I think it's a very valid point that most of this House, because I would argue that the opposition actually represents most of Canadians, given that about 60% of them voted for the parties on this side of the House, do not have any confidence in this minister. And it goes to the point of the fact yesterday and continuing today, he was unable to provide either a yes or no answer to simple questions to the member from Carleton. He will not reveal his assets that are in other numbered corporations so that we as a House may have confidence in his abilities as the finance minister. And the real sticking point for us in the NDP is the fact that he is the sponsor of Bill C-27, an act that will allow federally regulated sectors to change their pensions to targeted benefit programs. All the while, he held shares in Morneau Shepell, a company that can stand to benefit in extreme ways from the passage of that legislation. I'd like to see Liberal members of Parliament have the courage to bring that bill forward for second reading debate, and I'd love to hear the arguments they put forward on how that particular bill is going to affect the retirement security of the middle class they claim to stand for each and every day in this House of Commons. I am so looking forward to that day of debate. Madam Speaker, budgets are about choices, and I want to go through some of the choices that are existent in this bill and that the government has made of late. Now, one of the provisions in this bill will allow the Minister of Finance to transfer some $480 million to the Asian Infrastructure Bank, which was mentioned in the 2017 budget. And many members in the opposition have expressed extreme concern about why Canadian money is flowing to that bank, about the good it could have done here in Canada. I mean, $480 million, for those of us who represent rural communities, that is untold riches of what it could do, what it could build in our local communities. But it kind of fits with a pattern of what this government's spending choices, because right outside these doors we have a hockey rink which cost $5.6 million. And I know the government likes to talk about it as a legacy project, but it's going to be dismantled after February, and it's only a block away from the largest skating rink in the world. So, $5.6 million is a princely sum of money to be spending on something that's going to make the front lawn of Parliament look better for 3 months. $555,000, $500,000 was spent on a building wrap while Canada Post headquarters gets renovated. And of course, they spent over $200,000 developing the illustration on the cover of Budget 2017. Now, when we start to see spending patterns and choices like this, it raises legitimate questions about where this government's priorities actually are. And that leads me to the second part, Madam Speaker, because when we talk about those choices, what invariably comes up is the missed opportunities. And, this budget implementation bill, because it's implementing certain measures of the budget that were announced earlier this year, it gives us as members of Parliament quite a large amount of latitude to talk about some of the choices that were not made. So we, for example, asked the Minister of Finance if he could include provisions to cap CEO stock options, those CEOs that make use of this loophole to shelter some of their income, to actively fight tax havens, to establish an all-important $15 minimum wage for federal workers, to show that kind of leadership to our provincial counterparts, to show that we actually care about the workers of this country, that we could have made huge investments in energy, efficiency home renovations. We could have addressed accessibility problems linked to housing, to drinking water, mental health services and education in First Nations communities, and more importantly, we could have established a universal farmer care program, a program which the Parliamentary Budget Officer conservatively estimated would save Canadians over $4 billion. But none of these provisions, unfortunately, Madam Speaker, were implemented. Now, in March 2017, the government supported our party's motion to tackle tax havens and place a cap on those same tax loopholes by CEOs, which I just mentioned. And while the government supported it, we are still waiting for that concrete action. The concrete action to address the problems caused by tax measures that benefit those at the top. And the previous Conservative Speaker talked about a tax system which increasingly treats some at the top differently from those at the bottom. And he used the term nickel and diming, and I couldn't agree more. When you have vulnerable sectors of our Canadian society, those suffering from diabetes, unable to access the disability tax credit, and Madam Speaker, I've seen the costs that these families go through to treat their diabetes, and meanwhile you've got high-flying millionaires, Liberal friends at the top, able to use tax havens, use tax measures that none of us at the bottom could even dream about. And it goes to a sense of fairness. We need to institute that fairness in our tax system. We need to see that the government is supremely confident and serious about tackling this widespread problem. The Paradise Papers have only released the tip of the iceberg of how deep this problem goes, how deep the rot goes, and it really needs to be addressed. I know that the government likes to talk about the child benefit. Of course, families receiving money is a good thing, but it still does nothing to address the chronic shortage of available childcare spaces. And I have families talk to me so much about this, the fact that they cannot afford to get a second job because the costs of childcare are so high and the spaces are simply unavailable. So, Madam Speaker, I see that my time is running out, and 10 minutes is really not a long time to talk about a budget implementation bill. But I want it to be known that there is one party in this House at least one party that has consistently and constantly talked about these issues, whether standing up for a minimum wage, for adequate retirement security for our workers, for making sure that families get real breaks, and that's the NDP. It's why I joined this party. It's why I will continue to stand with it to raise these issues on behalf of my wonderful constituents in Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, to make sure that we get true progressive policies that this country deserves. Thank you.
Bravo. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, the member concludes his thoughts in terms of standing up for Canadians. And the member is correct in one sense. He did stand up and say no to the Canada Child Tax Benefit. He did stand up and say no to the middle-class tax cut. He did stand up and say no to the tax that was being applied to Canada's 1%. And, Madam Speaker, when it comes in terms of the whole issue of tax evasion, we've got news for him. Chances are there's fairly wealthy New Democrats that are also out there, as there are wealthy Conservatives. You know, there is a need for us to take a look at the way in which individuals avoid paying taxes, and that's why the government has, in fact, put in close to $1 billion to look and prosecute, where we can, tax evaders. I'm wondering if my colleague across the way would support that particular initiative that the government has brought forward, saying that we want and we've allocated out close to $1 billion to go after rich tax evaders, whether they're New Democratic wealthy, Conservative wealthy, or Liberal wealthy. Does he support that initiative?
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, Madam Speaker, I have to stand here and address the misleading information that the Parliamentary Secretary just uttered right now. Because when he talks about us voting against the tax measures, I want it to be known that every single Liberal Member of Parliament gave themselves the maximum tax bracket raise in that budget. The median income in Canada is around $41,000 a year, Madam Speaker. Those people got zero. That's a fact, Madam Speaker, and he can argue with me all he wants, but that's a fact. That's why we voted against that measure, and he knows that to be true. Of course, when we give tools to the CRA to make sure that they're cracking down on tax avoidance, we want to actually make sure that they are going after the people who deserve it, not nickel and diming the people at the bottom, and we're very concerned that the CRA's level of service and the way it's going after Canadians is completely misguided, and the Minister of National Revenue needs to stand in this House and be accountable for her agency's actions. Bravo.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I thank my colleague for his comments. You know, the Budget Implementation Act is an important act because it really puts forward the measures that the government's going to enact through their budget. Now, one of the key issues that I know Canadians are deeply concerned about is about universal pharmacare. We have theoretically universal health care, but we saw the government vote against this with the Conservatives on an NDP motion to bring forward universal pharmacare. Can the member explain to me, in relation to the Budget Implementation Act, is there anything in that act that talks about universal pharmacare for Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Vancouver East for raising this important point, because when it comes to universal pharmacare, you know, healthcare has consistently been listed by Canadians as the #1 priority. And our supposedly progressive Liberal government, they like to talk the good talk, but when it comes to real action, we gave them the opportunity to implement a national pharmacare plan to actually really save money for Canadians on their prescriptions, and they were nowhere to be seen. So I want it to be known, Madam Speaker, that there is one party that will keep fighting the good fight. They're right here in the NDP. My constituents in Cowichan, Malahat, Langford can count on me to continue raising this issue on their behalf and making sure that the most disadvantaged members of our Canadian society get the help they deserve. Thank you very much.
Time for a very brief question. The Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Madam Speaker, and the member knows full well just how hard families work in his riding and my ridings right across this country. And Mr. Speaker, we, on our part, have to make sure that we support those families, support those children. And that's why in the first budget bringing forward the child benefit, and now with our economy doing so well, providing those investments back into our communities so that our communities can continue to grow. Does that member not believe that that his community and all communities deserve this funding, this plan that's working, that is driving our economy, creating jobs, and taking 300,000 kids out of poverty?
Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford, a very brief answer.
Well, Madam Speaker, speaking of investments, I'd like to refer the honourable member to the National Housing Strategy, where most of the money is not going to come into effect until after 2019. The last time I checked, there are communities in crisis right now. We've known about the housing crisis for decades, and still they're having to wait until they elect another Liberal government in 2019. The NDP will make sure the job gets done immediately. Bravo.
À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 30.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Gooseberry Owen Sound Sensation and the Honourable Member for Drummond Official Languages.
Prise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And just listening to the previous speaker kind of reminds me in terms of just to the degree in which the NDP do love to put a spin on things. And let me just make comment in regards to a couple of the things that the member across the way makes reference to. He talked about the importance of a national pharmacare program. I truly believe that there are many members of this chamber that are striving to achieve that. In fact, I know it's an issue amongst my colleagues, at least on the government benches, that they are very much committed to strive towards that direction. And in fact, Madam Speaker, we have a standing committee on health care that is working on that is inviting the stakeholders. They're in the midst of a report when the NDP had a flash of an idea and take the idea from the standing committee and then present it inside the chamber, not allow the standing committee to do its fine work. A committee that was being worked on by all members of this. But true to form, you see, the NDP, they like to think that if it's a good idea, it's got to be an NDP idea. The member just made reference to the housing strategy. Well, yeah, it might be a big plan, but you're not spending money today. Well, inform the member across the way, we are spending money today. Every year the national government spends hundreds of millions of dollars into subsidizing national housing, Madam Speaker. But this is historic because this is the first time where we're getting the type of money that we are seeing invested not only for today, but into the future for national health care, for a national housing strategy. Instead of trying to recognize the fine work at times that the government is doing, they tend to navel gaze and want to look at, well, where can we criticize? How can we say that we're better than the government, Mr. Speaker? He talked about tax fairness. And one of my favorite ones is the NDP, they like to come across as, well, we, tax the rich, tax the corporations, and give the money to the poor. That's the standard that they like to say, Madam Speaker. When I was inside the provincial Manitoba legislature, where the NDP were in government for far too many years, they actually reduced corporate taxes from 16.5, Madam Speaker, to 12. That was the NDP in government in the province of Manitoba. That's right, we are in Ottawa, very observant of the member opposite, Madam Speaker. So what did the members in Ottawa have to say? Well, when it came to putting a tax on Canada's wealthiest, what did they do? They voted against it, Madam Speaker. What did they do when it came time to support Canada's middle class? The member opposite says, well, that was because of MP salaries that we brought it in. No, that's not true. The difference between us and the New Democrats is that the Government of Canada supports our middle class and those striving to be a part of it to the degree in which we brought in a middle class tax cut that put hundreds of millions of dollars into the pockets of our middle class. We're talking teachers, healthcare workers, factory floor workers. Madam Speaker, millions of Canadians had their disposable income increase, had that tax break. And what did the NDP do on that? Well, Madam Speaker, they voted against that too. And then you take a look in terms of, well, they want tax fairness. Well, once again, we have a government that wants
Sorry, there is a point of order. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I won't hide that it would be great if I could turn his microphone up. The speech of this individual has nothing to do with what we're talking about. He's spending time blaming the opposition, but let him talk about the subject, which is C-63. Thank you. First of all, I know that the member knows that there's a great deal of latitude when someone is giving a speech. However, I also know that the parliamentary secretary has often raised matters today, points of order today, regarding the relevance to the subject at hand. I would therefore ask him that his speech deal with the bill under debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, and I'll do just that. I'll actually maybe even do a little bit more than that. But before I do that, I can appreciate the sensitivity, because when New Democrats hear the truth, it kind of makes them feel a little uncomfortable in their seats, Madam Speaker. And at the end of the day, maybe truth hurts at times, but truth needs to be said. And, Madam Speaker, you know what we're actually debating today? And I've been actually quite well in terms of not standing up, because I hear many members of the opposition stand in their place, and they're talking about the exact same things that I'm talking about, but maybe not being as harsh on my friends in the NDP, right? So I'll try to fray away from being so harsh and look at ways in which what it is that we're actually supposed to be adding further thoughts on today, and that is the issue of the infrastructure investment, the Asia Infrastructure Bank. That's, in fact, what it is that the NDP moved an amendment on this particular budget. Now, I realize very few have actually talked about that, but I do want to make reference to it at the very least. And that is because what we hear from across the way is, again, a false impression. They try to give the impression that Canada is actually spending money in infrastructure in China in a very significant way. You know, I thought it was very interesting when you take a look at the Infrastructure Bank, and one of their most significant investments that they made was actually in the Philippines. In the Philippines, where there's issues related to flooding, there was a commitment of just under $500 million that went to assist the country of the Philippines in fighting flood, or providing flood protection. Flood protection is really important. I know, Manitoba is a province that has often had floods, and we've invested in flood protections, and it works. It has saved the city of Winnipeg in particular billions of dollars over the years. So we have the Asia Infrastructure Bank that does some fine work that might not have taken place. And it's important in the sense that it wasn't that long ago when there were some serious floods that had taken place in the Philippines. And at the time, members on all sides of this House stood up and called on the Canadian government to do something. We had individuals in every region of our country that went far beyond the Filipino heritage community, which continues to grow and be prosperous and add to our very rich heritage, Madam Speaker, that responded to the flooding that was taking place in the Philippines, not only by just providing comments, but providing thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And the Canadian government responded to that. This is some of the type of work that is being done with the Infrastructure Asian Bank, Madam Speaker. But if you listen to the opposition, that's not the impression you would receive. In fact, one of the things that we do exceptionally well here in Canada is we have a high level of expertise of individuals that have infrastructure experience. And by us investing in that Asia Infrastructure Bank, it allows Canada to better compete with the expertise that we have to offer the world. And if you listen to the opposition, you would think that we are throwing the money away, when in fact that's not the case, Madam Speaker, because that money ultimately will come back. And there's a very good chance there will be a healthy dividend on it. So we're contributing to the development in many areas of the world, in particular in that Asia area, Madam Speaker, that will assist in a very humanitarian way, I would argue, as the example I just cited, to the idea of allowing Canadian expertise and possibly even Canadian companies to participate in the process. It's a little bit ironic, you know, you hear in particular Conservatives talk about, oh, how bad this thing is because of infrastructure dollars going out of Canada. Yet here we have a Minister of Finance that has actually invested more in infrastructure, record highs, historic record highs, in terms of the hundreds of millions going into the billions of dollars into our infrastructure, Madam Speaker. And you're saying I've already ran out of time, Madam Speaker, or I have a few seconds. Well, I'll tell you, Madam Speaker, this is something in which this government has excelled at, investing in Canada's infrastructure, because by building our infrastructure, Madam Speaker, we are supporting our middle class. And the healthier our middle class, the healthier our infrastructure, the better we all will be.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I always appreciate my colleague's enthusiasm, but we'll pick up right at the end of his remarks where he talked about this government's promises for infrastructure spending, many billions of those promises post-dated until after the next election. But in fact, how does he excuse the $2 billion committed already, which has had to be reprofiled because the government couldn't get those $2 billion out the door?
The honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm sure my friend across the way recognizes that as much as the government would like to see every dollar of that spent in that fiscal year, there is an obligation to work with the other provinces and other stakeholders. And in many of those situations, they couldn't get the shovel in the ground fast enough. And there's ways in which ultimately, as I say, for us, we are seeing more and more projects that are in fact being approved, more and more shovels into the ground. But let there be no doubt, this is a government that is truly committed to Canada's infrastructure, and the dollars are in fact tied there, Madam Speaker, because we want to see the Canadian economy continue to develop and grow.
The honourable député de Hull-Elmer.
The honourable member for Hull Island. I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg for his speech. I was wondering if he had anything to say about the Asian Infrastructure Bank. I know that Canada learned its lesson after the Second World War about the importance of participating in multilateral organizations in order to make sure that everyone can develop together. Because we know that when everyone is responsible for creating prosperity and wealth, by investing in basic infrastructure, it's better for everyone to ensure progress and development in Asian countries. Can my colleague talk about how Canada is not the only one to invest in this bank, the Asian Infrastructure Bank? We are among 80 countries who have indicated their interest. I would like to ask my colleague if it is a good idea for Canada to do its part to invest in the development of countries that are still developing.
House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question. It's a great question. You know, Canada does play a very strong leadership role on many different fronts. And you take a look at the Asian Infrastructure Bank, Canada is not alone. You have the United Kingdom, you have France, you have Germany, and many other countries that are actually engaged with that infrastructure bank. And they do it for different reasons, no doubt, Madam Speaker. But this is something in which, as I say, Canadians can feel very comfortable in terms of knowing that this is and I believe it's, it'll range anywhere from, let's say, $250 to $500 million, depending in terms of if you're talking U.S. or Canadian dollars. But it's relatively a good, solid investment in which it will ultimately come back and likely with significant dividends. But whether it does or doesn't, Madam Speaker, recognize some of the potential good that we're doing around the world. And I use the example of the Philippines because it's a country that I truly care very much about. Many of my constituents and in fact, Canadians as a whole understand and appreciate what's taking place there when you get some of these horrific natural disasters that take place. And now, because of the infrastructure bank, they're going to be more flood-proof. I see that as a positive thing, Madam Speaker. So it's not just about the dollar. It's looking at ways in which we can also contribute to the betterment of beyond our borders, Madam Speaker. Yet we still, as I say, get that return. And Canada is not alone. The Conservative Party might want to be completely excluded by that, but I would suggest to you that there is an obligation that other countries that I've already made reference to, such as the UK and Australia and many others. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise today in report stage to review Bill C-63. I lament that we have time allocation in place, and I'm grateful that I was able to grab the slot that occurs every 34 slots for someone in a position such as myself in a party with fewer than 12 MPs. Time allocation tends to be and is, in fact, a real detriment to the principle that all MPs in this place are equal. That is the principle of Westminster parliamentary democracy. And, of course, the increased power of party whips, the increased partisanship within the House means that all MPs are equal in the way that George Orwell described all animals as being equal in Animal Farm. Some are more equal than others. And the rules around recognized parties, I'll just pause parenthetically to share with my colleagues that I only recently discovered that Canada is the only Westminster parliamentary democracy that has the notion that you need a certain number of MPs before you get the same rights as all your colleagues. It's unique to Canada. It's replicated in our provinces and something I would like to see removed someday. In the meantime, Madam Speaker, this bill has already made history. It's the first time that the new rules for parliamentary procedure around omnibus bills have been applied. I certainly appreciate the fact the Speaker accepted to look at this and separate out those sections that did not appear to be required to be within the same theme of action. Omnibus budget bills became, I'd have to say, absolutely horrific in the Harper era. The omnibus budget bills in 2012, and we had two of them, C-38 and C-45, had nothing to do with budgets and were omnibus bills of the most egregious kind. And so the term omnibus budget bill became in the public mind something to be absolutely rejected and condemned. But there is such a thing as a legitimate omnibus bill, and there is such a thing as a legitimate omnibus budget bill. This one came close, but there were those sections that I appreciate the Speaker separating out. For the most part, and this is something I wanted to have a chance to say, I think the debate in this place has been misplaced in tending to be, from the opposition benches, primarily about the Minister of Finance's personal finances. Minister of Finance's personal finances. I really think that we need answers to those questions, but not in the context of a debate on Bill C-63. I think Bill 63 has much in it that I would urge other colleagues to read closely, because I have read this bill closely, and there's much in this bill that I like. I certainly want to support, although it didn't go far enough, the bill does take some steps towards something that the government promised. As a matter of fact, the government promised to remove fossil fuel subsidies when Stephen Harper was Prime Minister at the 2009 G20 summit. So the promise has been on the books for some time that Canada will eliminate fossil fuel subsidies. It is in that sense a government promise that's not strictly a Liberal promise. But it is also a Liberal promise, and it was made in the platform and in the speech from the throne. And we've seen very little done at the federal level to eliminate subsidies to fossil fuels. The accelerated capital cost allowance for oil sands investments was tapering off under the previous Conservative government. It remains in place for existing projects that are grandfathered under this, a very advantageous tax regime that continues to amount to about $1 billion a year for oil sands companies, but it was once closer to $3 billion a year. So that's people debate over what's a subsidy and what isn't, but as a capital cost allowance, it's seen as a pretty advantageous tax treatment that amounts to a subsidy. The one that's, by the way, the other one that has not been touched at all by the Liberals was one that Stephen Harper brought in after he pledged to get rid of fossil fuel subsidies. And that's the subsidy towards the production of natural gas, and particularly assisting liquefied natural gas companies go ahead. It's hard to beat the one that former Premier of BC, Christy Clark, left in place for the Woodfibre LNG plant, which will amount to about $4,000 in public subsidies for every job created. So we're still subsidizing fossil fuels provincially. We're still subsidizing fossil fuels federally. But what this bill does in Part 1, which I was pleased to see, although it doesn't go far enough, is that on oil and gas drilling, if you have an unsuccessful oil and gas drilling experience, you used to get 100% write-off. That's now reduced under Bill C-63 to a 30% write-off. That tax treatment is better. It's a step in the right direction, but it doesn't go far enough. The other piece in that same section that certainly is encouraging is that we're seeing better tax treatment for a real winner in renewable energy, which is geothermal energy. We've known for a long time that we can do a lot with geothermal. We certainly have seen countries around the world benefit from geothermal, and this is for the very good new tax treatment to encourage geothermal electricity. There's also improvements here for the donation of ecologically sensitive land. I was part of the National Roundtable on Environment and Economy back in the day when the member for Ottawa South was the CEO. We took a real fight on there to try to convince the then Minister of Finance, Paul Martin, not to treat the donation of ecologically sensitive land as something that actually penalized the donor. People used to get dinged with a deemed capital gain when they didn't actually get anything. They were making a donation. So over time, our tax code has moved consistently in the direction of better treatment. This bill, C-63, expands the kinds of lands that can be donated and improves the tax treatment. So again, the ecologically sensitive land donations are quite welcome. I also want to support the improvements in the tax treatment of nurse practitioners so that they'll have some of the same tax treatment of other health professionals, which improves how their lives will be day to day. Similarly, in Division 10 of Part 5, there are also improvements to how the Energy Efficiency Act will operate. We definitely want to see more energy efficiency programming. It's been a large disappointment to me. The Minister of Finance knows this. I mentioned it to him recently. But a very large-scale disappointment to me is that we are not using the tools in the federal toolkit to approach climate change as if we take it seriously. If we could go back and look at the current Minister of Public Safety's budget when he was Minister of Finance from 2005 and pull all those measures out and decide they're a top priority for this government to put in the 2018 budget, I would be one happy camper, because that would include eco-energy retrofits, which we don't have. It would include supports for electric and hybrid vehicles, improvement on the east-west electricity grid. Well, those are the things we don't have in this budget, but at least what we have in Bill C-63 are amendments to facilitate a lot of energy products to include harmonization of regulations, enhance energy efficiency. Those are very welcome. Now, what I tried to change the most in committee through amendments was to improve something which is essentially, again, generally positive, a step in the right direction, to give people the right to time off work if they or members of their family have been victims of violence. It's obvious to anyone who thinks about it, and if you've gone through it yourself, or you have friends who have, if you've been the victim of a violent assault, if someone in your family, particularly a child, has been the victim of a violent assault, that takes time. If you're going to get that child to therapy appointments, if you're going to get yourself to therapy appointments, if you're going to take time to recover from the trauma, and it's a trauma, you need time off work. It's very much welcomed that this legislation will give, by right, employees time off work. But the bill operates in such a way that the employer has the option to say you're not allowed to take less than a full day. So you can't just say, I want a couple of hours, that's all I need. You have to take the full day. And this is time off work without pay. And so I still would hope, I'm very disappointed that my amendments didn't get through in committee to say this time off work should be time with pay. Now, the evidence we had was overwhelming in committee, certainly from Hassan Youssef as president of the Canadian Labour Congress, saying that, as he pointed out, 90% of domestic violence survivors experience financial control issues. If you're a spouse who's been violently assaulted by your spouse, and one spouse is the breadwinner, let's put gender to this. In most cases, it's the male partner who violently assaults his wife. And the wife is in, generally speaking, a reduced financial situation of independence compared to her husband. How do you manage if taking time off work actually means you might lose your right to raise your own children because of the financial duress? These are the parts I would have liked to have seen fixed.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. Honorable député de Hull-Elmer.
Honorable member for Hull-Elmer.
First of all, I'd like to thank the leader of the Green Party for not only her speech today, but with many parts I certainly agree with, but also her work when she has attended Finance Committee, of which I'm a member. The question which I have to the honourable member, it's in regard to some of the tax treatment changes which are part of Bill 163, the Budget Implementation Act, Part 2. One of the elements which the member had mentioned is in regard to the changes regarding geothermal energy and the tax treatment of that. I was wondering if I can give the opportunity to the honourable member to talk a little bit more about the measures, some of the changes that she also wanted to bring to that, and how in future budgets that she would look for future changes in that regard.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Highlands.
Thank you for those points, and thank you for your kind words about my work on the Finance Committee. The geothermal regulations are found in a couple of places, primarily at Section 104, Sub 1, in allowing the recovery equipment and to be used in the process of both energy efficiency, conserving energy, and also producing energy. Geothermal has tremendous potential. A lot of the reports that the Public Utilities Commission in British Columbia has issued, for instance, to the BC Hydro, has been to say, look at that potential. The potential is enormous. People tend to think that it's, if you haven't looked at it much, that it's kind of very specific geographically, like to Reykjavik to Iceland, where they have geysers, and it's clear they get their energy from geothermal. But geothermal is adaptable to most every region of Canada. You can put you can tap geothermal energy to warm a house in almost every part of Canada, but certainly below the tree line you can. And there are also huge potentials for large-scale production of geothermal energy. So in the suite of renewable energy options, solar, wind, hydro, geothermal, and tidal, Canada is abundant. When Stephen Harper used to talk about Canada as an energy superpower, that's where our superpowers lie. In installing that equipment that you never have to buy fuel again. Once you have solar capacity, once you have wind capacity, once you have geothermal, once you have tidal, you're not buying fuel to run your energy producing equipment. It's there for free. You just have to invest in it.
And comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from the Green Party for her speech. We don't hear enough talking about these alternative methods. For example, geothermal heating and other methods that can be very superior, particularly in winter in Canada. Another subject we don't hear much about in the House is the Canada Labour Code. I heard her talking about different types of leave. So does she not think it's a problem that the government didn't respect the Harder report that proposed 10 days of leave for family issues, and there's only 3 in the bill? So does she think that that's something that could be improved?
Our member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Oui, absolument.
Yes, absolutely. I completely agree with my colleague, the member for Longueuil, because for families, in times like these, you have to have access to financial support for those days when the family is not working. Without that support, it's very difficult to have access to time off.
Clear that when you're in these situations, if it's an opportunity you can't use, it's not really an opportunity.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Richmond North Athabasca. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to speak once again about the economic update. In other words, the Act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22nd, 2017. This will be an opportunity for me to speak more specifically about the question of accountability in government decisions. Governing doesn't simply mean pleasing people. It also means taking wise, sometimes difficult decisions that go beyond the simple objectives of one's mandate. Our actions will have an impact on future generations, and this is particularly clear when it comes to budget issues. The Liberals promised to balance the budget by 2019. They also promised that they would run a deficit of less than $10 billion. $10 billion for only the first 2 years. That's what they promised Canadians, and that was why Canadians elected that government, because of that promise. So they are accountable to all Canadians who expect those promises to be kept, and they also are accountable to Canadians who may have voted for a different party who are concerned about this government's spending. The Liberals' deficit is double what was promised, and unfortunately, it doesn't look like there will be any return to a balanced budget. So the Liberal government is increasing the debt level twice as fast as planned, and that debt will increase every year from now on. Madam Speaker, allow me to quote someone. I'll reveal to you who said this in a moment. We were the only people during the last election campaign not to focus on balancing the budget at any cost, regardless of the consequences that might have. Who said that? Well, our dear Prime Minister himself. And he said that just in June of this year during a press conference in Ottawa. It's fairly fantastical to see our Prime Minister saying such a thing. In the meantime, interest on the debt is increasing. In 2017, interest payments were worth more than $15 billion. So just to clarify any confusion that people might have, I'm going to explain the difference between debt and deficit. Budget deficit means that what the government takes in from taxpayers and businesses is less than what that government spends. So that's a negative balance. To pay for excess spending, in other words, the deficit, the state needs to borrow money. And if you add up all of the state's borrowing debts, that adds up to debt. So when you have deficits year after year, like the Liberal government, the government's debt increases. So these are two different concepts, but they're also intimately linked. Budget deficits feed the debt, and then the debt affects the deficit by increasing interest. If the deficit corresponds to money that is not available today, interest on the deficit is simply lost money. Allow me to explain. Now, the government says that when they run a deficit, it's so that they can invest in infrastructure. I can follow that logic. But the interest that is paid on the debt is money that is completely lost, and that's $15 billion worth of money. So the interest that is being paid, which is $15 billion a year, represents an expense. This is money that is being spent that is doing nothing except financing the debt. It is not going toward programs or services or anything else that might benefit Canadians, whether through a tax cut or some other measure. To give you an idea of the scale of how much money is being lost paying down simply the interest on the debt, Madam Speaker, I'd like to give you a few comparisons. With $15 billion, we could have paid for 500,000 daycare spots, 500,000 spots. With $15 billion, we could have built 3 Champlain bridges. With $15 billion, this year alone, we could have built 4 new buildings or over 11,000 new affordable housing spots. But if you keep feeding the debt relentlessly, this will increase the deficit, and in other words, the state will become even more indebted, which means we will have more interest to pay year after year. And this is basically creating a snowball effect. So this is why I want to talk to you about the accountability of the government. The Liberal government is currently living on credit, and they're doing so at the expense of our children and grandchildren. This government, at the same time, is saying that the economy is doing well, that all of the indicators are showing that we are going through a positive economic cycle. But if we are going into debt now, while the economy is doing well, what will happen when the economy is not doing well, Madam Speaker? What will happen when we don't have the choice to do anything except to borrow money to continue providing programs and services, and when we're actually in the red? What will happen when we have to borrow money to stimulate the economy by investing in infrastructure when we'll be in the red? Madam Speaker, what are we leaving to future generations? If this trend continues, my daughter, who just turned 16, will be 45 by the time the next budget is balanced, if we follow the government timeline.
What will we be leaving to our children? Now, let me give you an example, Madam Speaker. The deficit today, $20 billion. If we divide it by the number of children in Canada, according to Statistics Canada, it will represent $2,005.65 per child this year alone. And the same will be true for last year and years in the future. Now, has the government thought about its mandate beyond 4 years, or is it simply focusing on an election in 2019? Now, allow me to mention as well that if the last 10 years under the Conservative government had not been as rigorous as they were, if we had not balanced the budget after the worst economic crisis in the world, the government, today's government, would not be in a position to take the action it is. And, Madam Speaker, what we're seeing is a blank check with no guarantees for a balanced budget. But Canadians are entitled to know when their economy will do better, and when we'll see an end to this cycle of deficit and debt that is simply like a snowball, with a snowball effect, as I explained earlier. And someone has to pick up the tab. Madam Speaker, 80% of Canadians are paying higher taxes today than under the previous Conservative government. Don't be fooled. The expenditures being made today will have to be paid back at some point in time by us, by our children, or by our grandchildren. And the more we spend without counting how much we're spending, the more the debt will increase and the less money we'll have available to pay down that debt. And we will be generating deficits year in, year out with no plan to return to a balanced budget. The more we do that, the more we will be passing this debt on to our children's line of credit. And that's what I call irresponsible. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member, l'honorable député de Laval-les-Îles.
The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his remarks. I must say, Madam Speaker, that our government is a very responsible government. Why? Because the government has invested to create jobs for Canadians, to support the middle class. What can the member opposite say about a government that has created 500,000 jobs from sea to sea to sea? I can say, in addition, Madam Speaker, that we must invest for economic growth in Canada. We must invest to create jobs for Canadians, and we must invest to support middle-class families in Canada and to pay down the debts that we inherited from the previous government. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his question. I like his little smile at the end because, honestly, I don't think anyone believes that the position of the government today is due to that government, because the money that they've spent, they put into programs, is just starting to come into effect. More than half of the projects, the infrastructure projects, haven't even begun. And there are a host of projects on hold that haven't been rolled out in the departments. If things are going well, it's because of decisions made in the past. Let's wait and see a couple of years from now, 2 or 3 years down the road, how the situation is. And the government has created a deficit. That's true. Someone will have to pay it back. It's going to be my 3 children, the children belonging to members of this House, Canadians, or their grandchildren. They will be the ones paying down the deficit and the debt, and that is the record of this government over the past 2 years. The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like him to talk about the real position of the Conservative government on the deficit and the idea of a balanced budget. Now, when it comes to money, its government left $150 billion in debt, and interest is accumulating on that. It's in addition to the global debt. It's some $700 billion, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm wondering if he could clarify, or if he could tell us how much interest we're paying on the $150 billion the Conservatives added to the debt, and if he could clarify that for us. The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. I thought that I had been clear between the difference of a deficit and a debt. The Conservative Party went through the worst economic crisis in recent times and was the only country that succeeded in balancing the budget. Money could be invested in the economy. We showed that while returning to a balanced budget. I'd like to remind everyone here in this House as well that it's the previous Conservative government that cut taxes on Canadians, for Canadians, that brought the GST from 7 to 5%, dropped it, put more money in the pockets of taxpayers while investing and having the biggest infrastructure program in the history of Canada, the biggest program to date. So I'm not sure how I could better explain the situation for him. Yes, there was a deficit. It was created because of an economic situation. It was rebalanced over the years, gradually, progressively, while at the same time putting money back in the pockets of Canadians. But we've now returned into this situation of a spiraling deficit, and as a result, $15 billion are being paid in interest, in addition to the $20 billion in deficit this year, on top of the amount from last year. So it's the equivalent of 53 Videotrons last year and to this year. And I'm sure that we're going to be seeing another 53 next year at this pace. So all centres in Quebec could have a Videotron centre if that were the case.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to join in the debate on the Liberal government's second Budget Implementation Act of 2017. As with all legislation, members of Parliament must weigh the consequences not only on what is found in a Budget Implementation Act, but what is not included as well. It should come as no surprise to anyone that the government is not moving forward to implement lowering the small business tax. That was promised in the 2015 election, but I point out that they broke that promise. Then after the great tax revolt of the summer of 2017, they had a revelation that breaking their promise to thousands of small business owners and then calling them all tax cheats was not a recipe to get reelected. While scouring the many parts of this legislation, I thought there might have been included a line about how they will retract their ill-thought-out tax increases on local businesses, farmers, and entrepreneurs. Lo and behold, the government didn't take this opportunity to provide clarification on the details of their tax increases and how they will be plucking more feathers out of the goose. The government's intention to raise taxes is causing great consternation among job creators throughout Canada. I know the government likes to proclaim that they alone are responsible for any job creation. And in many respects they were, as thousands of new individuals joined the ranks of the public service from across the country. For example, it's been estimated that the public service grew by almost 10% in the National Capital Region since they formed government. Well, any government could go out and borrow money that they don't have to create new full-time equivalents. We must always remember that the growth of these jobs is not sustainable. There is an argument to be made that a government should stimulate the economy while in recession. However, it must also include a roadmap back to balanced budgets, as Prime Minister Harper predicted and attained 1 year faster than his original plan. This brings me to the point that there are no measures included in this Liberals' Budget Implementation Act to get back to balance. It reminds me of the broken promise that the Liberals ran on in the 2015 election. Some would say that their election platform was one of the greatest works of fiction in recent memory. While not nearly written as eloquently as one would like, it, however, was the platform that they had promised Canadians. During Budget 2017, they projected a $28.5 billion deficit for this fiscal year. This was almost triple their promise of running a small $10 billion deficit in the campaign while being back to balance in 2019. Finance now says if spending continues at the same pace, there'll be no budget balance till 2051, almost 35 years. Now they think they deserve kudos because their fall economic statement revealed the deficit is only about $20 billion today. While not as bad as originally projected, for this fiscal year, it is still a broken promise as per their election platform. Or as they would like to call it, that balancing the budget in 2019 is underway, but with challenges. Now, Mr. Speaker, they've tabled a Budget Implementation Act and are asking us to get behind their finance minister's financial plan. Normally, this would be very par for the course in a parliamentary democracy. But it was only earlier today that when asked point blank if the Prime Minister would stand squarely behind the Finance Minister, there was no clear answer provided. What was most shocking was that here was a chance for the Prime Minister to publicly state that he had full confidence in his Finance Minister, but he avoided giving a straight answer. So this begs the question, if the Prime Minister won't defend his Finance Minister, Why do members of the opposition trust anything the finance minister says? There are dubious reasons for Canadians to be concerned about what is found in this omnibus bill. If this legislation passes, it will allow Canada to join the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. This will mean that the Government of Canada will be giving $256 million over 5 years to send to an Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, even though finance officials stated that Canadians should not expect to see any financial dividends or return on this investment. If the intent of the Liberal government is to send $250 million to an Asian bank that will not see any financial gain, it can only lead those who are questioning this deal to think that ulterior motives are behind this agreement. Their priorities of trying to align a free trade deal with the People's Republic of China should not be made by using Canadian taxpayers' money, particularly when the money is being given to a bank located halfway around the world, to then give loans to other countries, while at the end of the day, Canadians take all the risk and will see no reward. In this legislation, the Liberals are once again going after energy companies by repealing one of the tax credits for energy exploration. The government is phasing out the first $1 million, and no longer will Canadian development expenses be able to be reclassified into a Canadian exploration expense. This change will impact smaller and more up-and-coming drilling companies, exactly the ones that most rely on this tax credit. Ironically, this change was actually found within the 2015 election platform. So raising taxes seems to be a promise this government is willing to keep. This government is more than willing to once again go after the energy sector, which employs hundreds of thousands of individuals either directly or indirectly, but have no problem adding billions to our debt and playing class warfare, all in the name of politics. The other aspect of this legislation, which I will at least tip my hat to the government, is for trying to move the yardsticks forward on eliminating many of the non-tariff barriers between provinces. It is quite frankly absurd that in many cases it is easier to ship and sell your products in a foreign country than it would be to your provincial counterparts next door. Well, the movement of reducing interprovincial trade barriers has at least made some progression. It should be noted that the list of exclusions to this agreement was almost as long as the agreement itself. It would be my preference that the Government of Canada spent as much time on energy on eliminating all interprovincial trade barriers as in their attempts to woo the People's Republic of China. It would be irresponsible of any member of this House to vote in favor of this bill. No member of this House should endorse the government's budgetary plans. This government has completely eliminated any hope of ever balancing the budget. They have eliminated even the mere thought of having a plan to return to balanced budgets. They are causing serious unnecessary pain to Canadian businesses and our overall economy. A government that spends more money than they bring in while the economy is growing is foolhardy. And I've seen that personally when I spent my 14 years in the Manitoba legislature watching the NDP, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and this Liberal government is trying to outspend Manitoba's former NDP government. They are adding billions of dollars of new debt with not a lot to show for it. It should come as no surprise that this government is willing to waste taxpayers' money, such as spending over $200,000 to design their budget cover or $500,000 to make the Canada Post building look like a present. And let me tell you, Canadians are mightily upset about the millions of dollars spent to build a hockey rink on which no one will get to play hockey. They have a finance minister that nobody trusts. They have budgetary numbers that no one believes. And they have no plan to create real private sector economic growth other than spending billions of dollars of taxpayers' money on pet projects. I cannot and will not support this legislation, as in many respects this government has failed Canadians. They've lost their way, and unfortunately, Canadians are left picking up the tab. In the weeks ahead, We will see if their own finance minister will keep his job, and it is my sincere hope that in the best interests of all Canadians, they will stop piling on debt and attacking local businesses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. The member opposite suggested there's not a lot to show for some of the federal spending. The Bank of Canada governor, of course, disagrees, calling the Canada Child Benefit highly stimulative. But the member also talks about hopeless budgeting that no one believes. So I just want to read a quote. Taken from the perspective of the government sector as a whole, that is federal and subnational governments and public pension plans combined, current fiscal policy in Canada is sustainable over the long term. Relative to the size of the economy, total government net debt is projected to remain below its current level over the long term. However, this perspective masks unsustainable fiscal policy at the subnational level. While federal net debt is projected to be eliminated entirely in just over 40 years, we project that subnational government debt will rise. Current fiscal policy at the federal level is sustainable over the long term. Of course, that's the Parliamentary Budget Office in October of 2017. I wonder what the member has to say about that.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
I want to thank my colleague across the way in the Liberal Party for his comment and for his quote. Mr. Speaker, I can assure him that the Finance Department of the Government of Canada has indicated that they won't even get rid of the deficit in 35 years, never mind get rid of the debt in 40. So I don't know what this member has the ear of his finance, whether he has the ear of his finance minister or not, because his own department is telling us and telling Canadians that they will not even reduce the deficit for 35 years, never mind, as I said earlier. Now, I also believe, too, Mr. Speaker, that as I said, the party continues to go on the way that they're going, the governing party of Canada today. They will outstrip the debt of Manitoba, which is probably the net debt per capita next to Ontario.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And one of the things that has been picked up in my writing that people have a lot of questions and concerns about is they know that the infrastructure money that the government committed has not gotten out the door, but they also hear that we're going to be investing into an Asian infrastructure bank, $500 million that I think is going to be used to develop things like pipelines or to underwrite pipelines in Asia run out of China. So I wonder if he could tell me if he's hearing the same concerns from his citizens in his riding and what they might be telling him about this particular piece of the budget.
Honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Well, I want to thank my colleague from Kamloops for that question. Certainly, I'm hearing that from my people in Brandon Souris and my constituency and throughout the prairies that I was having the opportunity to be in a few provinces over this last few days, Mr. Speaker. And it's a sad irony that we will allow Canadian money to be going into an Asian bank to build pipelines in a foreign country that has a ghastly environmental environment, if you will, Mr. Speaker, when we won't even allow money to be used for pipelines in our own country. We've got very few that will be ever built under this government if they get it going. We've already been halfway through this government's mandate. They have an infrastructure program that they talk about a lot, but 3/4 of that money in that bank, in that promise from the election, and since in the infrastructure bank, have not even been put out in Canada. So if 3/4 of it's not put out here, why are we all of a sudden sending an equivalent amount into China or into Asia, not just China, into other Asian infrastructure bank? People are quite critical of this, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, and congratulations to my colleague for his speech today. The government talks a lot about the child benefits, and it's a pity to believe, understanding finance, understanding the economy, that just the child benefit is going to cope to lift the Canadian economy to the levels that they're talking about. There's some reports suggest also that 81% of the people this government is trying to help, actually it's hurting. So I would like to see if my honourable colleague will be able to comment on this point. Thank you.
Honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you to my colleague as well for that excellent question. You know, I was in had the opportunity to be with my grandchildren on the weekend, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in Calgary, and one of the young ladies that was there with her own children, friends of my daughter, came over to me and said, "You're Mr. Maguire, aren't you?" And I said, "Yes." And she said, "Well, I just want to tell you to keep up the good work." She said, "We've got to get rid of that guy." And you know, so I asked her to elaborate, and she said, "Well, we have to find a mechanism to get rid of this Liberal government." And this is a lady about 35 years old with a family, and she's married in Calgary and has 3 small kids, and she was bemoaning the fact that this government has taken away the income splitting, the child tax credits that they had, and so if anyone ever wants to find out what's actually happening on the ground, just go to the playground. The people with kids will tell you.
Noticed a couple of looks when the honourable member for Brandon Souris referred to himself in his own name. Indeed, the standing orders do not permit the use of referring to other members in the House by other than their riding name or their title. The standing orders are silent, though, on the matter of whether a member can indeed refer to themselves in their own name. And so we've tended to certainly permit that. If members wish to invoke their own name in the course of their own remarks, that's perfectly acceptable. Resuming debate, the reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Portneuf.
The honourable member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Mr. Speaker, thank you. As a person whose first name is Joël, I'm pleased to participate in the debate today, hoping that I am not an outlaw. I'll just take my earpiece off here. I rise today, and I want to start by talking about a caricature I saw last night that represented Justin Trudeau. Pardon me, Mr. Speaker. There indeed, that's my mistake. The Prime Minister of Canada, who is receiving his scorecard from Michael Ferguson, the Auditor General. And it says incompetence, lies, and unjustified expenditures. And our famous rock star, the Prime Minister of Canada, was next to his wax statue in the museum, was looking at himself in the mirror and said, "But the wax statue's not that bad." That says a lot about the attitude of this Prime Minister and this government. This is the priority of our Prime Minister. It's the importance of our Prime Minister. What disinterest? He doesn't care about what the Auditor General of Canada said, who's evaluating the effectiveness of various departments and programs that the Government of Canada must manage. In passing, when the Auditor General tabled reports recently, there was mention of the Phoenix Pay System. There was no overall governing structure to find a sustainable solution to pay problems. And that's the Auditor General who said that in his report. Mr. Speaker, after 16 months, the defense is that we are the ones, the former government, who are responsible. But it's been 16 months. Today, it'll be 18 months, actually, that they pressed the button. And since then, they have not found any solutions to pay our public servants. It's unacceptable. I don't know if the vote on marijuana led them to a particular state of thought, but they haven't implemented anything and they still don't have a date. Public servants don't know. Public servants have to buy gifts. They have mortgages to pay, but nothing, no solutions, and it's serious. The only defense, as I mentioned, was to blame the previous government. We're not the ones who pressed the button. They need to find solutions. They're there to govern, and I hope they're there to govern for only 4 years, and I hope that for all Canadians. Today, like yesterday, during question period, the Minister of Finance, today, unfortunately, it was the Parliamentary Secretary who answered the opposition's questions, but we are unable to get an answer on relevant matters regarding ethics, the appearance of conflict of interest. We are doing our job, and we're doing it so well, Mr. Speaker, that recently the Ethics Commissioner demanded that the minister pay a $200 fine for being at fault. They can't say that they're meeting the obligations, that they're following the rules, that they're working with the commissioner. The 337 other members, I hope there's not more, on this side, we are respecting the regulations. 337 respected the ethical guidelines set out by the commissioner. The Minister of Finance has a bill here that we are debating today, and I don't trust this minister who can't answer questions. Between you and I, Mr. Speaker, we'd really like to talk about something else. We'd like to move the economy forward. We'd like programs and departments to have the tools that they need. Why is the minister not saying yes or no? And then we'll move on. They're the ones who don't want to answer, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the government tabled a bill months ago, and yesterday, third reading, we voted on the legalization of marijuana. They can't manage a payroll system for public servants, and now they're leading us to believe that they can legalize marijuana to protect our youth and to eliminate organized crime. Mr. Speaker, I'm losing confidence. They're not proving that they're competent. I'll tell you the real reason they're in a hurry to legalize marijuana on July 1st, 2018. Do you know why? Because there's going to be economic spin-offs. They're stuck with their budget. They are spending recklessly, and they're going to have to find a portfolio to present in 2019. So two things, Mr. Speaker. They're going to collect a bit more money in order to reduce their deficit, which they claimed would be balanced in 2019. They realized with the way that they manage things, it won't be possible. And, Mr. Speaker, I rose and I did 4 speeches in this House regarding marijuana to say that our young people, 18 years old, 20 years old, 21, 22 years old, don't physically have the full development, and that's based on studies conducted by psychologists and psychiatrists and scientists. I'm not a doctor, but all the studies confirm that brain development is not finished before 25 years old. Why play Russian roulette with marijuana? On that, I think it is unacceptable. And do you know why they set it at 18 years old? I'll tell you why. Because in 2019, young people who will have had the privilege of being able to legally consume marijuana, who are they going to vote for? They've got a hidden agenda, that government. They're stuck financially, and they want to go get votes. This is just smoke and mirrors. No. The Budget Implementation Act, tabled March 22nd, 2017, and implementing certain other measures. Mr. Speaker, my introduction was long, but I have to tell you that this government is bragging. It's bragging and saying that the economy is going well, that we're the champions of the economy. Things have never been going so well. Hello? Please come back to Earth. The economy is going well. It's going okay. It's a good thing we're not in an economic crisis. What would we do? It would be serious. Mr. Speaker, we, the Conservatives, we went through an economic crisis, and we are the first country under Stephen Harper's leadership to have gone through an economic crisis and we're able to get our heads above water, the first country in the G20. Now we're spending recklessly. We invest occasionally in the economy, and that's fine, especially when one is in a fragile, precarious situation or an economic crisis, but that is not the case currently. It is irresponsible they're going to come back saying that we're investing in the economy with infrastructure programs. I have the privilege of being the deputy critic for infrastructure. I've only got 2 minutes left, and I'll move a little faster. Quebec's municipalities don't know how to manage with the program. They were told they would pay until March 31st, 2018, but now they might extend that until 2019, to March 31st, 2019, but only by 40%. And now we're not sure if it's 40% of the full cost or the initial deposit. Could we please help our regions, Mr. Speaker? Could we give them some oxygen? Because costs are going up, because everyone's in a hurry. There's no vision, because we want to collect all the monies available. It's irresponsible, and who's going to pay for that again? It is the famous Canadian taxpayer. We need to be, that's what's called being irresponsible. We need to take our taxpayers into account, not increase their taxes. That's what we did for 10 years on this side. But on the other side, that's what they're doing. They're increasing. And at some point, we won't be able to work for our taxpayers. And I just want to say that I had many other things to say, but unfortunately time is running out, and perhaps I'll be able to use the questions and answers. I would say that I do not trust this Minister of Finance, who doesn't have the decency to answer the questions of the opposition and Canadians. As of now, all of these laws that are being proposed will serve to feed my skepticism about him. He reacts only when he's backed into a corner. And I, for one, don't want to give a blank check to this Minister of Finance. I do not trust him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. He said some things that were interesting. And it was very interesting. He said that the reason that the government is introducing proposals in this bill regarding marijuana was to win votes among young people 18 years old who smoke cannabis. Well, it's ridiculous. I'm not a doctor either. I'm not a philosopher either. But I do remember my philosophy lessons. There's a concept called Occam's razor. It's useless to go look for a complicated explanation that calls upon principles that is beyond their experience, when a simple explanation, which we know already, which is taking into account the phenomenon before us. What my honourable colleague does my honourable colleague recognize that the current rate of use with the interdiction of cannabis is the highest in the industrialized world? And if we want to control access to this substance and to strongly reduce income for organized crime, the best way to go about it is to legalize cannabis. The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Mr. Speaker, my philosophy lessons happened long ago, but my colleague for Hull-Aylmer was probably very involved in philosophy. I'm not naive about marijuana. I'm not saying there isn't a problem. In the speeches that I've done, and I'd like to remind my colleague for Hull-Aylmer that he should go look back on my speeches. I said that there is a particular situation and we need to find solutions. But instead of legalizing, maybe we should just implement two things. First of all, we need more rigorous staff with better tools to make sure we eliminate organized crime, reduce organized crime, and we need to protect our youth. And for that, we need awareness campaigns. We need to encourage young people to do arts and sports. And I already mentioned in my speech, we need to invite them to volunteer for many organizations that activate around the holidays. They need succession. They need young people. We need to direct them in order to ensure that Canada prospers evermore.
Member for Saskatoon, Grasswood.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank our colleague from Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Some interesting observations. First one, he sits with infrastructure, knowing that $2 billion hasn't been rolled out in 2017. And then this government, Mr. Speaker, tried to announce just last week a new housing strategy, but the new housing strategy really would start after the next election, 2020, and it puts tremendous onus on every province in this country and territory. They have not even been consulted. They were just told to divvy up. But I think, Mr. Speaker, the telltale sign of this government was today in question period. And I'll quote, "The Prime Minister wouldn't even confirm that the current finance minister would deliver the next budget." That, to me, Mr. Speaker, shows a lack of confidence even in their own benches that this finance minister isn't doing the job.
Toast.
Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. I'd like to thank my colleague for Saskatoon, Grasswood, yes, thank you. Dear colleagues, what is particular, and I don't know if it's the backbenchers on the government side, if they're aware of what's happening on the front benches, it must be understood that, yes, there's a bill on housing, but what did they do with tax reform? They said we're going to lower taxes for businesses. When, Mr. Speaker? In 2019. I would invite you, Liberal colleagues on the backbenches, to observe what's happening. You are planning, you are managing your election, and you have the responsibility of managing the country that we have, Canada.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Courtenay, Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about my journey this summer through my riding because it's very relevant to the Budget Implementation Act that's tabled today and what's not in the budget. So this summer I traveled my riding. My riding is 8,500 square kilometers, and I did it by bicycle and by boat. And I did it with people in my riding that traveled with me, seniors, young people, leaders, chiefs, mayors, councillors, that rode with me from community to community, that came out to share what's important to them. Mr. Speaker, the reason I did it also by bicycle is because I've tabled Bill C-312, an act to establish a national cycling strategy on October 4th, 2016. And Mr. Speaker, you're probably wondering what are the benefits of a national cycling strategy and what a national cycling strategy would do for Canadians. The national cycling strategy would commit the federal government to set clear targets for the expansion of cycling-friendly infrastructure, encourage more Canadians to choose cycling as their mode of transportation, and improve national safety standard measures such as side guard rails for trucks, support cycle tourism in Canada, which is one of the fastest areas of tourism in the world, increase education for cyclists and pedestrians and motorists. Why is a national cycling strategy important, Mr. Speaker? We need to take small steps and a multifaceted approach to tackle the great challenges that we're facing with soaring healthcare and infrastructure costs, greenhouse gas emissions, and traffic congestion. And cycling is a sustainable transportation solution that's low cost, environmentally friendly, and encourages healthy living. So Bill C-312 is a multifaceted proposal to develop cycling options across our country, and it addresses the social, economic, and environmental issues facing Canada today and provides a plan for cycling infrastructure and education. It makes dollars and cents. With the rising costs of housing, gas, and groceries, just to name a few, life is becoming increasingly unaffordable for many Canadians. And cycling is a sustainable solution offering to transportation, and we can make that happen. So we need to do more to make Canada a cycling nation, Mr. Speaker. And I want to talk about a study that was recently done in Denmark that shows that every kilometre cycled, society enjoys a net profit of 23 cents, whereas for every kilometre driven by car, we suffer a net loss of 16 cents. And what really alarmed me when I learned more about cycling in our country was that in the Netherlands, 50% of children ride their bike to school. In Denmark, it's 40%. In Germany, it's 15%, and in Sweden, it's 20%. But here in Canada, Mr. Speaker, it's 2%. And it's not because we live in this big, vast country, because that would be the argument that you would think would be the reason why. 82% of Canadians live in an urban environment. In fact, 35% of Canadians live in Toronto, Vancouver, and Montreal alone. And it's not because of our climate, because Stockholm and Toronto, there's only 1 degree difference. So it's really about that we haven't made it a priority and haven't set clear targets and a commitment. And when we look at the costs associated with health, like I'll give you an example, heart disease in Canada costs us $12 billion a year. And again, a recent study done in Denmark shows that people riding their bike to work reduce their risk of heart disease by 40%. So can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, finding a pill that you could take that could reduce costs from $12 billion to $8 billion just by simply taking it. And that's cycling, Mr. Speaker. We need to set clear targets. We need to create a marketing and education approach to get more people on bikes, bring all users of the road together. We know if the federal government, and as a former municipal councillor, I know this, if the federal government puts $1 on the table, designated specifically for active transportation, for cycling. We know the province won't leave $1 on the table. We know a municipal government won't leave $2 on the table. And we know local community groups won't leave $3 on the table, Mr. Speaker. Now, this is supported by many groups. The Canadian Association for Physicians for the Environment have endorsed the need for a national cycling strategy. Canada Bikes. The City of Toronto recently wrote a letter of support for Bill C-312 and the need for a national cycling strategy. And in my riding, Port Alberni and Cumberland have also committed to that. In this bill, Mr. Speaker, there's nothing that's specifically designated in the last budget and the budget before for cycling here in Canada. So we need to do more. So, Mr. Speaker, as I traveled my riding, I started my journey on August 22nd in Heshquit, which is about 2.5 hours north by boat from Tofino, and I was the first MP in the history of our country to show up in Heshquit, and I was received very well. I went with Chief Lucas. They talked about the importance of conservation around their herring. They talked about the reality of low income assistance rates, the high cost of transportation, and the complicated failure of our government to respect their rights by the Supreme Court to catch and sell fish. And we went to Hot Springs Cove after that, Mr. Speaker. We heard the same thing. Then we went to Ahousaht. We met with Chief Louie and his council, and we heard from them about...
Order. Order. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's on a point of order.
Speaker, I appreciate my honourable colleague's comments, but I believe we're supposed to be debating the amendment that they've put forward on about the Asian Infrastructure Bank, and I'd like relevance on this issue. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's for her intervention. Admittedly, I know that the honourable member did introduce the notions of relevance at the opening of his remarks. It did seem for a moment or two, it did seem for a moment or two that he was well into describing the measures that would be upcoming potentially in a private member's question that will be before the House at some point in the future. However, it does fall to the honourable member to incorporate just how that set of ideas, and I think he was just kind of getting around to that actually when the point of order came, and we'll let him carry on and, of course, keep those very arguments relevant to the questions before the House. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, the intervention couldn't have been more perfect, Mr. Speaker, because we're talking about where the government's not spending their money. In my communities, Mr. Speaker, $500 million in an Asian infrastructure bank instead of infrastructure in Ahousaht, in Heshquit, in Hot Springs Cove. And I'm not done yet, Mr. Speaker. In my community, and as I traveled through my riding, all I heard about was neglect from this government and bad decisions. I went to Tofino. They told me about the lack of investments for marine debris, the lack of investments now, today, for affordable housing. I went to Tyastanis and Essaouista, and they talked about, in the Tloquit Nation, the lack of commitment from this government to honour their promise to make sure that Indigenous people are their most important relationship and treated like that, Mr. Speaker. So we talked about social issues, including elder care, which wasn't in the budget. It's going to Asia instead, addressing the lack of monitoring and science-based and Indigenous-based decision-making that they haven't supported, Mr. Speaker. And I went from there to Hitatsu, to a community, Makawa, in the Toquat Nation. And I heard from them that they haven't got support for a community centre. In fact, we had our gathering under a 10-by-10 tent. And I was received beautifully by them, despite our neglect as a nation for this community, with a feather asking us to work with them. In fact, they were looking for transportation support so they could grow their economy, so they could build a nation and be part of this great story, Mr. Speaker. I went to the Uklulith Nation, and they welcomed me warmly as well, calling for language revitalization and, again, support for a higher learning economy. All good ideas. All good ideas that we could invest in Canada. They talked about Parks Canada houses sitting empty in Uklulith that could be used for housing people when they've got a housing shortage. In fact, those houses are actually going rotten and building mold instead. So this government's neglect is costing us not just money, but infrastructure that's available right now. Yeah. I went from there to the Huu-ay-aht and met with Chief Dennis, and he talked about the amount of children living in care and the lack of investments from this government. It's humiliating and embarrassing to hear that the government's concerned about what I'm talking about today and actually calling me out for that when they're investing in Asia instead. You know, I went from there to Banfield, and they talked about the lack of investments and support for their institution and how they need more. Mr. Speaker, I traveled to the Alberni Valley, met with Chief Tatouche and the Hupetchesed, and we talked about the need for salmon restoration and EI eligibility for fishers, which we got nothing from their Coastal Restoration Fund, nothing from their Ocean Protection Plan. Mr. Speaker, I traveled throughout the riding. I went and saw the Shushat. I went to Hilliers and to Nanoose Bay, to Coombs, to Parksville, to Qualicum, to Bowser, to Denman Island, Hornby Island, to Royston, Union Bay, Cumberland, Courtney. And Mr. Speaker, when I went to the Qualicum Nation in all of these communities, they all had the same thing to say. They felt that we've been ignored. They felt that the government's priorities were completely out of order. And with that intervention, just said it all, Mr. Speaker. The government wants us to talk about an infrastructure bank in Asia instead of here in Canada, and while people are suffering, living on mere existence, and they're being totally forgotten, and seniors are being neglected, and the lack of commitment from the government in my riding is clearly evident, where we have one of the highest poverty rates in the country, the highest in British Columbia and the Alberni Valley, and a third of the children are living in care.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire, the honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm a little perplexed about the reference to money going into Asia, Mr. Speaker. I know during the last federal election on a pamphlet called Building the Country of Our Dreams, my friend's party actually outlined investment of up to $600 million in foreign aid. And I'm just quite perplexed that he's coming back, they're coming back today and saying, well, it's outrageous that the money is going into Asia. Well, I think he needs to look a little bit deeper into what these funds are going for, and to really reflect on where their party has been in terms of bringing back Canada into the world. Their commitments in the last election clearly alludes to the fact that they too were willing to spend that kind of money, and today they're standing up today and basically demonizing foreign aid. I think this is quite offensive, and I think my friend really needs to reflect on what he's saying, because as a party, I think they've been quite clear that foreign aid and our place in the world is quite important.
For Courtney Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, it'd be great if this money was going to foreign aid, but it's not. It's going to an infrastructure bank. And that could be invested in our community. I'll tell you, in the Alberni Valley, we need urgent investments for a port that would create hundreds of jobs, which would be great for the Canadian economy, Mr. Speaker. And making sure we honour our commitment to Canada's Indigenous peoples by making sure that they've got investments so that they can be part of this great story instead of costing Canadians by living in poverty, which costs a lot of money, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if it was about aid, they'd be following up on their commitment to grow the GDP and our commitment internationally, which our party has been calling for. And they're actually dropping their commitment to aid, Mr. Speaker. And they're failing the United Nations. They're failing people that really need a lift up.
Questions and comments? Qu'est-ce que commentaire? Alors, député de Longueuil.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his speech. You can really see that he cares so much about his riding, the people there, and the issues there. And I'd like to congratulate him for bringing forward some of those numbers about bike usage, for example. I've just come back from Copenhagen, where I could see the incredible use of bikes there. And it's true that we should be promoting these measures rather than dealing with other illusory things. So they were talking about the childhood poverty rate and his riding. And I can say that me, Pierre Montal, member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, I can say that 37% of people, of children in certain families live below the poverty line. And I think that the government should be listening to this problem. And I'd like to hear what my colleague thinks about this. I think it's very clear that you can see what this government's priorities are when you see that they're investing $5 million on a skating rink.
Neil Burney.
Well, it's really a great question, because we are hearing about a skating rink that's being built, a temporary skating rink, right here on the lawn of Parliament. You know, it's going to cost over $215,000 a day, Mr. Speaker. Well, in my riding, you know, again, a third of the children are living in poverty. Today, I rose on a statement to call on the government to change the requirements for the Canada Learning Bond so that every child can be registered, because we know education's the most important economic, indicator to health, to help lift people out of poverty. But this government, instead of trying to get more and more children registered, they make it difficult. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to find ways to lift children out of poverty and make it a priority. And again, it's a multifaceted approach. Health is one. Education is the other. Housing's critical, as we know. So I call on the government to listen to what we're talking about today. To make children a priority, and lifting every child out of poverty should be our utmost priority.
Questions and comments? Just a commentaire. We have time for a short question and response. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the member could tell us why then, when he talks about poverty, why then did he vote against the Canada Child Benefit, which literally lifted tens of thousands of children out of poverty? The member across the way voted for it. Why did the member vote against the Guaranteed Income Supplement, which lifted tens of thousands of seniors out of poverty? And when I talk about those thousands of Canadians, many of them are his own constituents. Did he tell his constituents that he voted against measures that addressed poverty head-on, Mr. Speaker?
Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, what I'll tell you is I voted against a middle-class tax break that didn't include 17.9 million Canadians, anyone who was earning $45,000 a year or less, who got nothing. And I will not support a tax cut where people who earn between $100,000 and $200,000 a year get a $700 tax break, and most of the people living in my riding get nothing. So that, Mr. Speaker, is my first response. Secondly, when it comes to childcare, there was nothing in that budget to build a national childcare plan, which is good for the economy, good for families, good for the health of our country.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a real honor to be able to speak in the House today on this important issue. And Canadians are engaged on this issue. Canadians are realizing the serious problem that Canada has with a government that has a serious spending problem. The spending problem is actually getting worse, and I'm not going to spend time going over the growing list. But I did see Santa Claus over the weekend, Mr. Speaker, and it's confirmed that the Prime Minister is on the naughty list. He is, what he's doing is not good for Canada. It's actually bad for Canada. Mr. Speaker, we also have heard just recently from the Fraser Institute reported that 81% of middle-class families are paying more under this Ottawa Liberal government. And that's an average $840 more every year under this government. It's not good news. First, they eliminated the child fitness tax credit. Child fitness tax credit. Unbelievable. The children's art tax credit. Tax credits for post-secondary education and textbooks, and income splitting for families. Mr. Speaker, and now it's found that they are going after children with autism and diabetes. Again, they're going after seniors, and it's endless. And it all is happening because this horrendous spending problem and a growing debt. Mr. Speaker, I've listened to a youth advisory board. These are our bright young leaders, and they also are not happy with the direction the government's going. They recognize the government is focusing on where they can get votes and not necessarily doing the right thing, is where might they be able to get some votes. So they spend a lot of money, they make announcements. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it was the Commissioner of the Environment that made a comment here, and she said that the government makes bold announcements, but before the confetti hits the ground, they forget those promises. The government has a hard time getting to the finish line. And you know what? That was an announcement that was made in 2005 by the Commissioner of the Environment, then a Liberal government. And the government has said they're back. Absolutely, they're back. They're back in entitlement, corruption, and wasting Canadian taxpayers' hard-earned money. But they're back to a new level where they're actually calling hardworking Canadians tax cheats. And they have introduced a budget that they want to fund this out-of-control spending, foolish spending. And, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are saying this is wrong, and they don't want us as members of Parliament to support this out-of-control spending. Mr. Speaker, I've just come from an important meeting at Standing Committee on HUMA and under Human Resources. And it's important that we give our youth a future of prosperity, a future where there's jobs. And the government is all excited about making announcements, but again, not getting things done. The government wants to travel. And, but they were quite upset that the Conservatives said no. We heard that in the last Parliament there was travel on accessibility, but they want to travel again. The Liberals like to travel, report, and make announcements. But it's time to get things done, to create jobs for our youth. And what our youth are quite upset about is this growing debt, this mega debt, mega billions of dollars of debt will be having to be paid by them. They're also upset that with the tax increases on small business, that's an attack on the very economic engine that creates jobs for our youth. And so our youth are not happy with this government's budget implementation plan. We also have seniors, and we've heard from the parliamentary secretary how good they've done. And again, these are these bold announcements, but when you dig down, you find it's actually the Liberal plan for seniors is going to save the government approximately $4 billion a year because the way they've structured this and the clawing back of benefits to seniors. So families, the middle class, hardworking Canadians that are trying to join and work to join the middle class, the Liberals keep moving the goalposts further and further away, all the same while they're making these bold announcements with spaghetti. Even the announcements that were made last week about the housing plan, the greatest plan in Canadian history, this is if the provinces provide a majority of the funding. This is if they get re-elected and Canadians want corruption entitlement to continue. So the plan goes nowhere because it's not worth the paper it's written on. It's not a real plan. Mr. Speaker, in addition to all this, the big promise that the government wants to create is to have marijuana legalized and have impaired drivers put on our roads. Now, that's not what they say. They say the marijuana legalization is to take drugs out of our children and take it out of the hands of organized crime. But how is the government going to take marijuana out of the hands of our children to make it safer for our children? It's going to allow children, 12-year-old children, to walk around with 15 joints. Right now it'll be confiscated. The government's plan is, no, children, you can't confiscate it anymore. They're going to be able to carry around. So there's this detach of logic where they're saying it's to take it out of the hands of children, but our legislation is going to permit them to walk around with 15 joints. Now, once you turn 18, you're going to be able to walk around with 90 joints. So you take an 18-year-old, 19-year-old with their buddies, and let's say that they roll the joints pretty big. And so instead of 90 joints, they're going to be 75 joints. These are premium joints. And, Mr. Speaker, if you had 4 people in this car, 75 joints each, that's 300 joints. Now, 3 people driving around in a car, what's the government doing is creating a distribution network with marijuana. And I'm not making this up. It is bizarre. And this is the new economy, the new Canadian economy. So this is why police forces are really expressing concern. Now, this new open and transparent government, are they listening? No. We've said we've got an ice rink out front of the Prime Minister's office, and that's for right now. But for Canada Day, we're going to have marijuana legalized. These wonderful announcements that the government is making. And, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't make sense. It's not good for Canada. It's not good for the Canadian economy. So, obviously, the government, to get drugs out of the hands of our children, are going to allow them to carry around vast amounts of marijuana. Illogical. So what are they going to do to make sure our streets are safer? Because Colorado, we should be learning from Colorado, that when you have children, when you have people out on the road with legalized marijuana, it can't be confiscated. It's legal when they're possession. What happens to the roads in Colorado? What will happen to the roads in Canada? Well, it's going to get worse. There's going to be increased deaths. So, and it'll be chaos. We heard the Liberals say it'll be chaos, yet they're moving forward, and this chaos can't happen soon enough. Well, Mr. Speaker, surely the health officials and police force chiefs, departments, they would be listened to. No, the government have set this July 1st date. So we have an economy where we now, they adopted a surplus budget of $2 billion. Now they have a growing deficit of mega billions, and this is all going to be passed on to the next generation, and the Prime Minister is going to be going around and skating on his private ice rink, and he's going to be able to go to Paradise Island, and the Finance Minister, he's in good shape, and the Canadian taxpayer is being called tax cheats, and you need to pay more. So it's a mess, Mr. Speaker, and this is what the Liberal government, the Ottawa Liberals, want us to vote for. Well, Canadians, the number of phone calls and emails that I get continues to grow month after month, and they've said, what is happening there? What is happening to our money? And giving, we're not supporting our veterans. We're not supporting our seniors. Mr. Speaker, it's a mess. And the obvious solution, the logical thing, is to vote against that bad bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Langley Aldergrove for his intervention. I know that he started off the first bit of his speech talking about travel and how committees wanted to travel and the Conservatives were so good at putting their foot down. Yet at the beginning of this fall session, I had the opportunity to travel with that member to Eastern Europe and the Ukraine. And Mr. Speaker, what we learned on that trip was the amazing work that our men and women in uniform are doing throughout the world. And I know that member took great satisfaction out of that trip and learning from the experiences that we got to experience as a committee together. So my question is travel only beneficial when it's somewhere that he wants to go, or does he think that it's specific to a particular committee that he happens to be on?
Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the excellent question. And the travel to Brussels, Latvia, and Ukraine in I think it was 9 days was a wonderful, edifying, educating experience. A brutal trip where there was no stopping. It was go, 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 and many of us came back sick. But was it ever educational? It was an amazing trip that actually came from the Shadow Minister for Defense wanting it was a recommendation, but he serves in a committee, National Defense, that actually is somewhat nonpartisan. And I encourage the Liberal member to listen for a moment. He asked this question. So I appreciated that, but that's not a travel that happens every year. And in the last Parliament, Mr. Speaker, we had a trip on accessibility. And the Liberal is, let's travel some more. We did it last year, let's do it again. And Canadians are saying, no, if you've already got the information, you don't need to travel anymore. What you need to do is get to work and solve the problems.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my friend and colleague from British Columbia for bringing up Skategate. You know, we know that as British Columbians, almost nobody from our ridings is going to use the temporary skating rink that's going to cost Canadians $215,000 a day, $5.6 million, a block away from the world's longest skating rink at the Rideau Canal. Mr. Speaker, but we do know that groups that are looking for funding for salmon, an important resource to British Columbians, for our economy, for our food security, for our well-being, Mr. Speaker, are getting denied. I just got an email from the Clayoquot Salmon Roundtable. They got nothing from the Coastal Restoration Fund and the Ocean Protection Plan. West Coast Marine Aquatic Organization, a great group of stakeholders representing all sectors of the fishing industry, they got nothing as well. Maybe you can speak to how important it is that we get funding for our fish if they're going to get a temporary skating rink here in Ottawa.
Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's a big question, and the big answer is the Liberals are not spending hardworking Canadians, taxpayers' dollars that they send here and trust. They're not spending it wisely. And they want the Parliament to do a better job. They want this Parliament to vote against the way the Liberals are spending their money, spending Canadians' money. And it is not the Liberals' money, it's not the Prime Minister's money, it's not the Finance Minister's money, it's hardworking Canadians' money. And they're overtaxed, underrepresented, and I challenge, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal members to start representing their communities. And when their constituents say they want them to vote a certain way, then that's what they should be doing, and they shouldn't be disciplining members that are not voting the way the Prime Minister tells them to vote.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Quebec-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his impassionate speech in the House. And I consider myself very honoured to be able to represent the people of Quebec-Mactaquac. And I can honestly say that the people of Quebec-Mactaquac are very well represented, Mr. Speaker. I can honestly say that, and I think that the people of Atlantic Canada spoke very clearly during the last election, and I think that they would also agree that Atlantic Canadians as a whole are very well represented in this House. And we talk about what Canadians want. And I had the opportunity to listen to the honourable colleague pontificate at length in the previous committee meeting just before this session, or just before this evening. And I think that my question to him is, does he think that the manner with which he represented himself and his constituents within that meeting represents the best interests of Canadians? And does he think that that's what they would want him here doing on their behalf in Ottawa?
Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for that question, and I believe each of us have a responsibility to be available to our constituents, to listen to our constituents, and to represent our constituents. And Mr. Speaker, I introduced a motion that a meeting be dedicated to studying job opportunities for youth and taking care of our aging population. And, Mr. Speaker, it was turned down by the committee, a partisan committee directed right from the Prime Minister's office, and Canadians don't like that. He knows, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister promised that that was not going to happen, that committees were not going to be run by the Prime Minister's office, but that's exactly what's happening now. The Prime Minister is directing the desired outcome, and the members of the committees are making sure that what the Prime Minister wants is what the Prime Minister gets.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me start by saying this to my honourable colleague on the other side. I have been in this Parliament for 20 years, Mr. Speaker. During that period of time, members of Parliament that got elected from this side of the House, from that side of the House, from every side of the House as we keep changing, I can assure him that everybody represents their constituency very well, including himself, Speaker. So that's why he got elected. So it's not about the issue of being representing and that alternative candidates got represented. We are all representing our ridings, and we all are doing a great job for our constituents. Now, where do I, Mr. Speaker, as my colleague said quite clearly, have been in the government, and I do know, being in the government, that from experience, that, policies and issues are made by the government, by the PMO, by those things, and they direct that. Mr. Speaker, during this summer, when we went out there, the Liberal government, when it came out tried to raise taxes and all these things and spending money, there was a big pushback from the Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and you could see them changing. And the pushback was because Canadians are worried about their jobs, number one, Mr. Speaker, worried about where this government is going on this economic agenda. TPP, they wouldn't attend a meeting of our allies, Mr. Speaker. What a shame when they say we are back on the world stage, Speaker, and talking about where NAFTA are going, talking about pipeline not being built, not pushing to have pipeline built, Mr. Speaker. It creates uncertainty across this country. Even the NDP leader of Alberta is now talking about jobs and jobs and jobs, Mr. Speaker. So the question that arises out of here, Mr. Speaker, is where are the Liberals taking us? We are concerned. I mean, everybody out here has talked about the wasteful spending of this ice rink out here, $5 million. Things like that really bother Canadians all across this country as to see, is this government really in charge? When they see the Panama Papers coming out and their friends and their rich friends putting money away so they don't pay taxes while you want ordinary Canadians to pay taxes, and then you take away disability credits for diabetes and others, Mr. Speaker, there is a big concern out there. And today, Speaker, while I'm talking on that subject of how much Canadians, they want this government to address the issues in Canada, what they want, Mr. Speaker. There are a lot of jobs being lost. The economy is not doing well. It is doing well, but they go and spend all the money, Mr. Speaker. So the question that arises for the Canadians is, what is there for the future? Now, in this bill, Mr. Speaker, which really concerns us, aside from the fact of all the other money that the Liberal government is spending, is this $500 million going to the Asian Infrastructure Bank. Let me say this, Mr. Speaker. In 1966, we joined the Asian Development Bank, Speaker. The Asian Development Bank is another bank that is supposed to do infrastructure spending. And Canada has contributed $7.5 billion during that period of time till today, Mr. Speaker. Never to say, in return, Canadian companies have been awarded close to $715 million. But there is a bank there that we have been associated with for such a long time that has been doing the development assistance program in Asia. Now, here comes a Chinese, and I say to the Chinese, absolutely right. You are very welcome to set up your infrastructure bank. You're very welcome to do it on your own money. Do not ask Canadians to pay for your foreign policy issues, Mr. Speaker. This infrastructure bank is all designed to promote the foreign policy issues of China. Look where the Infrastructure Bank has given its money, Mr. Speaker. It has given its money to Bangladesh, it has given its money to Indonesia, it's given its money to Tajikistan, it's given its money to Uzbekistan, countries surrounding China, because it fits into China's foreign policy. Again, I said, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not putting anything down about what the Chinese want to do. They can go ahead and do it, but their own money. Why would we here, our money, go to promote the foreign policy of another country, while we can use that money here, Mr. Speaker, in this country to address the issues that Canadians want, Mr. Speaker? This is the big question that is being raised out there, coming out there, Mr. Speaker. Let me say this, Mr. Speaker. Again, I say this. We are now moving, and there is a concern here. I mean, say, this policy of giving money to the Infrastructure Bank to China is something that is not well thought out because, A, we have a problem here with the Liberals because they're being too over-friendly with China. We have the concern of the free trade agreement with China, Mr. Speaker. Yet, in the last government that we have been talking about a free trade agreement with India for years, and that is a country which has similar values like us, democracy, and that hasn't moved. But now they are going down to sign up free trade agreement with China. That is causing a concern because there is no level playing field between the Chinese and Canadians, Mr. Speaker. We don't mind. We don't mind. We are welcome. They can invest here. We go there. But there is no level playing field. Ask any businesses that work there or when the Chinese come over here, Mr. Speaker. It's a question coming. Second factor over here, Mr. Speaker, is maybe now we have the Prime Minister is going down to China. The one big concern I have here, Mr. Speaker, is, again coming to China, saying this government's bias towards China against the others. When we were in the government, we had a strategic dialogue with India, which is a similar democracy like Canada, with this thing, to find common ground. Now, the Liberal government has not done anything about it. What they have done is they have a strategic dialogue with China. The second dialogue was held with China, Mr. Speaker. Now, we must, let's just say this, Mr. Speaker, our system of democracy is different. The Chinese have their own system, and it's up to the Chinese people to decide. We have our own system. There is no compatibility. So what is the point of having a strategic dialogue with a country that is pursuing its own foreign policy? Are we just riding the tailcoat, Mr. Speaker? Don't we have our own policy? Can we not stand on our own feet, Mr. Speaker, and make our own views in this country? Why do we have to follow just because the Prime Minister's father was a very big fan of China? That does not, Mr. Speaker, allow us to just close our books and not look either way. So there are big issues being raised in this country, Mr. Speaker, as to the direction where this Liberal government is going. You know, when they say when the Prime Minister came, he said, I am on the world stage. We are on the world stage. Like, for example, this afternoon, the Minister of Trade talked about historic visit to India. Can you imagine historic visit to India? Mr. Speaker, before he came in this House, there was a visit by the twice the visit of Prime Minister of Canada to India, the visit by the Governor General to India, countless visits by other foreign ministers. Yet, for them, who came just now, it's a historic visit. But come on, Mr. Speaker, we need to get some kind of sense in here as to where this government is going and pay attention to what has been done, Mr. Speaker, because thousands of bureaucrats, public service have worked very hard over the years to ensure that we have a very good standing around the world, Mr. Speaker. Of course, our biggest blowback was he did not show up at the TPP. Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker? Other heads of state, I mean, who are we? Think about that. We somehow can brush them aside. And when we get a criticism from them, so just let me get this straight. What the Prime Minister said, we are not ready. Hello? You got a department over there, sitting there. We have done negotiations with TPP, Mr. Speaker, under government. So how can you suddenly come up and say, I am not prepared? We are not prepared for this. Excuse? Why? You're not prepared because you're looking for a free trade agreement with China? Or that's why you're doing this, Mr. Speaker? It's about time that somebody pointed out to this Liberal government that where the direction they are heading is not the direction where Canadians want to go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I guess to the honourable member, I mean, it may have escaped him, but the relationship with our current largest trading partner is a little rocky, and the response that we've had from the other side so far is just complete capitulation. Let's just lay down and let them roll over us and see if we can save something out of it, as opposed to looking at a very large, very rich, very growing market on the other side of the Pacific that has already demonstrated that they do like the products and services that come from Canada. So I asked him, you know, compared with his strategy, don't you think developing new markets, especially in a country that wants to do business with us as opposed to one that doesn't seem to, makes sense?
Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Mr. Speaker, about talking about NAFTA and talking about our policy of capitulation, that is their talking points. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, we were negotiating TPP, which is even larger than anybody else, and they walked away from it. When they want to talk about going to looking for new markets, they have the opportunity to go and look for a new market, Mr. Speaker. Yet, we are turning a blind eye to the fact that the Chinese market, the Chinese have different rules. Their labor rules are different, their environmental rules are different, the way they operate are different. They're not compatible to a free market, Mr. Speaker. So the question here is, right, why do you want to open up your markets to a country that's rules and its environmental regulations, labor regulations do not match our, giving them the advantage and us the disadvantage, Mr. Speaker? That is not the right policy of trade.
Some comments. The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I was listened intently to a great speech from my colleague from Alberta, who is one of the only guys in the Alberta caucus that's been here longer than me. And I certainly appreciate his wisdom. He's been here a long time. I'm wondering, he's been here so long, could he remind all the colleagues in the House of the fiscal position that the Liberal government inherited from the previous Conservative government, and based on the tax position that that was in place at the time, where we were going to be outreached to about the year 2055 and be debt-free as a nation versus having about $1.3 trillion in debt based on the current strategy. Can you remind Canadians about the importance of that?
Keep spending.
Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for bringing out our record. Mr. Speaker, you see the Liberals don't want to say anything. All they say is take credit for everything that we did, Mr. Speaker. We laid the foundation for a good economic base in this country, Mr. Speaker, as my colleague said, and they want to say they did anything, Mr. Speaker. They've only been in power for 2 years, Mr. Speaker. All they have done is create uncertainty into the minds of Canadians and everything. We were going to balance the budget. We had balanced the budget, Mr. Speaker. Jim Flaherty was one of the best finance minister Canada ever had, bringing us into account, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I want to tell this other side clear and very simple. It was the base built by the Conservatives that you are enjoying the economic growth today. Yet you are putting us in jeopardy.
Questions and comments?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One has to rise. At the time, of course, he was there. I was in the previous legislature, and we often found the policies of the Conservative government very difficult, especially when it came to social policy. The changes that this government is doing with its sunny ways, well, it seems to have turned into a kind of arrogance or entitlement that one would observe only among royalty. There's expenditure after expenditure. There's a monstrous deficit that's accumulating. The Minister of Finance that is making everyone scratch their heads. How can someone be so arrogant and think that they are above everything? I would like to hear my colleague on that.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for the question. Of course, we are Conservatives. They are NDP. We definitely have differences on how the economy runs. There is no question about that, Mr. Speaker. But let me say I 100% agree with him that there is an arrogant government over there. There is a government that feels it's entitled to all these things. They don't listen to everybody else. We can see time after time they do that. And I 100% agree with my colleague that, you know, in 2019, the Canadians will speak. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
Questions and comments?
Yukon. Delighted to hear the Conservatives have the nerve to bring up the economic record of every year in their mandate being deficit except one, the lowest growth since the Great Depression, huge unemployment. But then I was more shocked to see the NDP suggest cutting these funds, the largest housing project in Canadian history, money to low-income seniors, money to low-income students, the National Child Credit that brought 300,000 children out of poverty, the Working Income Tax Credit. These are all investments that have created the highest employment in a decade, the highest economy growth. And so what I'd like to ask the member is if you could just talk about something that wasn't in the talking points.
The honourable member for Calgary. Very right. I don't know where he's talking about. He's talking from his talking points without telling us all that he's reading. But let me say, Mr. Speaker, very clearly that your government, despite this fact, is putting huge burden on Canadians on the deficit, Mr. Speaker. They had said during the election campaign only $10 billion. At this given time, we have no idea where the deficit is going. So the legacy you have of your government is not what you're talking about, but the legacy that the Canadians will be carrying for years and years to come, the high debt load that you are putting on young Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comme il est 18h46.
As it is 6:40, pursuant to the order passed earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and to put any question to dispose of report stage, which is currently before the House.
Is on motion number 5. Mr. Boulouris, seconded by Mr. Johns, moved that Bill C-63 be amended by deleting Clause 176. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. The recorded division on the motion stands deferred. La mise au voix porte sur la motion.
The vote is on motion number 6. Mr. Kimmich, seconded by Mr. Brown, moves that Bill C-63 be amended by deleting the schedule. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those who support the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. The recorded division is deferred.
La Chambre abordera maintenant.
The House will now proceed to deferred recorded divisions. Call in the members.
La mise en voix.
The question is on motion number 5. Mr. Boulris, seconded by Mr. Johns, move that Bill C-63 be amended by deleting clause 176. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse Chemin Levy.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse Chemin Levy.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod Campbell Thompson Caribou.
Mr. McLeod Campbell Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lawson Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Diop.
Mr. Diop.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Macaulay Minton West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benzin.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Cusi.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion voient bien.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lausanne, enchanté, la petite nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, enchanté, la petite nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall. Marino.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Shishke.
Mr. Shishke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Aldaig.
Ms. Alaslev.
Ms. Alaslev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Dirio.
Monsieur Dirio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon Métis Matan Matapédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon Métis Matan Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Sidhu Mission Fraser Canyon. No, sorry. Correction. Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Seekand.
Mr. Seekand.
And Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Van Daal.
Mr. Van Daal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu. Yeas pour 127, 127. Nays contre 160, 160.
Je déclare la motion numéro 5.
I declare motion 5 defeated.
Motion is on motion number 6. Mr. Kmich, seconded by Mr. Brown, moved that Bill C-63 be amended by deleting the schedule. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Blaney Belchasse Les Etchemin-Lévy.
Blaney Belchasse Les Etchemin-Lévy.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod Campbell Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Campbell Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Delta.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Geneder.
Mr. Geneder.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreschen.
Mr. Dreschen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lozon Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Iglinski.
Iglinski.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benzin.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Laverdière.
Laverdière.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Freeland.
Miss Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Miss Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Miss Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Miss Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Miss McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Miss Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Miss Bennett.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Ms. Fry.
Miss Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scroll.
Miss Scroll.
Monsieur Losange, Jantin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Losange, Jantin, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsett.
Ms. Monsett.
Mr. Soki.
Mr. Soey.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Ms. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest et des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, sud-ouest des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldig.
Mr. Aldig.
Ms. Alaslev.
Ms. Alaslev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Dirio.
Mr. Dirio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Monsieur Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Fragiscados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Vignon Le Métis Matane Matapédia.
Massé Avignon-le-Métis, Madame Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secant.
Mr. Secant.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
And Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Yeas pour 126, 126, nays contre 161, 161.
I declare motion number 6 defeated. Madame Chager for
Ms. Chager for Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Leboutier, moves that Bill C-63, Budget Implementation Act 2017, number 2, tabled in Parliament on March 22nd, 2017, and other measures, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Leboutier.
Madame Leboutier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lausanne, Enchanté de la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, enchanté de la Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mrs. Rudd.
Mr. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie de Sud-Ouest et des Sarts.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie Sud-Ouest et des Sarts.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Dirio.
Mr. Dirio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Monsieur Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Eliopson.
Mr. Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Iacono.
Mr. Iacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Jahari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé-Avignon Métis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. Massé-Avignon Métis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lembropoulos.
Madame Lembropoulos.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion vont bien se lever.
All those opposed will please rise.
Ms. May, standards call violence. Okay. So, Ms. Bergen.
Ms.
Mr.
Bergen.
Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Blaney, Northumberland. Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, les chemins Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, les Chemin, Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Poilievre.
Monsieur Poilievre.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Camels, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Camel, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Van Loan.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Gladue.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Ms. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lawson Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Sturman, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Kimmich.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Scusi.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Laverdière.
Laverdière.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Saganache.
Mr. Saganache.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Sansouci.
Madame Sansouci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudriat.
Monsieur Boudriat.
Yeas pour 161, 161. Nays contre 126, 126.
Declare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
When shall the bill be read a third time? Now. I wish to inform the House that because of the delay, there will be no private members' business hour today. Accordingly, the order will be rescheduled for another sitting, and I apologize for breaking the hearts of so many members. Just wait a minute.
know what's on your foot there. But.
I'll tell them to warm up the floggers. Okay?
All right.
Order. Ask all honourable members who are not participating in the debate on adjournment or who may wish not to stay and attend the adjournment proceedings to make their way to their respective lobbies. And we'll get started. The honourable member for Bruce Grey. Oh, pardonne-moi. Pardonne-moi, je dois...
My apologies. First of all, I must introduce the rubric for the adjournment debate.
38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to finally have the opportunity to address an issue that I raised in the House in regards to the government's attack on farmers through the proposed changes to tax planning measures that they introduced this past summer. Now, while the government has finally come to their senses and made some necessary changes, I still have some very serious concerns. When this government announced and held consultations on these measures during the busiest time of the year for farmers, I might add, they had farmers across Canada scrambling to understand what the changes could mean for their family farms. During a roundtable in my riding of Bruce Grey, Owen Sound, it was suggested that the changes being proposed would have a considerable impact on Agri-Invest, a program used by a number of farmers to set money aside for a rainy day. On 3 different occasions in the House, Mr. Speaker, I asked the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture about how their proposed changes would affect the passive income that farmers across Canada have saved in their Agri-Invest accounts. Not once did the Parliamentary Secretary even mention the term Agri-Invest in any of his answers. He simply dismissed the very serious and real concerns of farmers. I suspect, Mr. Speaker, he doesn't know a thing about Agri-Invest. But I can tell you as well, Mr. Speaker, that farmers did not and do not appreciate being treated like tax cheats and did not appreciate having to fight tooth and nail to have this government finally listen to them. To have a representative of the government not even address a very real and serious concern about a specific federal program, in my mind and in the minds of many, is shameful. Furthermore, the Parliamentary Secretary went so far in one of his answers to address the new Canadian Agricultural Partnership, which actually cuts the Agri-Invest program. And under the new agreement, beginning in 2018, the maximum limit for farmers to contribute will be reduced by $500,000. Furthermore, the new agreement will see a $5,000 decrease for matching contributions from the government for Agri-Invest accounts. So not only is the government limiting what farmers may contribute to their accounts, they are also decreasing the amount of support farmers may receive from the government. It is very disappointing, Mr. Speaker, to see the government make cuts to a tried and true program like Agri-Invest. This is an important program that allows farmers to create a safety net for themselves with their own money to save for a rainy day or invest in new equipment. In response to these changes, President of the Ontario Federation of Agriculture, Mr. Keith Currie, said, We need those safety net programs to be as good as they can be to help support us. Furthermore, when asked about the changes to AgriInvest, Mark Brock, chairperson of the Grain Farmers of Ontario, said, with the exception of crop insurance, AgriInvest is the only program within the suite of risk management programs that works well for our members. Given all this, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the government whether or not they actually understand how AgriInvest works and ask why they would make AgriInvest a target of taxation and then a target for cuts. And I want to make one point on this, Mr. Speaker, before I sit down, is that the Government of Canada, through the Agriculture Minister and through Agriculture Canada, actually encourage farmers to do this. Then they pull the rug out from underneath them in the middle. Is that really fair? I don't think so. So with that, I'll turn it over to the honourable member across the way.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je tiens à remercier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague. I'm pleased to discuss this matter because it gives me the opportunity to highlight that our government grants significant priority to the agri-food industry. I want to assure you that owners of small businesses that work hard, including family farms, are not targeted by the proposed tax changes when it comes to private corporations. I especially wish to assure my colleague that the proposed changes will not apply to income coming from AgriInvest. AgriInvest is a savings account for farmers in which federal, provincial, and territorial governments invest a contribution that is equivalent to farmers' deposits. Farmers can use their savings from AgriInvest as they wish. Government contributions are taxed only when the farmer withdraws funds from the savings account. Under the current system, a deposit in AgriInvest is treated like business income, the active business income. The government has the intention of maintaining this approach. In other words, the tax treatment for AgriInvest will not change. Our priority is to ensure tax fairness while avoiding unexpected consequences for farmers who work tirelessly. During the consultation process, we have heard the measures proposed when it came to capital gains and the conversion of capital gains and how that could be harmful to farming families by preventing farmers from transferring their businesses to their children. We want family businesses to remain. We want them to remain family businesses. That is why the government will not move forward with the proposed measures to limit access of individuals to the capital gains exemption, nor with the measures for converting income into capital gains. In the meantime, owners of farms will continue to benefit from a cumulative exemption of capital gains up to $1 million for agricultural goods. We want farming families to succeed. The government will therefore continue to support programs like AgriInvest, and therefore we will continue to make sure that all owners of family businesses can transfer the fruits of their labor to the next generation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the colleague across the road trying to respond to this, but I can tell you that farmers in my riding, again, are very unhappy with the cuts to AgriInvest, and they do not feel whatsoever like they've been consulted. And farmers across Canada do not understand where these cuts are coming from. Earlier, I quoted Ontario Federation of Agriculture President Keith Curry. When he was asked about consultation on changes to AgriInvest, he had this to say: there really wasn't any consultation on it at all. There was wasn't any discussion amongst the provincial agriculture ministers. Furthermore, Mark Brock, chairperson for the Grain Farmers of Ontario, said, "It seems to fly in the face of cooperation when they start monkeying around with the programs before we even get to the review process." So it's been a common theme, Mr. Speaker, for this government to keep farmers in the dark, and I'm asking for the Minister of Agriculture to come clean why these cuts to Agri-Invest were made, and if he will commit today to reversing them when the government launches its full review of risk management programs. Thank you very much.
Secretary Parliamentary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to assure you again that owners of small businesses who work hard, including family farms, are not targeted by the tax changes proposed by the government when it comes to private corporations. Our priority is to make sure that there is tax fairness while avoiding unintended consequences for farming families that work tirelessly. The government will not change tax measures that are intended to help family farms to grow, to create jobs, and to innovate. The government announced last week its intention to help small businesses even more by committing to cutting their tax rate from 10% to 9% on January 1st. Owners of small businesses who represent the pillars and the main creators of jobs for our economy will therefore be able to enjoy further savings from federal taxes, which they can then invest in the growth of their business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'Honourable Député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is always a privilege for me to rise in the House of Commons to talk about the importance of official languages, and of course about the importance that the Official Languages Commissioner plays, who is a veritable watchdog of Canadian bilingualism and of official language communities throughout the entire country. On June 21st of last year, we were discussing the rather botched appointment of Madeleine Meilleur. It really was a disaster for official languages and official language communities throughout the country. At that time, I asked a question of the Prime Minister about this extremely important position. I talked about the fiasco of attempting to appoint Madeleine Meilleur. It was a partisan appointment, and everyone quickly realized it. I asked the Prime Minister and the Minister of Heritage, how is it that they were constantly surpassing themselves in terms of errors? 4 days, we had no official languages commissioner. Afterwards, even Graham Fraser, the commissioner at the time, after having no official languages commissioner for 4 days, finally, the Minister of Heritage woke up and extended Ghislaine Séclé's mandate, the acting commissioner, for another 6 months. And that term ends very soon. In fact, if I recall correctly, it ends December 15th, which is coming in 3 weeks. That's soon. And we still have no official languages commissioner. The former commissioner, who was there for some time, whose mandate was extended for over about 10 years, Mr. Fraser mentioned that, in my opinion, this is an example of an appointment that went badly. I can't help but think that this reveals a lack of attention and a certain insouciance when it comes to the matter of official languages. And so you see, Graham Fraser mentioned with harsh words, Mr. Speaker, a lack of attention and a certain disregard. That's strong language, what he said. And why did he abandon neutrality to say that? It was because a year before his mandate ended, he had already sent a letter to the Prime Minister. He had already said, get ready. I'm leaving. You need to take the appointment for this position very seriously and not wait until the last minute. Unfortunately, practically 1 year after he left, we still don't have an official languages commissioner. There's barely 3 weeks left to fill that position. 3 weeks. To correctly consult the leaders of the opposition. Barely 3 weeks to go before the Senate Committee on Official Languages. Barely 3 weeks to go before the House of Commons Committee. And finally, for the House of Commons to vote in favor of the next Official Languages Commissioner. And so you see, Mr. Speaker, my question is a simple one. Why did the government drag its feet? Why has it taken a year to do this correctly? What's going on? Why is this process so difficult to do right? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for Drummond for his question. As he knows, on July 28th, the government relaunched the appointment process for the Official Languages Commissioner. A document was sent to his leader. You know, he complained that there was a lack of consultation with his party and his leader. But we sent a document to them. And I have that document here, Mr. Speaker. It says, Official Languages Commissioner, Appointment Selection Process, Main Steps. And my colleague is asking me, as the Official Languages Critic for the NDP, he also received a copy of this. So it's not a mystery, Mr. Speaker. The document says that the selection process was launched with a committee to work with a recruitment agency, and the majority of members on this committee are public servants, including senior officials from the Treasury Board, the Treasury Board Secretariat, Justice Canada, Heritage Canada, the Prime Minister's Cabinet, the Office of the Minister of Heritage, and so on. The leaders of both official parties in the House are invited to submit names for the list of potential candidates when it comes to their participation, and to mention the qualities that the selection committee should be considering. This will be communicated to the selection committee. And this is from the document that he received, that his party leader received, and it says that we invited his leader to participate in this process and to give input at the beginning of the process. This is in the document. It's very clear.
Once the process has been launched, it then goes forward to an assessment where the search firm screens the applicants against the criteria in the notice of appointment opportunity. There is a recommendation from among the qualified candidates upon review of the documentation provided by the selection committee. The Minister of Heritage submits the recommended candidate to the Minister of Justice, who then recommends the candidate to the Prime Minister. There is then a parliamentary process. Consultations then take place with the leaders and with the official languages critics, including my friend from Drummond, to inform them about the proposed candidate for nomination and to seek their input. Then there's the nomination, and then there's the appointment. All of this clearly set out in a 2-page document, which was provided to my friend, which was provided to his leader back in July. There can be no lack of clarity around the process. It's there in black and white. It is in process, and we will, through this process, find the person that's best qualified to be the Commissioner for Official Languages. Official languages are at the core of our identity as a country and are a priority of this government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, just to answer my honourable colleague, who did a good job of explaining what he did, I then sent a letter signed by my leader, and I never received an answer to my suggestions. And when it comes to the main recommendation of respecting the Official Languages Act, my colleague says that he was informed. But you can't just inform people. You have to consult the leaders of other parties. That's written in the law, and that was not done. Now, Benjamin Veche, a journalist, says that the process... Now, despite this backroom dealing on the nomination, there are questions around the process, which was relaunched in July. There are candidates who applied during the second round, and they said that they were not contacted. They even wondered if their candidacies were being considered. So it seemed like it was just a PR exercise, Mr. Speaker. We're barely 3 weeks away from the deadline for completing the nomination. Does my colleague think that in 3 weeks we can properly do what Section 49.1 says that we need to do? In other words, consult opposition party leaders, not just inform them. That doesn't respect the Official Languages Act. They need to be consulted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. As I said, Mr. Speaker, we have already indicated that the leaders of the parties, of both parties in the House, were invited to give input and to give their advice about the selection and to talk about some of the qualities that the selection committee should be taking into consideration. That's what we did from the very beginning. And after the nomination, there will be another consultation with parties. That is what is required by the law. That is what is required by this process. And that is what we informed my colleague and his party of. And yes, we do have time to complete this process, and we will do so.
La motion portant.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.